The cell was silent, except for the faint echo of dripping water. Stone walls pressed inward, the air thick and cold, the kind that seeps into bone and thought alike. Somewhere beneath Paris, a young man named Francois-Marie Arut sat in the A. Darkness, waiting for the next sound. Perhaps the turning of a key, perhaps the beginning of another long night. He had been arrested for writing words. Not for wielding a weapon or leading a revolt, but for arranging sentences that mocked those who'd claimed absolute power. In the 18th century, that was enough to make you dangerous. And so the Bastille took him in, as it had taken so many. Before men whose only crime was daring to think out loud. Tonight we begin with him in that silence. The flicker of a candle barely touches the walls. He presses his palm against the rough stone, measuring time by the beating of his heart. What kind of person risks everything for the freedom to speak? What faith drives a human being to believe that a single sentence could shake a kingdom? This is the story of the man the world came to call Voltaire, a man whose pen frightened kings more than armies, whose laughter wounded tyrants, and whose wisdom still whispers in the quiet hours when the world feels heavy. But before he became Voltaire, before the salons and the fame and the thunder of applause, he was simply a young writer locked away for a few lines of satire. It is there, in the darkness of his imprisonment, that the seed of rebellion took root. He once wrote that to hold a pen is to be at war. The Bastille taught him what that war truly meant. The Paris of 1694, the year of his birth, was a city of contradiction brilliance, wrapped in decay. Candlelight spilled from palaces, while beggars froze outside their gates. The king was the sun, and all others revolved around his glory. Words were meant to praise, not to question. Yet even as a boy, Francois felt the weight of obedience and quietly tested its edges. His father wished him to be a lawyer. His teachers wished him to be devout. He wished only to be free. At the Jesuit college, he absorbed the classics, not as lessons in obedience, but as invitations to rebel. Cicero, Horace. The bold laughter of ancient satire, they stirred something restless within him. By the time he reached his 20s, he had learned the language of wit as others learn the language of prayer. He could pierce hypocrisy with a phrase. And in a society built on appearances, that gift was dangerous indeed. One evening at a gathering, he recited Vices, mocking the powerful Duke of Orleans. The laughter that followed carried farther than he intended. Within days, the verses were repeated across Paris, each retelling sharpening the insult. The Duke heard, and the young poet soon found himself taken by night to the Bastille. There, surrounded by damp stone and silence, he began to shed his old name. Francois-Marie Arut would not survive the walls. Voltaire was born from them. The name itself was a riddle, part anagram, part rebirth, entirely defiance. It sounded crisp, sharp, and free of the weight of ancestry. A new identity for a man who refused to bow. Imagine the rhythm of days inside that cell. Hours blurred into one another. He wrote verses in his head because ink and paper were forbidden. He rehearsed conversations with imaginary opponents, refining his logic, polishing his irony. When the guards mocked him, he smiled, a small act of rebellion that no punishment could erase. They could confine his body, but not his thought. And thought, once set free, spreads quietly through time. After nearly a year, he was released different. Harder, certain that words could move the world more surely than swords. He returned to Paris, a writer who understood the cost of expression, and he chose to pay it willingly. The years that followed were a storm of creation. Plays, poems, letters, essays, each line testing the limits of what could be said aloud. Each success brought applause and suspicion in equal measure. Yet Voltaire thrived on the tension. To live without danger, he believed, was to live without purpose. Tonight, as you drift deeper into thought, picture him at his desk in a small Paris apartment. A single candle, the quill moving swiftly, laughter in his eyes. Outside, the city murmurs with gossip and fear. Inside, sentences form like spark-steamy fires in the dark. He writes of love, of reason, of injustice. He mocks kings, disguised as gods, and priests, disguised as saints. He believes that humor is the sharpest blade, because it cuts without drawing. Blood yet leaves the deepest mark, and always there is that quiet resolve, never to stop writing, never to stop questioning. We begin to see why kings feared him. They could silence a man, but not an idea. They could burn a book, but not the laughter it inspired. Voltaire's words slipped through walls, crossed borders, hid in letters, whispered in cafes. They made people think, and once people think. They are no longer so easily ruled. But for all his wit and courage, he was still young, still learning where ideas met consequence. When the pressure became too great, exile followed. England welcomed him, and there he found a world unlike his own land, where Parliament debated openly, where newspapers mocked ministers, where scientists questioned even the heavens. To Voltaire, it was revelation. He attended plays that ridiculed authority, and no one was arrested. He met thinkers who spoke freely of God and nature without fear of the scaffold. He saw, perhaps for the first time, what freedom sounded like. Those English years shaped him. He studied Locke's philosophy, Newton's physics, the calm confidence of a nation unafraid of ideas. He began to understand that liberty was not chaos but discipline, the courage to let truth stand without chains. When he returned to France, he carried more than books in his luggage. He carried a new faith, that reason could civilize power, that tolerance could tame fanaticism, and that laughter could outlast persecution. Yet freedom, he knew, is never granted forever. Each generation must earn it anew. He would spend the rest of his life doing just that, testing the limits, defying decrees, and proving that the pen, when guided by conscience, can be the most dangerous weapon of all. As we settle into this long night of thought and rest, let his beginning stay with Uther, young rider alone in the Bastille, forming in darkness the light that would spread through Europe. From that silence came the voice of an age, and from that voice a challenge that still lingers. Will we think for ourselves, or let others think for us? The question drifts, gentle but unending. As the first section closes and the next begins, a soft fade, as candlelight dissolves into dawn, and the dangerous mind begins to awaken. Morning light returned to Paris as if nothing had changed. Carriages rattled, merchants opened their stalls, the church bells marked the hour. But within one apartment, a man who had known confinement now studied freedom as if it were a delicate instrument, beautiful but easily broken. Voltaire's release from the Bastille was not an ending. It was a beginning, sharpened by memory. An ambition, he walked through the streets with the quiet confidence of someone who had seen power at its most fragile. Behind the grandeur of palaces and cathedrals, he recognized fear, fear of thought, fear of laughter, fear of the mindset. Loose. And he smiled. For he had learned that laughter, once born, cannot be imprisoned. Voltaire began again, writing with the energy of one who owed the world an answer. The salons of Paris, glittering with chandeliers and conversation, soon welcomed him. He observed the courtiers, the nobles, the poets, each trapped within the rules of elegance and obedience. He mastered those rules, only to twist them. His verses sparkled, his epigrams travelled, and behind every clever line lay a subtle defiance. He understood something few others did. Ridicule could reveal truth more clearly than sermons. It stripped away pretense, leaving only what was absurd and unjust. Where philosophers debated endlessly, Voltaire preferred a single sentence that would make a tyrant blush. The young poet's fame grew, but fame is never a stable ally. Every success attracted jealousy. Every joke risked punishment. He learned to balance on that thin wire between admiration and arrest. Each letter he sent, each play he staged, carried both praise and danger. He began to live in anticipation of the knock on the door, and soon it came again. This time the quarrel was personaler. Noblemen insulted him, and Voltaire, unwilling to bow, answered with words so cutting that the man replied with violence. Voltaire demanded satisfaction. He requested a duel, believing in honor more than safety. But nobility in France was privilege, not virtue. The nobleman's servants beat him before dawn, and Voltaire, battered and humiliated, was again thrown into the Bastille. The irony was bitter but instructive. Once more he found himself in a cell, writing invisible sentences in his mind. He realized then that courage without prudence was waste. What mattered was not to die for freedom, but to live for it long enough to make a difference. After weeks of confinement, the authorities offered him a choice: silence in France or freedom in exile. He chose exile in England. The crossing of the Channel was rough, the wind cold and heavy with salt. Voltaire stood on the deck, shivering not from chill but from excitement. Behind him lay a country chained by hierarchy. Ahead a land that whispered possibilities. London astonished him. He saw newspapers arguing openly with ministers. He heard preachers contradict each other without fear of the scaffold. He visited the Royal Society, where scientists demonstrated experiments before audiences that included common citizens. He read Locke's essays, Newton's Principia, and was struck by a revelation that would guide him forever. That knowledge grows only where questioning is allowed. The contrast between Paris and London could not have been greater. In Paris, truth belonged to authority. In England, authority trembled before truth. He began to write letters on England, a series of reflections that compared the two worlds. He praised English tolerance, admired its constitutional monarchy, and celebrated the free exchange of ideas. He was careful, witty, but unmistakably critical of his homeland's rigidity. When the letters eventually reached France, they were condemned and publicly burned. Voltaire, safely abroad, only smiled. Ideas, he knew, cannot be reduced to Ashdod. His English years refined him. He met thinkers who taught him moderation, and skeptics who taught him humility. He studied commerce and saw how prosperity grew not from decrees, but from cooperation. He admired Quakers who refused violence, yet lived by conscience. He attended Newton's funeral and wrote, "He was the greatest man who ever lived." He proved the universe obeys laws, not caprice. To Voltaire, this was revelation. If nature itself was governed by reason, then reason must also govern mankind. Superstition, fanaticism, cruelty were violations of the same harmony that moved the stars. He began to dream of an enlightened France, one where education replaced dogma, where merit outweighed birth, where thought could breathe. But dreams are dangerous things, especially when written by hands known to mock the throne. After 3 transformative years, Voltaire returned to France. He was older, calmer in manner, but fiercer in conviction. He dressed elegantly, spoke smoothly, but carried dynamite within his sentences. Friends noticed a difference. His humor had purpose now. He no longer mocked for pleasure. He mocked to reveal. He published tragedies that drew crowds and controversy alike. His plays entertained, but always carried hidden commentary. Audiences laughed, cried, and went home uneasy, sensing meanings just beyond the curtain. Voltaire had turned art into philosophy disguised as theatre. He understood that people resist doctrine but welcome stories. Through stories, he could smuggle truth past senses and into hearts. It was a delicate dance between intellect and instinct. Rhythm he perfected with time. Paris loved him, envied him, feared him. He had become something new, a public intellectual in an age when thinking publicly was perilous. Letters arrived from admirers across Europe. Princes sought his friendship. Priests cursed his name. He thrived on the contradiction. To be praised by power was comfortable. To be condemned by it was meaningful. He preferred meaning. Voltaire's correspondence grew into a network of thought. From Amsterdam to Geneva, from London to Berlin, ideas moved faster than armies. He believed this was how revolutions truly began, not with gunfire, but with conversation at night. He worked tirelessly, composing essays that challenged superstition, poems that ridiculed cruelty, and treatises defending tolerance. He wrote letters to ministers, to philosophers, to anyone who might listen or might one day remember. His wit became legend. When asked why he opposed certain powerful men, he answered, "Because they are wrong." When a censor demanded that he retract a line, he replied, "Very well, I shall retract it to 10 more editions." The more they tried to silence him, the more his words multiplied. And yet, for all his fire, Voltaire was not without doubt. He watched revolutions of spirit fail because men preferred slogans to sense. He feared fanaticism, whether in religion or reason. He began to see that freedom required discipline, that truth without kindness becomes another form of tyranny. He wrestled with these thoughts in solitude, seeking balance. He was no dreamer, detached from reality. He was a craftsman, shaping his own mind as carefully as a sculptor shapes marble. Each essay, each dialogue was another stroke toward clarity. In those years he began to form the philosophy that would guide his entire life. That tolerance is not weakness but strength, that happiness is found in usefulness, and that reason, though fragile, is the only true light. His private notebooks reveal a quiet aside reflections on mortality, friendship, and the absurd theatre of human ambition. He wrote, "We are all made of weakness and error. Let us forgive each other's words. Follies, that is the first law of nature. It is in such lines that the revolutionary and the sage converge. The Paris he returned to was restless. The Enlightenment was dawning, but darkness still lingered in its corners. Censorship remained harsh. Faith and fear shared the same pulpit. Voltaire moved through it all with the grace of a survivor. He knew when to jest and when to hide, when to provoke and when to retreat. To wage war with words required patience. He often said, "The secret of being a bore is to tell everything." He learned instead to suggest to let readers draw the dangerous conclusion themselves. It was a form of intellectual aikido, turning censorship's weight back upon itself. Through this subtle rebellion, Voltaire matured into more than a writer. He became a mirror held up to his age. Those who looked into it saw either inspiration or insult, depending on their conscience. His reputation expanded beyond France. Across Europe, thinkers whispered his name with admiration. Governments whispered it with unease. He had become, in every sense, a revolutionary one who fought not with armies, but with enlightenment. By the time the 1730s arrived, Voltaire was no longer merely a provocateur. He was a symbol. People read his works secretly, discussed them. By candlelight, copied them by hand. Each reader found a different message. Skeptics found reason, believers found tolerance, reformers found courage. That multiplicity was his genius. He never imposed belief. He invited reflection, and yet fame carried danger. A single misstep could mean exile, or worse. He lived always half-packed, prepared to flee should a pamphlet offend the wrong bishop or minister. Still, he continued, convinced that comfort was the enemy of progress. When he looked back on his imprisonments, he saw them not as tragedies, but as education. The Bastille had taught him endurance. Exile had taught him perspective. England had taught him liberty. Together, they formed the crucible in which the revolutionary mind was forged. He emerged not as a saint or a martyr, but as something rarer, a man who chose intellect over impulse, irony over anger, and principle over safety. Thus ends the making of the revolutionary. The wit, once playful, had become purpose. The exile had become teacher. And the dangerous mind that once mocked kings was ready to challenge entire systems of thought. As we drift onward into the next chapter, imagine the candle burning lower on his desk, ink drying on the final lines of a letter that will soon be. Read in secret and discussed in whispers. The writer pauses, listening to the city breathe. He smiles softly, knowing that the revolution he began will move not through noise, but through thought. And so we fade again, from the restless energy of youth into the steadier flame of conviction, as Voltaire steps fully into the philosophy of freedom. Freedom. It is a word that glows brightly in the mind, yet feels fragile in the hands. In Voltaire's century, freedom was not a birthright, it was a suspicion. To question power was to endanger yourself, and yet he could not stop. He once said that thinking is disagreeing. To him, that disagreement was the highest form of respect for truth. The world around him, however, was built upon obedience. Kings ruled by divine right. Priests claimed heaven as their endorsement. Voltaire looked upon this structure of fear and saw an illusion, a system maintained by habit and silence. And he knew that silence, more than swords, kept people enslaved. He began to write with new precision. His essays became less ornamental and more direct. His purpose was clear: to awaken minds dulled by reverence. Reason, he argued, was the one authority that required no permission. It was not granted by kings, nor confined to scholars. It was the common property of every thinking being. He saw superstition as the oldest enemy of liberty. Superstition whispers that obedience is virtue, that ignorance is safety. But Voltaire had learned in prison that ignorance never protects, it merely delays punishment. He believed that to use one's reason was not rebellion, but duty. To think freely was the true act of gratitude toward existence itself. He expressed this belief through stories and dialogues, through the gentle art of seeming to entertain while teaching deeply. In philosophical letters, he praised the English for their tolerance of religion, not to flatter them, but to expose the narrowness of France. He compared nations like a physician compares fevers, noting which symptoms mark sickness, which mark recovery. The Church called him dangerous. They were right, though not for the reasons they claimed. He did not want to destroy belief. He wanted to strip it of cruelty. He respected faith that inspired kindness, but despised faith used to justify harm. When he wrote A Crocès l'Infame Crush, the infamy, he was not calling for violence, but for the end of oppression in sacred disguise. To him, fanaticism was the enemy of both God and man. He had seen too many wars fought in the name of salvation. He understood how easily faith can become a weapon once it ceases to question itself. So he preached tolerance not as a luxury, but as survival. If God did not exist, he once quipped, it would be necessary to invent him. He meant that humans crave meaning, but that meaning must never be imposed by force. The heart of his philosophy lay in three intertwined convictions. First, that reason is the highest virtue. Emotion without reflection leads to chaos. Belief without doubt leads to tyranny. He did not despise emotion. He wrote with warmth and laughter, but he insisted that feeling must bow to truth, not command it. Second, that freedom of speech is the guardian of all other freedoms. To silence a person, he argued, is to confess one's own weakness. He famously declared, though the words were later summarized by others, that he would defend to the death another's right to speak, even if he disagreed with what was said. He lived by that creed. When opponents mocked him, he replied with wit rather than vengeance. He believed debate was not a threat to truth, but its test. Third, that tolerance is not mere acceptance, but active compassion. It means recognizing the shared vulnerability of all humans. It means refusing to punish difference, even when difference offends us. He urged rulers to govern as philosophers, not as priests. He urged citizens to think as humans, not as heretics or sects. Together, these three beliefs, reason, speech, tolerance, formed the core of his revolution. But these convictions did not come without struggle. Every word risked retaliation. Books were banned, printers arrested, and yet the word spread. Copies traveled hidden in barrels, disguised in false bindings, passed hand to hand like contraband light. Voltaire was relentless, but he was not naive. He knew that ridicule could be misused, that mockery without conscience could wound more than it healed. He wielded humor as a surgeon's knife, cutting away hypocrisy but leaving the patient alive. In a world addicted to certainty, he introduced the medicine of doubt. He wrote dialogues where priests and skeptics debated kindly, letters that began in courtesy and ended in revolution. His genius was not that he destroyed institutions, but that he revealed their absurdity so gently that they destroyed themselves. Voltaire understood the psychology of power, that it collapses not when attacked, but when laughed at by those it seeks to command. For tyranny feeds on solemnity, and laughter is its famine. His enemies often accused him of inconsistency. He was not purely rational, they said, not purely revolutionary, not purely anything. They were right again. He believed in complexity. He argued with priests, yet supported some monasteries for their charity. He mocked kings, yet corresponded with them. He was, as he admitted, a man of contradictions, because the world itself is a contradiction. This flexibility was not hypocrisy, it was wisdom born of observation. Voltaire understood that ideals, when frozen, become dogmas, and dogmas, however noble, soon demand victims. He therefore treated truth as a living thing, something to be cultivated, not worshipped. He often compared philosophy to gardening. Ideas, he said, must be tended, pruned, tested. A garden left wild becomes a jungle, just as liberty without discipline becomes chaos. He saw the mind itself as soil and reason, the gardener's hand. Voltaire's battles were many, and not only with theologians. He clashed with fellow philosophers, most famously with Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau believed in nature's innocence, that civilization corrupts and emotion redeems. Voltaire, pragmatic and scarred by experience, disagreed. He had seen too much cruelty to trust nature, and too much ignorance to worship reason blindly. Their debate was not hatred, it was the Enlightenment arguing with itself. Rousseau dreamed of utopia. Voltaire sought improvement. Rousseau prayed for virtue. Voltaire demanded justice. Both loved humanity, but one through ideals, the other through evidence. When Rousseau sent him the social contract, Voltaire replied with a smile and a dagger of wit, "I have received your new book against the human race, and thank you for it." Behind the sarcasm lay admiration and warning both. He knew that even noble theories could lead to tyranny when they forget the limits of human frailty. By midlife, Voltaire had become both famous and exiled, both celebrated and condemned. He lived under pseudonyms, moving from city to city, writing in the shadows of censorship. His letters, multiplied thousands upon thousands, a one-man network of resistance and inquiry. He defended scientists accused of heresy. He wrote treatises against torture and slavery. He offered financial help to widows ruined by injustice. Each act, small by itself, formed part of a greater movement, the belief that reason without compassion is sterile, and compassion without reason is blind. Voltaire's philosophy was therefore not abstract. It was lived. It was practiced daily, in patience, humor, and work. He did not retreat into solitude or seek divine certainty. He stayed among people, arguing, laughing, writing, cultivating the imperfect garden of humanity itself. His life became proof of his doctrine. He suffered illness, betrayal, censorship, exile, and yet he wrote every day, believing that persistence is the most rational form of faith. He called himself a hard-working bee, making honey even while surrounded by wasps. This quiet endurance gave his words a depth the sermons lack. He taught not by preaching, but by example, by continuing. He once wrote, "The best is the enemy of the good." He meant that perfectionism paralyzes progress. To act imperfectly is better than to dream flawlessly. It was this modest realism that separated him from zealots. He never promised heaven, only improvement. An improvement, he said, begins with thought. The risk never ended. Authorities monitored his writings, but the more they suppressed him, the wider he spread. His letters were smuggled across borders, his ideas copied by candlelight, his name whispered as both warning and inspiration. To those in power, he was a nuisance. To those in darkness, he was dawn. He never founded a school nor claimed disciples, but his influence became a quiet contagion. Every person who began to think for themselves became, unknowingly, a child of Voltaire. And yet, amid all this intellectual fire, his most profound insight remained simple, that happiness begins not in conquest or fame, but in understanding. To think clearly is to live peacefully. To reason is to be free. By now, his ideas had outgrown their author. He had become the embodiment of a movement, the Enlightenment itself. Princes quoted him to appear wise. Commoners quoted him to appear bold. He knew the irony. Once dangerous ideas become fashionable, their sharpness dulls. So he kept writing, kept refining, urging readers to question even him. He feared that dogma might one day wear his own name. So he insisted on humility. Doubt, he said, is not a pleasant condition, but certainty is absurd. He invited all who read him to doubt him, too. In that invitation lay the purest freedom of all, the freedom to disagree, even with the teacher. This was the essence of his philosophy of freedom. That liberty is not license, that thought is not rebellion, that doubt is not despair, and that laughter, when kind, is the truest prayer of the wise. As this section draws toward its quiet close, picture Voltaire at his desk again, older now, the candle shorter, the quill moving steadily in practiced rhythm. Each word another step away from ignorance, another seed for gardens he may never see bloom. He smiles, aware that his own freedom came at a price, but certain it was worth paying. The cell in the Bastille, the exile in England, the duels of wit, and the scars of battle, they were not burdens but tuition. Through them he learned what no book could teach, that true liberty is not given. It is cultivated, one thought, one act, one moment of courage at a time. And as he dips his pen again into the ink, he writes the words that would echo for centuries. Simple, steady, unflinching. Think for yourselves. The candlelight trembles, and with it begins the next chapter, where satire becomes prophecy, and a book called Candid will change everything. The year is 1759. Europe trembles under the noise of armies, sermons, and earthquakes littoral and moral. Empires are at war, philosophers argue about optimism, and the ground itself seems uncertain. Somewhere on that shifting continent, an agent Voltaire sits by candlelight and begins to write the book that will distill half a century of observation into a single work of laughter and sorrow. He calls it Candid, or optimism. The idea arrives after a disaster. On the morning of November 1st, 1755, Lisbon shakes. Churches collapse during Mass. Fires devour the city, and tens of thousands die. Priests call it divine punishment. Philosophers Debate whether such suffering can coexist with a benevolent God. Voltaire, staring at the ruins from afar, feels the futility of those arguments. He writes a long poem of grief and rage. Then something quieter grows within him, a desire to show, through story, how fragile optimism truly is. Candide begins in innocence. A young man lives in a beautiful castle in Westphalia, tutored by the cheerful Dr. Pangloss, who teaches that all is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. The phrase sounds harmless, even comforting, but Voltaire sharpens it like a blade. Through that single idea, he will expose the gulf between philosophy and reality. Candide is expelled from paradise for loving the baron's daughter, Cunegonde. He is beaten, conscripted, shipwrecked, betrayed, flogged, and starved. He witnesses cruelty in every shape: wars, stupidity, slavery's horror, religion's hypocrisy. Each episode is a mirror held to humanity's self-deception. Everywhere, someone insists that everything is for the best. Everywhere, the world replies with pain. Voltaire's prose is light, almost cheerful. That is its genius. He never raises his voice. He simply describes, and the absurdity condemns itself. The laughter he evokes is uneasy. The laughter that trembles on the edge of recognition. When readers first opened Candide, they found themselves smiling and wincing at once. A battle described as a beautiful arrangement of butchery, a sermon interrupted by robbery, a philosopher defending optimism while sinking in mud. Voltaire's irony was merciless but never cruel. His sympathy remained with the victims. Never the theories that explained them away, Pangloss. Ever faithful to metaphysics, persists through disease and disaster, proclaiming that all is well. He becomes the emblem of philosophical blindness, reason detached from experience, logic unmoored from compassion. Through him, Voltaire mocks the comfort of abstract certainty. He teaches that when we use intellect to deny suffering, we lose both intellect and humanity. Yet Candide is more than satire. It is a journey from illusion toward responsibility. Candide begins as a believer, becomes a skeptic, and ends as something rarer, worker of his own small patch of earth. After all the adventures, he concludes with 9 simple words: Il faut cultiver notre jardin. We must cultivate our garden. Those words close the book like a sigh after a storm. They do not offer triumph, only peace earned through labor and humility. Voltaire's message is not withdrawal from the world, but engagement with what is real and within reach. The garden is both literal and metaphorical, a call to action scaled to human hands. To understand its depth, imagine the Europe that read those words. Philosophers promise systems explaining everything. Churches promise salvation for obedience. Kings promised order through conquest. Voltaire promised nothing, only a hoe, a seed, and a mind awake. He suggested that the search for meaning begins not in heaven or empire, but in the small, daily work of decency. It was radical advice disguised as modest wisdom. Instead of overthrowing the world, he proposed tending it. Instead of explaining evil, he proposed alleviating it. The effect was electric. Some readers laughed, some were outraged, and many were frightened. Governments banned the book. Priests denounced it, but people copied it anyway. Within months, Candide spread across Europe, translated, smuggled, whispered. It became a mirror no one could put down. The church called it impious. Revolutionaries called it inspiring. Voltaire accepted both judgments with a smile. He had achieved what he desired most, to make people think without telling them what to think. Beneath its humor, Candide carries quiet compassion, each grotesque episode reveals not only folly but endurance. Even in ruin, the characters continue moving forward, searching for something better. Voltaire understood that survival itself can be a kind of wisdom. The novel's cruelty is always balanced by resilience. He never despairs completely, because despair would flatter the absurdity he mocks. Consider the old woman who tells Candide she has suffered everything yet still loves life. Her tail loss, slavery, disfigurement becomes a parody of tragedy. So extreme it circles back to tenderness. Voltaire invites readers to laugh, then to wonder why they are laughing, and finally to feel compassion. That oscillation between amusement and empathize, the pulse of Candide. Even Pangloss, ridiculous as he is, receives forgiveness. Voltaire allows him to survive, scarred but unrepentant, because he knows humanity rarely learns completely. We cling to illusions because they comfort us. Better, Voltaire implies, to recognize them and smile gently than to hate ourselves for needing them. The Lisbon earthquake, the executions, the betrayals, these are not random episodes. They are symbols of an age struggling with faith and doubt. Voltaire shows that suffering is not a test from heaven nor proof against God. It is simply part of the fabric of existence. Our task is not to justify it, but to respond humanely. In this sense, Candide becomes a spiritual text for the unbelieving. It teaches moral courage without metaphysics, hope without naivety. Its final lesson, cultivate your garden, compresses an entire philosophy. Tend to what you can, repair what you touch, and leave metaphysical debates to those who prefer clouds to soil. For Voltaire, this was not retreat, but revolution. He had seen how grand theories led to grand cruelties. He wanted a wisdom that begins with breakfast, with friendship, with the simple refusal to harm. The garden is not escape, it is ethics, made tangible. In later years, readers would interpret those words endlessly. Some saw resignation, others defiance, still others serenity. Voltaire encouraged all interpretations and claimed none. That was the trick. He left space for the reader to think. The very openness of Candide was its freedom. He once said that tragedy should make us weep, comedy should make us wise. In Candide, he achieved both. Its laughter washes the dust off reason. Its pain reminds us why reason matters. When the book reached Rousseau, he accused Voltaire of cynicism. "How," Rousseau wrote, "can you laugh while people suffer?" Voltaire answered, "How can you sing hymns while they burn?" The difference between them was not morality, but method. Rousseau sought salvation in emotion, Voltaire in lucidity. Both longed for a better world. Voltaire merely refused to lie about the one that existed. The making of Candide also reveals Voltaire's mastery of craft. He wrote it in 3 months swiftly, secretly, moving between inns and borrowed studies. He disguised it as a translation. From the German to evade censors. Each sentence is polished, short, rhythmical design to sound effortless. Behind that simplicity lies perfect control. He chose the name Candide from the Latin candid sclera, shining, naive. The hero begins pure and ends wise, not by revelation, but by exhaustion. After seeing the world, he stops asking why, and begins asking what now. That shift from metaphysics to practice is the heart of Enlightenment thought. Voltaire himself lived that transition. He had chased theories in youth. In age, he cultivated gardens of justice, friendship, and knowledge. Candide is therefore autobiography, disguised as fable, the journey from cleverness to clarity. As success spread, danger returned. Authorities raided printers, confiscated copies, threatened imprisonment. Voltaire, living near the Swiss border, kept moving manuscripts between safe houses. He joked that his books travelled more than he did. In letters to friends, he called Candide a book that makes people laugh and priests nervous. Yet despite persecution, the world refused to unread it. Within decades, it became a cornerstone of modern thought, influencing everyone from revolutionary pamphleteers to quiet moralists. It taught that skepticism could coexist with kindness, that laughter could reform nations. Even the structure of the novel's short chapters, fast scenes, abrupt transitions, feels modern, almost cinematic. Each page a cut, each irony a fade. Perhaps that is why it endures. It moves like a mind awakening in the stillness of night. One can imagine Voltaire rereading the final line. He sets down his quill and looks toward the window, where dawn hints behind the hills. The world outside remains unjust, noisy, full of superstition, but his little estate will soon wake. Workers will tend the vines, letters will arrive, arguments will continue. And that, he realizes, is enough. He has replaced the perfection of heaven with the imperfection of labor. He has traded metaphysical comfort for moral clarity. In that exchange lies peace, the peace of a mind reconciled with limits. The lesson of Candide is not that the world is meaningless, but that meaning must be made daily. Not in proclamations, but in gardens. Not in temples, but in workshops. Not in eternity, but in time. When Voltaire wrote those final words, he was nearly 65. His health was fragile. His humor was not. He called himself half-blind, half-deaf, entirely amused. But within that amusement lay serenity earned through struggle. He had watched philosophers rise and fall. He had outlived kings and enemies alike. Now he wanted to leave something durable, not an empire of ideas, but a way of being. And so Candide endures, not because it resolves questions, but because it teaches how to live among them. It offers no salvation, only sanity. It does not end in revelation, but in rest. For listeners drifting through this story, picture the old philosopher standing among rows of vines at Fernie years later. The sun warm, the earth rich, a book in his pocket and laughter in his eyes. Around him, workers prune branches, children chase insects, and he, the once dangerous writer, hums softly to himself. He has cultivated his garden, literally, philosophically, spiritually, not because the world is good, but because it can be. Tended, that is the triumph of Candide, a victory without parade, a wisdom without pride. It is the story of humankind growing older, learning that perfection is a childish dream, and that peace belongs to those who keep working after they stop pretending. As night settles over our journey, the pages of Candide close quietly. no fanfare, no prophecy, only the calm of understanding. From the ruin of optimism, Voltaire built a sanctuary of reason. From the chaos of history, he drew one enduring sentence: we must cultivate our garden. The candlelight fades, leaving the reader, the listener, the dreamer with that single thought, blooming softly in the dark. That freedom begins not with rebellion alone, but with care. And as the ink dries, Voltaire sets aside his quill, ready to turn from ideas to action, from satire to service, from laughter to justice. The storm of Candide has passed. Now the air is still, the field soft beneath the sun. Voltaire, no longer the restless wanderer, begins to live the metaphor he once wrote. He tends a real garden rows of vines and fruit trees near the border. Village of Ferney. Each morning he walks the paths slowly, staff in hand, eyes thoughtful. He watches workers prune and harvest, watches life renew itself through simple effort. Here the philosopher becomes the farmer. Here the dangerous mind finds its peace. Yet what does it mean, this phrase the world now repeats? Il faut cultiver notre jardin. To cultivate, not to conquer. To care, not to command. To choose labor over illusion. For Voltaire, it is both creed and confession. He has spent his life battling superstition, arguing with kings, mocking priests. Now he discovers that wisdom is not only resistance, but reconstruction. The garden is the place where rebellion becomes creation. He writes to friends, explaining his routine. Mornings spent dictating letters, afternoons among trees, evenings at his desk. Visitors expect fiery debates. Instead, they find a calm host, offering fruit from his orchard. Philosophy, he tells them, is digestion. It must take its time. They smile, unsure if he jokes. But he means it literally. Thoughts, like plants, require patience, seasons, repetition. The same soil that grows bitterness can, with care, grow nourishment. To cultivate one's garden is to accept the limits of power. You cannot reform the entire world, but you can improve the ground beneath your feet. Each weed pulled, each seed planted, becomes an act of quiet defiance against despair. The garden is humility made visible. It reminds the thinker that ideas, like crops, thrive only when tended daily. Voltaire had seen too much destruction done in the name of perfection. He believed improvement was enough. Small deeds, multiplied, could equal revolutions. His correspondence shows the rhythm of this conviction. Letters to kings advising tolerance, donations to families ruined by injustice, pamphlets arguing for education and against cruelty. He no longer writes to wound, he writes to heal. He warns his readers not to trust grand theories that promise happiness to all. Beware, he writes, of those who seek to make you better by force. True virtue, he insists, begins in usefulness. Plant something, teach someone, relieve a neighbor's hunger. That is enlightenment more durable than any philosophy. The tone of his late work changes. Where once he laughed sharply, now he smiles gently. He keeps irony, but tempers it with gratitude. He speaks often of work, not ambition's work, but sustenance's work. He sees in labor the rhythm that reconciles body and mind. Work protects from idleness. Idleness breeds fantasy. Fantasy breeds fanaticism. To cultivate one's garden is therefore to cultivate one's sanity. In these years, he transforms Fernie into more than a home. It becomes a symbol. Travelers arrive from across Europe to glimpse the legendary philosopher in his sanctuary. They find him walking with villagers, settling disputes, funding schools. He builds workshops so the poor can earn wages. He pays teachers to educate girls as well as boys. He writes, half amused, that the village once known for ignorance now exports clocks and ideas. Voltaire calls himself the innkeeper of Europe. His house never empties. Princes, poets, refugees, skeptics all pass through. Some expect a profit. They meet a man in a straw hat offering pears. He listens more than he speaks, laughs more than he lectures. He tells them, "My garden is my argument." The example replaces the sermon at night. When the guests sleep, he sits again at his desk. The candlelight touches piles of correspondence. He answers them one by one. Letters about justice, tolerance, war, and faith. He no longer expects quick victories. He has learned that truth travels slower than rumor, but endures longer. He writes, "We must judge progress by the number of children who can read." It is a sentence as humble as it is revolutionary. In the stillness, he reflects on his long path. He remembers the Bastille, the duels, the exile, the applause. He feels no bitterness, only clarity. The struggle has not ended oppression, but it has enlarged thought. He sees that the world changes by increments, not miracles. The philosopher must learn to live inside the unfinished. That is the essence of the garden philosophy, to accept incompleteness without surrendering hope. He explains this to a young visitor, who asks him for the meaning of happiness. Voltaire answers with a story. There was once a man who wanted to change the climate. He shouted at the sky, cursed the rain, prayed for sun. He died before the harvest. His neighbor watered the soil and picked weeds. He lived to eat. The visitor laughs. Voltaire adds softly, "Be the neighbor." Happiness, he says, is the equilibrium between effort and acceptance. Work keeps despair from rotting the heart. Acceptance keeps pride from choking it. The wise man does not demand perfection from the world. He collaborates with it. That collaboration between will and limitation is the true art of living. Voltaire extends this idea beyond the self. Each person's garden totters in others. Communities, nations, civilizations are networks of adjoining plots. When one lies untended, weeds spread to the rest. Therefore justice is not charity, it is maintenance. He urges rulers to care for their people as gardeners care for crops, not with sermons, but with watering cans. He writes essays calling for legal reform, arguing that tolerance is the seed of peace. He exposes cases of injustice with precision, not merely to punish the guilty, but to teach compassion as a civic duty. He becomes, almost without noticing, a statesman of conscience. His words restore the idea that moral improvement is practical. Work as years pass. The garden deepens its symbolism. When he speaks of God, he no longer argues theology. He calls God the great clockmaker, a mind beyond our comprehension, not an authority demanding obedience, but a law of order. He prays by cultivating. He worships through usefulness. He writes, "Labor keeps us from three great evils: boredom, vice, and need." That sentence, like the garden, is plain sturdy, enduring. Through it, Voltaire redefines enlightenment. It is not dazzling revelation. It is steady light sufficient to work by. He tells a correspondent that optimism and pessimism are both escapes. The wise person stands between them, hoe in hand. He believes that the greatest act of faith is persistence. Fernie flourishes. The philosopher's presence turns the village into a beacon. Travelers arrive to thank him for defending victims of injustice. Parents name children after him. He accepts the admiration with gentle irony, reminding them that he, too, is imperfect. When praised for transforming a barren region, he replies, "I merely let people work." It is his final lesson in leadership. Trust the competence of ordinary hands. The garden philosophy grows outward like vines on a wall. It touches economics work as dignity. It touches politics power as stewardship. It touches morality virtue as cultivation. In each case, the metaphor holds. Neglect breeds decay. Attention restores harmony. Voltaire writes that the philosopher who despises manual labor is a fool. He warns against detachment disguised as superiority. To think is divine, he says, but to act is human, and we are not angels. In that humility lies his greatness. He is old now, his hair thin, his body bent, but his eyes still bright. He walks slowly through the orchard each evening, stopping to inspect a bud, a bee, a patch of soil. He tells a companion, "When I plant, I believe in tomorrow." It is perhaps the closest he comes to prayer. Faith, for him, is not hope of heaven, but confidence in sunrise. Sometimes he reflects on those who mocked or punished him. He feels no vengeance. He says, "They helped." May cultivate patience. This gentle irony is his final weapon, a kindness, sharper than any satire. He receives letters from across Europe asking for advice. Most he answers with variations of one theme. Do what good you can where you are. The phrase repeats through his correspondence like heartbeat. It becomes the distilled form of his philosophy, an instruction simple enough for anyone, profound enough for all time. Evenings at Fernie are tranquil. Candles flicker in the windows. The fields breathe quietly. He writes until his hands ache. Then closes his notebook and listens to the crickets. He feels gratitude more than triumph. He has lived long enough to see the seeds of his ideas sprout beyond him. He senses that revolutions of thought move like seasons slow, inevitable, returning. He wonders if future generations will understand that his laughter was love in disguise. He hopes they will remember that to cultivate a garden is to believe in continuity. He smiles at the thought that someday, someone he will never meet might pick fruit from trees he planted. That, he decides, is immortality enough. When visitors later write of meeting him, they describe a man at peace, but never idle. Even in frailty, he debates, jokes, dictates letters. He says, rest is good after work, not instead of it. His mind remains sharp, his humor kind. He repeats his maxim endlessly, aware that repetition is how truth sinks in. Cultivate your garden, cultivate your garden. He knows people crave grandeur, yet he gives them simplicity. He knows they want revelation, yet he gives them routine. He trusts that maturity will make them grateful for both. By the time he nears 80, the world outside Fernie is changing fast. New revolutions stir. New thinkers quote his words. Some interpret them as calls to rebellion, others as calls to reason. He watches from afar, amused and a little weary. He tells a friend, they will improve upon me, or they will not. Either way, the weeds will keep returning. There is no bitterness, only awareness that every age must weed its own soil. He does not live to see how widely his seeds will spread, how future nations will claim his ideas as their foundation, how his insistence on tolerance will shape laws, how his laughter will echo in the concept of human rights. But perhaps he would have shrugged. For him, the reward was always the work itself. As this section draws to its close, picture the old man in his chair at twilight. The sky turns gold, then grey, then deep blue. He looks toward the horizon and whispers a line half to himself. The earth is the only paradise we shall ever know if we learn to care for it. Then he smiles, sets his quill aside, and lets the silence of the garden complete the sentence. The candle fades. Another day ends in the philosophy of freedom transformed into the philosophy of tending. No monuments, no victories, only the simple miracle of things growing. And so we fade with him, into evening light and patient soil, carrying forward the lesson that wisdom is work, and that every mind, every life, is a garden waiting to be cultivated. The garden at Ferney is peaceful, but the world beyond its hedges is not. From across France come stories that disturb Voltaire's quiet mornings, families ruined by prejudice, men condemned without trial, women silenced by superstition. Each new letter reminds him that weeds grow fastest in places untended. He realizes that philosophy, if it stays only among books, becomes decoration. To mean anything, it must act. Thus begins the final transformation of Voltaire, the philosopher. Becomes the warrior. His pen, once playful, now sharpens into an instrument of justice. He will spend the last decades of his life not in contemplation, but in combat, fighting cruelty with words precise enough to cut and measured enough to heal. It begins with a tragedy that echoes through. Europe, the case of Jean Cola is a Protestant merchant from Toulouse, accused of murdering his own son to prevent his conversion to Catholicism. The evidence is thin, the witnesses contradictory, yet the courts, swayed by fanaticism, condemn him. He is tortured, broken on the wheel, and executed. His family is disgraced, his name destroyed. Voltaire hears of it months later. He reads the reports in disbelief, then anger, then purpose. Here, he sees, is everything he has fought in theory, superstition, intolerance, the arrogance of power, compressed into one human catastrophe. The philosopher who once mocked priests now takes up the case like a lawyer for the dead. He writes to ministers, ambassadors, magistrates. He gathers testimony, publishes essays, letters, arguments, not in fury but in relentless clarity. He refuses to let the world look away. For 3 years he works to prove Carla innocent. He appeals to reason, not revenge. Let us not avenge him, he writes. Let us vindicate him. The difference is everything. Vengeance imitates the crime. Justice corrects it. Finally, the pressure becomes too great. In 1765, the verdict is overturned. The king issues an official exoneration. The Colla family is restored to honor. Voltaire weeps quietly when he hears the news. He says, "I am old, but I have seen something good." the victory changes him. He discovers that philosophy need not end in resignation. The garden, it turns out, includes the world beyond the fence. From that moment, he becomes the conscience of Europe. When others suffer injustice, they write to Fernie, knowing the old man will answer. The letters arrive by the hundreds. Cases of torture, false accusation, religious persecution. Voltaire reads them all. He cannot rest. Each one feels personal. He answers with arguments, essays, and petitions, turning public opinion into a force more powerful than decrees. He understands that to change minds, one must move hearts first. He tells stories of victims as if they were neighbors. He describes families ruined, lives ended, and asks readers, "What if this were you?" His tone is never hysterical. It is calm, factual, devastating. He makes empathy logical and reason. Emotional, his next great battle comes with the Savine affair. Another Protestant family accused. Another miscarriage of justice. He fights again tirelessly, methodically until innocence is proved. Then comes the case of the Chevalier de la Barre, a young man executed for failing to salute a religious procession. Voltaire's outrage burns through his letters. So they have cut off a boy's head for singing an irreverent song. He writes, "The true blasphemy is cruelty itself." Each campaign takes years, but he persists. He has become the Enlightenment in motion. His house turns into a court of appeal for all who have none. Farmers arrive at his gate carrying petitions. He feeds them, listens, and sends letters that travel faster than armies. People begin to say that Fernie is more than a villageite, is a tribunal. Some call him the patriarch. He laughs at the title, but fulfills the role. From his desk, he governs nothing and influences everything. The methods he uses are revolutionary. He wields publicity as weapon. He understands that scandal, once illuminated, loses its power. He exposes cruelty not by screaming but by describing it until denial becomes impossible. He turns reason into theatre, making the reading of injustice a moral awakening. In pamphlets, he dissects trials line by line, showing contradictions, mocking absurdities, always ending with a plea for tolerance. He never allows himself to hate. Hatred, he believes, is ignorance reborn. Instead, he uses ridicule to dismantle what others would burn. He writes, "Fanaticism is a monster that dares call itself God." He insists that every faith, every nation, must choose between cruelty and civilization. He calls for the abolition of torture, the protection of minorities, the separation of religion from law. Each idea seems radical, but all spring from one root, the conviction that reason and compassion are the same virtues seen from two sides. The burden of battle weighs on him. At 70, he should rest, but cannot. His body grows frail. His spirit does not. He writes through illness, dictating when he can no longer hold the quill. He jokes that death will find him mid-sentence. He is probably right. Visitors to Fernie describe a paradox, a man physically weak, yet morally immense. They find him surrounded by papers, letters piled like fortifications. Each morning he dictates with the calm of someone long past fear. When asked where he finds strength, he answers, "From injustice. It keeps me alive." He no longer writes for fame or vengeance, but for what he calls the tenderness of reason. He believes the Enlightenment must learn to feel as well as think. Compassion, he says, is the logic of the heart. Through these campaigns, Voltaire reshapes Europe's moral landscape. He proves that public opinion, when informed, can correct courts and kings. He inspires others to write, petition, and protest. What begins as one man's outrage becomes a collective conscience. He calls it progress. Others call it revolution in slow motion. His enemies multiply, but so do his allies. Princes who once banned him now quote him. Young thinkers visit Ferney as if on pilgrimage. They find no mystic, no saint, only a human being who never stopped caring. That, perhaps, is why they trust him. He shows that morality need not require perfection. One can be flawed and still fight for what is right. He writes to a friend, "I am not a good man, only a man who prefers justice to injustice." It is both confession and creed. As the years pass, his campaigns blend together. He becomes less interested in victory than in persistence. He says, "Every time we prevent cruelty, we plant a seed of civilization." He knows some seeds will fail. Still, he plants them. The act itself is the meaning. He often repeats his favorite image. The truth is like a torch, cannot be touched without burning, but it lights the way. He has been burned many times, yet the light remains. In his late letters, fatigue seeps through the wit. He confides to a friend, "My only wish is to see reason have the last word before I have my last breath." It is a prayer disguised as irony. One afternoon, near the end of his life, a visitor asks whether all his battles were worth it. Voltaire looks out the window at his fields, pauses and answers softly, "Look around you. The wheat grows straighter when it is tended." The visitor nods, understanding. Justice, like agriculture, is never finished. It demands constant cultivation. He writes one final appeal on behalf of a prisoner he has never met. He seals it with unsteady hands, smiles, and says, "The garden must never be left alone." That is his final message to the world, that conscience is maintenance, that civilization is continuous care. By the time he is 80, he has become both legend and lesson. Children learn his maxims by heart. Rulers read his essays in secret. He has outlived persecution. The voice once forbidden now shapes law. Yet he remains humble, reminding admirers that truth is older than any author. "I did not invent justice," he says. "I only reminded people it exists." When asked what kept him writing for so long, he replies, "The world kept misbehaving, and then, with a laugh, I could not allow it the last word." As we drift toward the close of this chapter, imagine the old philosopher at dusk, quill resting beside a half-written letter. The window is open, evening air stirs the curtains. Outside, voices of workers returning home. He listens, content. For all the battles, this sound ordinary life continuing is his reward. The warrior for justice has become a guardian of peace. He has learned that righteousness without gentleness hardens into tyranny, that truth without humor dies of solemnity, and that compassion, practiced daily, is the highest form of reason. The candle burns low. He leans back, closes his eyes, and murmurs, "Let us cultivate the garden of justice, for the weeds never rest." And with that thought, we fade into the next part of the journey, a reflection on the age he helped shape, and the enemies his light exposed. The 18th century calls itself an age of light, but the shadows are never far. Every candle burns against darkness. Every idea meets resistance. Voltaire knows this better than anyone. He has lived long enough to see knowledge advance, and ignorance advance beside it. For every mind awakened, another retreats behind dogma. The struggle, he realizes, is not between good and evil, but between curiosity and fear. By now, the world names him a leader of the philosophes, the writers, scientists, and dreamers who believe reason can civilize humankind. Their movement is not an organization, but a conversation, a network of letters stretching from Paris to Berlin, from Geneva to St. Petersburg. They debate, they argue, they contradict, but all share one belief, that light is worth its cost. Voltaire watches this awakening with mixed pride and caution. He knows ideas spread faster than understanding. He warns his friends, let us enlighten, but let us not inflame. For he senses that every philosophy, once simplified, can become a banner for zeal. He has seen how easily reform turns to revenge. The Enlightenment, to him, is not rebellion, is renovation. He does not wish to destroy the old house of faith, only to open its windows. He does not want atheism to replace religion, but tolerance to replace cruelty. He writes, if God did not exist, we should have to invent him. Not as theology, but as irony, a reminder that belief can serve morality only when it ceases to serve oppression. He admires science, but distrusts arrogance. He honors Newton as a saint of reason, but warns that even science, if worshipped, becomes superstition by another name. Reason must remain humble before mystery. That humility is what separates the sage from the fanatic. Voltaire's personal faith is quiet, almost agnostic. He calls himself a deist, believing in a creator who does not govern by miracle. The world, he says, runs on laws. The miracle is the law itself. He prefers the god of geometry to the god of thunder. It is a faith compatible with reason, a reverence without fear. Yet the age is not ready for such balance. Around him, monarchs tremble, priests plot, and revolutionaries sharpen words into weapons. He watches as thinkers younger than himself turn his moderation into militancy. They demand immediate change. He counsels patience. They call him cautious. He calls them reckless. He sees that enlightenment itself has enemies on every side. On one side, the old powers, the church, the court, the censors. On the other, new radicals who mistake destruction for liberty. Both, he says, are blinded by certainty. The true philosopher walks between, trusting in reason and experience, never in slogans. He writes, doubt is uncomfortable, but certainty is ridiculous. That line becomes a shield for generations to come. In it lies his whole method, to live intelligently in a world that resists intelligence. Voltaire studies the history of fanaticism as others study war. He collects examples of intolerance from every religion, not to mock faith, but to remind believers that cruelty wears many names. In his treatise on tolerance, he pleads for conscience without persecution. He writes, it does not require faith to be virtuous, but it requires virtue to make faith harmless. He argues that religion's purpose should be consolation, not control. That prayer means little if it blesses injustice. That salvation, if it exists, must depend more on kindness than on creed. He does not abolish the sacred, he purifies it. For him, the enemy is not belief, but fanaticism, not ignorance, but arrogance. He calls dogma the poison of certainty. His antidote is curiosity. Every question asked in good faith, he insists, is an act of worship. Among the philosophes, Voltaire stands apart. Diderot dreams of universal encyclopedias. Rousseau preaches natural virtue. Montesquieu designs political balance. Voltaire, ever practical, concerns himself with human pain. He measures progress not by theories, but by suffering reduced. Let others speculate, he says. I will prevent one injustice, and it will be enough. His influence spreads beyond literature. Economists quote him, scientists thank him, statesmen read him in secret. Catherine the Great of Russia invites him to court. Frederick of Prussia calls him friend, then rival, then friend again. They correspond for decades, trading philosophy and sarcasm in equal measure. Voltaire enjoys their attention, but never forgets that power flatters to neutralize. He flatters back, but keeps his independence. To kings he offers advice wrapped in wit. To subjects he offers laughter sharp enough to wound without bleeding. He proves that diplomacy and defiance can coexist. His letters are theatre, half flattery, half resistance. They allow him to whisper truths that would be dangerous if shouted. Still, danger finds him. Books banned, plays censored, pamphlets condemned as heresy. He answers each attack not with retreat, but with more writing. He claims that persecution is advertisement. Burn my books, he says, and you light my words anew. In time, his defiance becomes legendary. Young writers adopt his tone, mixing courage with comedy. Voltaire becomes not only a thinker, but a style, a rhythm of irony, a way of being fearless without hatred. But as his fame grows, so does the backlash. Priests accuse him of corrupting youth. Some scholars envy his influence. Even among allies, jealousy breeds suspicion. He endures it with amusement. He says, "To be hated by fools is the beginning of wisdom." The enlightenment he helped ignite becomes a constellation too bright for one man to control. New thinkers push beyond him, toward revolutions he will not live to see. He reads their manifestos and feels both pride and unease. They speak of liberty, equality, fraternity, words that echo his own. But with heat instead of light. He fears that in destroying tyranny, they will forget tolerance. That in freeing themselves from kings, they will enslave themselves to anger. He senses the future approaching with the sound of marching feet. Beware, he writes, of those who burn to reform mankind. They will burn mankind itself. Yet, he does not despair. He believes ideas evolve beyond intention. The philosopher sows, history harvests. He will not live to see how the harvest turns, but he trusts the soil. In these twilight years, Voltaire writes less polemic and more reflection. He returns to themes of aging, forgiveness, and mortality. He asks what the Enlightenment has truly achieved. People think more freely, yes, but do they feel more kindly? Science has advanced, but has wisdom kept pace? He answers himself softly, perhaps progress is not speed, but direction. To move toward reason, however slowly, is already victory. He watches children playing in the streets of Fernie and imagines a world where laughter is safe. That, he decides, is civilization's test, not the splendor of cities, but the peace of ordinary joy. Through all these meditations, his humor never deserts him. He jokes about death, about God, about himself. He says, "I am at the age when one must choose between dying of boredom or dying of something else." Friends call his levity blasphemous. He replies that only despair is sin. His laughter, even now, is service. It keeps fear at bay. He understands that laughter and light share the same property. Both reveal, both comfort, both vanish when forced. That is why he refuses fanaticism on every side. He loves reason too much to make it a religion. Visitors ask him to define enlightenment. He answers without hesitation. It is the habit of judging things by evidence and people by their humanity. That sentence could stand as his epitaph. He sees enlightenment not as knowledge acquired, but as prejudice discarded. It is not a destination, but a discipline, a way of looking without hatred. He warns that light creates shadows. Every new truth exposes new errors. The work of thought, therefore, never ends. He imagines the future continuing this work, generation after generation, each one correcting the last. That image comforts him more than any creed. Late in life, he visits Paris again after decades in exile. The journey is both triumph and temptation. Crowds fill the streets to see him. Theaters perform his plays. Academies welcome him as a hero. He rides through the city as through a living book. Students shout his name. Women throw flowers. Priests mutter prayers he does not need. He bows from his carriage window, smiling faintly. He knows that fame, like faith, is a form of illusion. But he accepts it as one accepts sunlight, brief, warm, undeserved, and gone by evening. That night, in his hotel room, he writes the last words he will ever publish. May all men remember that they are brothers. It is both blessing and warning. It is the enlightenment reduced to a whisper. As this chapter of his life closes, the enemies of light remain, but so do its keepers. The movement he helped shape will survive him and divide without him. Some will turn his moderation into rebellion, some will misquote him to justify cruelty. He cannot prevent it. Ideas, once born, belong to history. Yet he leaves behind a pattern, a method of thought that resists corruption, doubt, humor, patience, and courage. Together, they form an invisible armor, stronger than dogma, lighter than pride. And so, as night settles on the Enlightenment's greatest witness, Voltaire sits once more at his desk. The candle flickers. The pen rests between aging fingers. He writes one last note to a friend. The truth is slow, but it walks. He seals the letter, sets it aside, and listens to the quiet world he helped to free. Outside, the wind stirs his garden. The same garden he once made metaphor now rustles like applause. The philosopher smiles, knowing that the light he tended will wander on without him, fragile, flickering, but alive. And as we fade toward the next part of this journey, the final letters, the final home, the final peace, his words linger softly behind. The more I see of mankind, the more I love my garden. In the century before instant words and glowing screens, letters with a bloodstream of ideas. They carried thought from one solitude to another, stitched together the countenance-hidden conversations, and no one wrote letters like Voltaire. His pen connected kingdoms, scholars, merchants, and friends. He wrote as if correspondence itself were a republic, a nation without borders, ruled only by curiosity. His letters were many things at once: confession, argument, performance, and disguise. Each one revealed a part of him and concealed another. They were the mirror through which Europe saw its conscience. He called them little ambassadors of truth. They carried humor where sermons could not, reason where pamphlets were banned, and compassion where the law was deaf. By the end of his life, he had written more than 20,000. A lifetime of sentences sent across mountains and seas, each one a spark of intellect searching for its match. Through them, Voltaire built the most powerful weapon of the Enlightenment: communication. He understood that wit could cross borders, that armies could not. While census-inspected books and sermons thundered from pulpits, his letters slipped quietly from desk to desk, turning into echoes that could not be contained. He addressed kings as equals, priests as students, friends as partners in the grand experiment of reason. He wrote with grace and danger balanced so delicately that even his enemies could not resist reading him. To Catherine the Great, he offered counsel disguised as flattery. To Frederick the Great, he offered flattery disguised as counsel. Their exchanges reveal a man who could disagree without provoking wrath, a master of tone who never confused humility with submission. He knew that a gentle truth, well-timed, was more revolutionary than any shout. The art of wit, to Voltaire, was not mockery for its own sake. It was the discipline of clarity. To write wittily was to think clearly enough that even the dull would listen. He said, "A witty phrase is a truth smiling." And he smiled often. Among his most dangerous letters were the letters Philosophites, the philosophical letters written after his stay in England. They compared English liberty with French absolutism, English science with French dogma. Each essay was a mirror angled just enough to reflect discomfort. He praised the English Parliament not to glorify Britain, but to embarrass France into thinking. When the book appeared, it exploded like quiet dynamite. Readers laughed first, then realized what they were laughing at. The clergy denounced it. The government banned it. Copies were burned in public squares. Voltaire, from exile, watched the smoke rise and murmured, "Fire purifies my ideas, will be sterilized and reborn." Those letters marked the birth of modern journalism. Fact and opinion fused into art, argument disguised as conversation. Voltaire had discovered that information, when made elegant, could move faster than authority could suppress it. What made him truly dangerous was accessibility. He wrote not for academies, but for anyone who could read. He refused the obscurity of scholars, believing that knowledge locked in jargon was as useless as treasure buried in stone. He wanted light to reach kitchens and workshops. His enemies called him vulgar. He took it as praise. "Let us be clear," he said, "so that clarity itself becomes contagious." He believed that reason must be shared to survive. An enlightened few accomplish little. An enlightened many transform the world. So he simplified without betraying depth. He laughed in sentences short enough for memory. He quoted himself before others could misquote him. And always he wrote as if speaking to one attentive mind, the reader alone at night, candle burning, low, heart open to thought. Voltaire's wit served not only philosophy but humanity. He used humor to comfort the afflicted, to reassure them that laughter need not vanish in suffering. In letters to grieving friends, he writes not of theology, but of endurance. He tells one widow, "Your tears are proof of love, and love is proof of life. Therefore, you honor the dead by living kindly." To another, he writes, "We cannot choose our tragedies, but we can refuse to be their accomplices." His compassion is always practical, never sentimental. He treats sorrow as he treats tyranny, something to resist through clarity. He once advised a friend tormented by doubt, "Do not be ashamed of uncertainty. It is the first step of reason, and the last of pride." These lines, written for one person, would later circulate through Europe as anonymous wisdom. Every letter he sent risked interception. So he developed a style of subtlety. Jokes within jokes, meanings within meanings. Censors could not punish what they failed to understand. His metaphors became armor, his laughter camouflage. He sometimes used pseudonyms or fictional editors. One pamphlet would quote another that did not exist. One character would contradict another, so that blame dissolved in ambiguity. It was a chess game of intellect and survival. He loved it, not for deceit's sake, but for the elegance of evasion. Yet he never hid completely. He wanted his opponents to know that behind the masks was always the same smile. He wrote, "They will never catch me, for I run faster than their anger." And he did through wit, through mobility, through sheer endurance, the charm of his letters lay not only in ideas but in tone. He wrote as if speaking softly across a table, never as a lecturer above a podium. He replaced dogma with dialogue. Even when he corrected, he invited. Even when he mocked, he included. He used humor to level the field between philosopher and reader. To a young writer, he advised, "Do not preach, converse." To another, "Truth enters through the ear that laughter has opened." He believed that reform achieved through conversation endures longer than reform achieved through coercion, because conversation, unlike conquest, preserves dignity on both sides. This is why his letters outlasted his polemics. While essays grow dated, letters preserve tone, the texture of living thought. They reveal a mind in motion rather than a monument. Some of his finest insights hide in casual sentences. To a mathematician he writes, "Precision is the politeness of thinkers." To a soldier, courage without reason is a wild dog. To a poet, the rhythm of a verse is the rhythm of breathing. If it stops, so does the reader. He could be teacher, friend, and provocateur in the same paragraph. He turned correspondence into mentorship on a continental scale. Many of his recipients never met him, yet felt they knew him intimately. He belonged to them, not as idol, but as companion in the art of questioning. He gave them permission to think aloud, and that permission, granted quietly through envelopes, became one of the most subversive acts of his century. The tone of his letters also reveals a paradox. For all his attacks on hypocrisy, Voltaire loved the theatre of life. He enjoyed playing roles: courtier, rebel, sage, comedian. He believed irony was not deceit but perspective. It allowed him to see both sides of truth at once. Seriousness, he said, is the refuge of the mediocre. Yet his laughter always served. Sincerity. He joked, only to expose what people took too seriously. In his later years, the letters mellow. He no longer fights with everyone. He chooses his battles with care. He praises young thinkers, encourages women, writers, and debates priests who have learned, finally, to answer with civility. The age has changed, partly because he forced it to. But not all his correspondence is gentle. Sometimes the old fire returns. When he reads of injustice, the sentences sharpen instantly. He writes to a bishop defending intolerance. If you wish to serve God, begin by making men less miserable. He writes to a minister who excuses censorship. Do you fear words? Then you have already lost. Even at 80, his pen still carries the precision of outrage. He signs each letter not as philosopher or noble, but simply Voltaire, cultivator of Ferney. That title, half humorous, becomes his signature philosophy. Cultivator, one who tends the soil, the mind, the human conscience. It replaces all other honors. Through these letters, Europe learns to think aloud. They form the nervous system of the Enlightenment, carrying shock, sympathy, and stimulation across distance. Voltaire teaches that conversation itself is civilization. That where people exchange words, they are less likely to exchange blows. His wit softens disagreement into curiosity. He makes the act of correspondence a moral duty. He writes, "To answer is to exist." He means that silence is complicity, and that every reply, even in disagreement, keeps reason alive. He anticipates the future without knowing it, a world connected by voices instead of chains, a world where words travel faster than armies. In his letters lie the first architecture of modern dialogue, toward the end. As his strength fades, he writes fewer lines, but with more tenderness. He thanks his correspondents for keeping him alive in spirit. He writes, "When I can no longer travel, my words walk for me." He feels the limits of his body, but not of his reach. Every sealed envelope carries another fragment of his immortality. In one of his last letters, he muses, "I have spent my life fighting foolishness, and I see that it is immortal. But perhaps, if it never dies, neither will laughter." That single line could stand as the motto of his age. He does not expect victory. He expects continuity. And that expectation, humble and steadfast, is the true essence of enlightenment. When he dies, his letters remain in drawers, trunks, pockets. They circulate slowly, outliving censorship, outliving even the revolutions they inspired. Future generations will piece them together and find not a hero, but a human voice, curious, weary, amused, alive. They will see that his greatest creation was not a book or a theory, but the habit of correspondence itself, the ongoing dialogue. Between minds seeking clarity, Voltaire's wit was dangerous because it proved that truth need not be solemn to be powerful. A joke, sincerely meant, could loosen the grip of tyranny. A letter, honestly written, could change a world one reader at a time. As this section fades to its quiet close, imagine him once more at his desk, the quill moving slowly across parchment. He signs his name, folds the sheet, and presses wax upon it. The candlelight flickers on his face. He smiles, not triumphant, but content. He has learned that words, like seeds, find their soil in distant minds. And somewhere, perhaps tonight, someone will open a letter and feel a sudden lightness of thought, a quiet rebellion, a smile at the edge of revelation. That is how enlightenment travels, not by decree, but by correspondence, and in the hush that follows, his voice drifts on, patient and amused, to whisper through centuries, still teaching us to think, still reminding us to laugh, and still daring us to tell the truth gently. By now the world has changed, and Voltaire with it. He has written his way through prisons, courts, and revolutions of thought. He has outlived kings, outargued bishops, outlasted his enemies, and yet he remains what he was at the beginning. A man in search of a place where he can think freely, live honestly, and write without fear. That place will be Ferney, a small estate near the French-Swiss border, a frontier between nations, between safety and danger, between silence and speech. It is fitting that his final home lies between worlds, for Voltaire himself has always lived there, half rebel, half diplomat, half jester, half judge. He arrives in Ferney in 1758, an old man in years, though not in energy. The journey has taken him through exiles in England, Geneva, and Lorraine, each offering temporary shelter, but never rest. He has been a guest of princes, a fugitive of priests, a man too free for any government's comfort. Ferney is his compromise with fate. A place close enough to France to matter, but far enough from Paris to survive. The land is wild when he buys it. A handful of peasants tilt thin soil under mountain winds. The houses lean with age. The fields produce little. Voltaire sees not poverty but potential. He looks at the valley and imagines a living philosophy, a village where work, knowledge, and tolerance could coexist. He begins to build. He renovates the manor, plants orchards, digs wells, hires masons and carpenters. Soon the sound of hammers replaces the silence of neglect. Ferney becomes a construction site for reason. Voltaire walks among the workers, sleeves rolled, discussing both measurements and metaphysics. He tells them, "We shall cultivate, and therefore we shall live." They laugh, thinking it jest, but he means it with sacred seriousness. Word spreads that the great philosopher has settled near the border. Visitors begin to arrive, refugees, scholars, merchants, dreamers. Some come seeking wisdom, others protection. They find both. Voltaire's home becomes a sanctuary without formal walls. Catholics and Protestants live side by side under his roof. He insists they share meals, arguing that reason requires no uniform creed. He builds a chapel, and above its entrance carves an inscription that confuses authorities. Dio rerexit Voltaire to God. Voltaire built this. It is part devotion, part joke, part defiance. The message is clear. A man may believe in God without belonging to any church. The local bishop protests. Voltaire replies politely, saying that charity is better theology than quarrel. He continues his work, turning Ferney into a model of peaceful productivity. Within a decade, the barren village becomes prosperous. He introduces better farming methods, founds a watchmaking workshop, brings in teachers and artisans. He ensures the poor are paid fairly, that the children learn letters as well as trades. He pays for dowries, repairs roads, funds hospitals. Ferney becomes known as the city of Voltaire. Travelers marvel at its order and civility. When asked why he invests so much in a small village, he answers, because the world begins. Wherever we stand, that is the garden philosophy made flesh. What he once wrote in satire, he now lives in practice. Fernie is not only refuge, it is proof, a demonstration that enlightenment, applied patiently, can feed the hungry and calm the fearful. The house itself becomes legendary. Guests come from all corners of Europe. They find a host both humble and theatrical, a man who can quote Latin one moment and gossip about local harvests the next. He delights in conversation more than ceremony. The dining room becomes his new salon. Each meal a symposium, each guest both student and teacher. He listens intently to stories, asks questions that turn anecdotes into parables. He laughs easily, yet beneath the humor lies purpose. He tests ideas the way farmers test soil, by seeing what grows. He writes less now, but what he writes carries the weight of distillation. Each letter, each essay, feels like a seed packed with seasons of experience. Despite the peace of Fernie, controversy finds him still. The church denounces him anew for his epitaph to reason. Critics call him a hypocrite for his wealth, as if comfort disqualified conscience. He answers with the same composure as always. Let them shout. The more noise they make, the less harm they do. Even kings tread carefully around him now. They need his approval as much as they once feared his scorn. Frederick of Prussia still writes, sometimes flatteringly, sometimes bitterly. Their friendship has cooled, but not died. Voltaire answers courteously, always returning to the same theme, that wisdom is better than power, because wisdom needs no guards. He corresponds with Catherine the Great, sending advice on law, education, and tolerance. She admires him enough to call him the teacher of Europe. He replies, half amused, I am but a student who never stops asking questions. Fernie becomes both fortress and lighthouse. From its quiet hills, Voltaire watches the world evolve. He sees revolutions stirring in America, reforms rising in France. He senses the tremor of an era ending. He is too old to travel, yet his words move faster than any courier. Visitors describe him as radiant in his frailty thin, pale, but glowing with vitality of mind. He speaks of the past with affection, of the future with curiosity, of himself with irony. He refuses to be solemn, saying, one must die as one has lived amused. In those twilight years, he becomes philosopher, mayor, and father to his villagers. When disputes arise, they come to him. He listens, decides, and often pays from his own purse to settle matters. He prefers peace to principle, because peace feeds more people. He writes that governments could learn from gardeners, remove weeds, but never the roots of life. It is both agricultural and political advice. When winter settles on Fernie, he spends evenings near the fire reading letters. He comments aloud to himself, sometimes laughing, sometimes sighing. He keeps one letter from an old friend pinned above his desk as simple line, "You have made thought humane." He reads it often, as if reminding himself that enlightenment is not about brightness, but warmth. In these moments, he feels gratitude rather than pride. He knows that the ideas he helped nurture will outlive him and grow in unpredictable ways. He no longer worries about credit, only continuity. He says, truth does not need heirs, only witnesses. The seasons turn gently. He watches snow cover the garden, then melt into new green. The rhythm comforts him. Life, he realizes, repeats itself, not as punishment, but as promise. Every return of spring is proof that labor was not wasted. Friends who visit in those final years describe the same scene. Voltaire sitting by a window, a quill in one hand, a basket of fruit beside him. He offers pears, stories, and questions. Always questions. Are we better? He asks one evening. Not perfect, just better. The visitor hesitates. Voltaire smiles. That hesitation, he says, is honesty. Keep it. Fernie becomes his metaphor for the human condition in imperfect paradise maintained by imperfect hands. He writes that civilization is a garden under siege by weeds. Weeds will always return. The task is to keep them manageable. He has no illusions of final victory, only faith in the daily act of care. He reminds his villagers that thinking is also cultivation. He funds a small school, teaches arithmetic and reading, believing ignorance is the root weed of them all. When someone thanks him, he replies, "Do not thank me. Thank the idea of progress, it belongs to everyone." He continues to write letters late into the night, his sentences shorter now, but no less clear. He ends one with, "My body sleeps, my mind keeps gardening." It is both metaphor and fact. As he grows weaker, Paris calls to him once more. Friends urge him to return, to receive the adoration he has long been denied. For years he refuses. Then, one spring morning in 1778, he decides to go. "I shall see my children once more," he says, meaning his readers. The journey is slow, but when he enters the city, it feels like history itself coming home. Crowds gather, shouting his name. The theater dedicates a performance to him. The streets bloom with applause. He bows, weary but smiling. After decades of exile, Paris has become the world he imagined, a city daring to think aloud. He stays only a few weeks. The excitement exhausts him. One night he whispers to a friend, "I die loving God, cherishing my friends, not hating my enemies, and detesting superstition." Then he sleeps. They bury him in secret, for the church still fears his presence even in death. But fear cannot silence affection. Years later, the revolution will carry his remains to the Pantheon, where crowds will chant his name and call him the soul of France. Fernie, meanwhile, remains. The gardens continue to bloom, the workshops hum, the schools teach. His villagers keep a chair for him at the table and say, "He is not gone. He is working elsewhere." And so, as we leave this quiet refuge, picture the estate at dusk, the air cool, the fields golden. A single lamp glows in the study window. Inside, an empty chair, a quill resting in its holder, the scent of parchment. An ink still fresh dot outside. The garden hums with life bees moving between blossoms, branches stirring in gentle wind. Everything continues, as it always does, as he always hoped it would. The man is gone, but his refuge remains, a living symbol of reason's patience. Proof that thought, when rooted in kindness, can become a home. And from that quiet place between nations, between faith and doubt, between laughter and truth, Voltaire's voice still carries, soft but unending. Cultivate your garden. It is the only world that will ever belong to you. The year is 1778. Voltaire is 83 years old, thin as parchment and just as full of words. He has lived through a century that feared him, mocked him, and finally learned to listen. Now, after 27 years away, he returns to Paris, the city that once imprisoned him, the city that now greets him as a prophet returned from exile. He travels slowly, stopping in villages along the road. Everywhere, crowds gather. Farmers, students, merchants-people who had never read a line of his work line the streets to see the face that had argued with kings. They call his name not as a philosopher, but as a friend. Some kneel, others laugh, and he, amused, waves them to their feet. He whispers to his companion, "When I left, they cursed me. Now they cheer." It seems success is simply exile that lasted long enough. When he enters Paris, the city erupts. The noise is overwhelming, the cheers rising from every quarter like the sound of an awakening. Windows blaze with candles. Carriages follow his coach through the streets. The Academy welcomes him as a returning patriarch. Theatres perform his plays to standing ovations. Crowds wait outside his lodging just to catch a glimpse of him. He bows from the balcony, thin and radiant, eyes gleaming with both exhaustion and disbelief. He has outlived all who condemned him. He has outlasted every threat. In that moment, the philosopher becomes a legend made flesh. The applause seems endless, but beneath it he hears something deeper, the murmur of a century closing behind him. He senses that he has become the bridge between worlds, the old of kings and creeds, and the new of liberty and reason. He knows bridges do not last forever, but while they stand, they carry everything across. During those weeks in Paris, he lives as if the years have rolled away. Visitors crowd his rooms from dawn to nightfall. He speaks, jokes, argues, blesses. Students ask for guidance. Nobles beg for wit. Painters sketch him, poets quote him, and children recite his aphorisms like prayers. He laughs softly at the irony that after a lifetime of being too dangerous to print, he has become the safest symbol of intellect the world can offer. Yet even as he enjoys the adoration, he feels its fragility. He tells a friend they applaud ideas they have not yet understood. When they begin to understand them, they will tremble again. He knows popularity is not proof of progress. Still, he accepts it with grace. To deny joy, even temporary, would be ungrateful. He spends his last nights attending the theatre. The audience rises when he enters. Actors stop mid-performance too. Bow. He bows back, smiling faintly. A physician warns him that the excitement will kill him. Voltaire replies, "Then let me die," applauded. The exhaustion does come. After so many years of surviving persecution, his body cannot withstand celebration. He grows weak, though his mind remains clear. Friends gather around his bed. Priests send polite invitations for confession. He declines gently. "I have nothing to confess except curiosity," he says. He insists on reason, even in farewell. He murmurs, "I am tired of hearing people ask for miracles. It is miracle enough that we are alive." One night, sensing the end near, he dictates his final statement. "I die loving God, cherishing my friends, not hating my enemies, and detesting superstition." Then he adds, smiling, "Now leave me to die in peace. Do not make a ceremony." Of it, a few hours later, in quiet sleep, he does Paris mourns and celebrates at once. The church refuses him burial in consecrated ground. The people ignore the refusal. Friends smuggle his body by night to a monastery near Troyes. where he is laid to rest secretly. As if even death feared his voice might rise again, but silence will not hold him. 11 years later, after the storm of revolution, France reclaims him publicly. The revolution's leaders, believing themselves heirs to his pen, order his remains carried to the Pantheon, the temple of the nations great. The procession is immense. Tens of thousands follow the coffin through streets lined with banners. Inscribed on the side, he gave mankind the spirit of liberty. Some weep, some sing, some carry candles, and above them all, the bells ring not for religion, but for reason. His body, once smuggled in secret, now rests beneath marble open to the sky. The irony would have delighted him. His legacy, however, is not stone but atmosphere. It lives in the habits of thought he made possible. Before him, people asked, "What must I believe?" After him, they began to ask, "What can I know?" Their change subtle, immense reshaped civilization. He did not invent the Enlightenment. He embodied its temperament, curiosity without cruelty, courage without hatred, and the refusal to take oneself too seriously. He left behind no disciples, only readers, millions of them. His influence moved through institutions he never trusted. Through revolutions he never joined, through laws he never wrote. It became invisible, as air becomes invisible once everyone breathes it. Philosophers debated his theology. Politicians quoted his wit. Common people remembered his laughter. He became a presence rather than a person, a whisper reminding each generation that reason is not cold, that truth need not shout, and that progress begins with a question. The paradox of his life endures. He mocked power yet advised rulers. He doubted God yet prayed in labor. He lived for peace yet fought endlessly. Through contradiction, he remained coherent, because his loyalty was never to systems but to conscience. He believed that the mind, like the world, must be cultivated daily. His garden was never perfect, but it was alive. In every age since, his name reappears whenever freedom trembles. Whenever censorship returns, someone quotes him. Whenever fanaticism spreads, someone reads him again. He becomes the eternal companion of rebellion tempered by thought. His laughter echoes in courtrooms, classrooms, and cafes. It is the laughter of a man who has seen folly and forgiven it. The laughter that clears the air before dawn. Centuries later, the philosopher remains modern. His ideas anticipate the rhythm of the digital age, fast, witty, skeptical, global. He would have loved this world of endless conversation and feared it equally. He would have warned us that speed without reflection turns communication into noise, that enlightenment must keep pace with invention. He would have told us, as he told his own century, to be skeptical not of truth, but of those who claim to own it. His garden survives now as metaphor. We cultivate it each time we choose understanding over outrage, dialogue over dogma, kindness over pride. Every act of patience continues his work. Every question asked in good faith extends his light another generation. That is his real immortality, not a statue, not a book, but the rhythm of thinking that refuses to stop. If you walk today through the Pantheon in Paris, past marble heroes and carved prayers, you may see his tomb bathed in quiet light. Visitors stand in silence, reading the inscription. Poet, historian, philosopher, he prepared us to be free. Some smile, some nod, some simply linger. They may not realize it, but in that silence, they are participating in his last request to think for themselves. And somewhere beyond stone and centuries, one can almost hear the faintest echo of his voice, still curious, still amused, still whispering to all who would listen, "Cultivate your garden. Speak gently, but speak. And if you must fight, fight only with reason." The applause of his final return never truly ended. It continues quietly each time a person questions fear, each time laughter survives injustice, each time a mind opens. Instead of closing, that, more than any revolution, is Voltaire's victory. And so the story closes as it began, with a man and a pen. A cell replaced by a study, darkness replaced by dawn. He left the world no perfect system, only a method of courage, to live with light enough to see, and humility enough to doubt. The candle burns low once more. Ink dries on the page. The philosopher rests, his words still moving quietly through time. A reminder that freedom is never granted once, but cultivated forever. The story of Voltaire ends, but his invitation does not. Each generation inherits the same question. What does it mean to cultivate our garden today in this restless century of ours? The words sound simple, almost quaint, yet within them lies an entire philosophy of survival. It is not about literal soil alone. It is about the peace of the world that each of us can tend, the small circle of influence where care still matters. It is the idea that improvement, not perfection, is the real work of a lifetime. Voltaire's garden was once a patch of land at Ferney. Ours may be a household, a classroom, an online conversation, a business built with integrity, or simply a quiet discipline of attention in a noisy world. Every place where effort meets patience is a continuation of that same enlightenment. We live in a time flooded with light screens, information, opinions, and yet so much of it blinds rather than illuminates. Voltaire would recognize this paradox immediately. He would remind us that light without clarity becomes glare, that knowledge without perspective becomes confusion. He would tell us that the gardener's task is not to own the sun, but to guide its warmth to what needs it most. He would ask, "Are you cultivating your mind, or merely consuming?" For him, thought was labor, low, methodical, honest. It required weeding out prejudice, watering compassion, letting humility breathe between rows of certainty. He would insist that wisdom still begins when noise ends in silence long enough. To hear one's own reason, to cultivate our gardens today, is to resist despair. Every age believes itself in crisis, but perhaps what changes is only the form of distraction. In Voltaire's time, tyranny wore robes and crowns. In ours, it often wears exhaustion. We hurry from task to task, forgetting that the gardener's greatest strength is patience. He would tell us, "Slow down. Do not wait for utopia or collapse. Attend to the ground beneath your feet. The weeds of ignorance, cruelty, and apathy are easier to pull when they are small. Neglect them, and they become forests." He would smile at our technology, marvel at our tools, and then ask the same question he asked of kings: to what end? For him, progress was never a matter of invention alone, but of intention. A machine is neutral, only its use has morality. To cultivate is to choose purpose over power. Voltaire's voice would fit naturally in this century of argument. He would scroll, observe, and laugh softly. He would see crowds proclaiming certainty in every direction, each shouting that they alone have truth. He would remind them that shouting is not proof. He would write a sentence short enough for our attention span and sharp enough to cut through the noise. Those who think alike are not necessarily thinking. He would ask us to bring humor back to discourse, to argue as gardeners debate, whether with passion, yes, but also acceptance of limits. For a reason, like the seasons, thrives on cycles of growth and rest. We must plant ideas, knowing some will fail. Failure, to Voltaire, was never disgrace. It was compost future nourishment for better thought. To cultivate our gardens today also means courage. Freedom of speech remains fragile, threatened not only by laws but by indifference. He would tell us that silence, even when born of fatigue, feeds the roots of tyranny. He would not demand constant rebellion, only honest participation, the willingness to speak gently but persistently. He believed persuasion begins not with shouting but with listening. Speak, he might say, as if your opponent could. Be your neighbor tomorrow. He would urge us to defend reason without cruelty. The enemy is not the believer or the skeptic, but the arrogance that refuses to learn. Tolerance, he wrote, is not weakness. It is the recognition that all of us are fragile in different ways. In a world divided by ideology, his garden remains open ground. Perhaps most of all, he would remind us to find happiness not in theories, but in usefulness. He once wrote that work protects us from boredom, vice, and need. That still holds. 2. Create, repair, teach, or help. These are acts of faith in the human project. They are how we turn thought into life. Voltaire never trusted purity. He trusted improvement. He knew perfection is a mirage that leads to cruelty. Better, he said, to do small good daily than to dream of grand goodness deferred forever. The gardener's joy lies in tending, not in finishing. When we look around at the scale of modern problems, climate, injustice, confusion, his philosophy may seem too small. What can a garden do against a storm? But he would answer, the storm does not last forever, the garden does. He believed in endurance over spectacle. Every era that forgets moderation, he warned, must relearn it through pain. The cultivation of one plot, one mind, creates ripples across generations. The person who teaches a child to think plants trees that will shade strangers. The worker who insists on fairness waters roots that feed unseen futures. Such acts are not dramatic, but they are the foundation of civilization. Voltaire would also remind us of humor's sacred place. He knew laughter is not escapism, but oxygen. To laugh at folly is to deny its authority. To laugh at oneself is to remain free from vanity. He would tell us that solemnity has ruined as many nations as sin, when we can still smile at absurdity. We prove that reason is alive. He would not ask us to be saints, only to be awake. He would forgive our contradictions as he forgave his own. He would say that doubt, properly tended, bears the fruit of humility. And humility is the soil in which wisdom grows, as the night deepens. Imagine sitting in that old garden of Fernie, the air cool, the leaves whispering. You can almost hear the faint scratch of a quill, the sound of a chair creaking, the voice of an old man smiling as he writes, "Let us cultivate our gardens." He meant it literally, and he meant it for eternity. It is not instruction, but reassurance, that goodness is still possible, that effort still matters, that the world, for all its noise, is still capable of being tended. We cultivate our gardens. When we study instead of scroll, when we build instead of complain, when we forgive instead of argue for sport. We cultivate them when we plant trees we will never see mature, when we mend a friendship instead of winning an argument, when we leave a space more peaceful than we found it. These small actions, multiplied silently, are what keep civilization breathing. He would call this the arithmetic of kindness. No sermon, no ideology, just numbers that add up over time. 1,000 tiny efforts outweigh a single grand declaration. Every thoughtful person becomes a gardener of their own era. In the end, cultivating our gardens today is nothing more and nothing less than remembering that freedom is a form of responsibility. To think clearly, to speak honestly, to act usefully, to rest without surrendering curiosity. These are the tools of the gardener's trade. Voltaire's life taught that the battle for reason is not fought once. It is maintained every sunrise. He gave us not conclusions, but habits. He did not ask us to worship his name, but to continue his work. As this journey draws to its quiet close, imagine returning from the vastness of history to your own small garden. It may be literal or invisible, a piece of mind or earth or duty. Look at it the way he would, without cynicism, without illusion, but with care. The weeds will always be there. So will the light. He would wish you not perfection, but persistence. He would remind you that every moment of clear thought, every act of kindness, every refusal to hate is another stroke of cultivation. He would leave you with a final whisper, gentle, practical, eternal. Do not wait for the world to be wise. Begin with your garden. Plant reason, water compassion, harvest peace. And as those words settle, the garden fades into stillness, the air filled with quiet breathing, the night deep but kind. Another century sleeps, and the light of reason, small yet steady, continues to burn. A simple question exposes every lie you've ever been told, every manipulation, every excuse for cruelty dressed up as necessity. The question is 300 years old, but the powerful still fear it. Because once you learn to ask it, you become impossible to deceive. This is the story of Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, and why it remains the most dangerous idea in philosophy. For centuries, human beings have justified terrible actions with reasonable-sounding explanations. Everyone does it. The ends justify the means. It's just business. You have to break a few eggs to make an omelette. These phrases roll off tongues in boardrooms, courtrooms, and living rooms around the world. They sound pragmatic, sophisticated, realistic. But in 1785, a German philosopher in the small city of Kingsburg discovered something extraordinary. He found a test that exposes every one of these justifications as empty rationalization. A single principle that reveals why certain actions are wrong, not because they produce bad outcomes, not because society disapproves, but because they violate something fundamental about what it means to be human. Before we understand why Kant's principle is so powerful, we need to understand the problem it solves. And that problem is as old as human civilization itself. Imagine a world where Everyone truly believed that morality was simply a matter of personal opinion, where right and wrong carried no more weight than preferences about food or music, where murder is wrong had the same logical status as I don't like cilantro. This might sound liberating, at first complete moral freedom. No judgments, everyone doing their own thing, but think it through. Really think it through. In such a world, when someone steals from you, you cannot say they did something wrong. You can only say you didn't like it. When they respond, well, I believe stealing is fine, you have no ground to stand on. Your dislike of theft is just your opinion. Their approval of theft is just theirs. There's no fact of the matter, no truth to discover. Just competing preferences with equal validity. The same logic applies to everything. Deception, betrayal, violence, cruelty. If morality is merely subjective, then the person who enjoys inflicting suffering is not mistaken about anything. They simply have different tastes than you do. Calling them immoral would be like a person who enjoys spicy food telling someone who prefers mild food that they're wrong. It's a category error. This isn't a hypothetical problem. Throughout history, this view, called it moral relativism or moral subjectivism, has tempted thoughtful people precisely because it seems to avoid dogmatism and allow for tolerance. Who are we to impose our values on others? Shouldn't everyone be free to choose their own moral framework? But notice what happens when you actually try to live this way. You cannot. When you witness genuine injustice, a child being abused, an innocent person being framed for a crime, a vulnerable person being exploited, something in you rebels against the idea that this is merely a matter of opinion. You don't think, well, I personally dislike child abuse, but the abuser has their own valid perspective. You recognize immediately and with certainty that something objectively wrong is occurring, that the perpetrator is not simply expressing a different preference, but violating something real. This recognition reveals that we don't actually believe morality is subjective, even if we sometimes claim to. Our moral intuitions run deeper than taste preferences. They present themselves as truths about the world, not just facts about our psychology. But if morality isn't subjective, what is it? Where do moral truths come from? How do we discover them? And most importantly, how do we distinguish genuine moral principles from the endless rationalizations people offer for their selfish behavior? This is where the chaos enters. Because while everyone agrees that something like morality exists, they disagree violently about its content and foundation. Some point to religion. God commands certain actions and forbids others. But which religion? Which interpretation? And what about people who don't believe in any gods? Are they simply amoral? Others point to nature. We should do what's natural, follow our evolved instincts, recognize that humans are fundamentally self-interested animals. But this leads immediately to the problem that many natural impulses, aggression, dominance, tribalism, seem morally horrifying when examined closely. If we should follow nature, why shouldn't the strong dominate the weak? That's natural too. Still others point to consequences. An action is right if it produces good outcomes, wrong if it produces bad ones. This sounds reasonable until you start asking questions. Good outcomes? For whom? Over what time horizon? And who decides what counts as good? One person's benefit is often another person's harm. The landscape of moral philosophy before Kant was a battlefield of competing theories, each claiming to have found the foundation of ethics, each vulnerable to devastating objections. Religious ethics required faith in specific doctrines that not everyone shared. Natural law theories struggled to derive aught from is. Just because something is natural doesn't make it right. Consequentialist approaches led to counterintuitive conclusions where terrible acts could be justified if they produced enough benefit. Meanwhile, in everyday life, people offered an endless parade of justifications for questionable behavior. The merchant who cheated customers claimed, "Everyone does it, I'd be a fool not to." The official who accepted bribes argued, "The system is corrupt anyway, my personal integrity won't change that." The person who betrayed a confidence insisted, "I did it for their own good." Each excuse had a kind of surface plausibility. Each gestured toward some broader principle. But underneath, thinking people could sense something hollow. These weren't genuine moral reasoning. They were clever ways of giving yourself permission to do what you wanted anyway. This was the philosophical landscape when Kant began his work. A chaos of competing theories, none fully satisfying. A world where people knew moral truth existed but couldn't quite pin down what it was or where it came from. A situation where the clever could always find some justification for their actions. However terrible, Kant recognized that this problem wasn't just academic. It was existential. If human beings cannot distinguish genuine moral principles from sophisticated rationalization, then morality becomes nothing more than a word game. The person with the cleverest argument wins, regardless of whether their right, might makes right, or at least eloquence makes right. But Kant also recognized something else, something that would lead to his breakthrough. He saw that despite all their disagreements about the content of morality, almost everyone agreed on something fundamental. When we make moral judgments, we claim they're universal. When you say lying is wrong, you don't just mean I personally dislike lying. You mean that lying is wrong for anyone in relevantly similar circumstances. You're making a claim about reality, not just reporting your feelings. This universality is built into the very concept of moral judgment. It's what distinguishes saying murder is wrong from saying I don't like asparagus. The latter is explicitly about me and my preferences. The former is about everyone, a claim that holds regardless of what any individual thinks or feels. And this universality, Kant realized, was the key to everything. Immanuel Kant was 57 years old when he published the groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals in 1785. He had spent decades thinking about the nature of knowledge, reality, and human reason. His previous work, The Critique of Pure Reason, had revolutionized epistemology by showing how the human mind actively structures experience rather than passively. Receiving it, now he turned his revolutionary method to ethics, and what he had discovered would change moral philosophy forever. Kant's breakthrough came from a simple observation about what we actually mean when we make moral judgments. Not what we should mean, not what would be convenient or useful to mean, but what we actually, inevitably do mean whenever we use moral language. When someone says, "You shouldn't have lied to me," they're not making a prediction about consequences. They're not saying, "Lying to me produced outcomes I dislike." They're saying something much stronger. Lying was wrong. You had an obligation not to do it. This obligation existed before you lied, would have existed even if I never found out, and would exist for anyone else in similar circumstances. This is a very specific kind of claim. Its categorical meaning, it applies regardless of what anyone wants or desires. It's not conditional on achieving some goal. It's not hypothetical. It's simply binding. Think about the difference. When someone says, if you want to get good grades, you should study, that's a hypothetical imperative. The should is conditional on you wanting good grades. If you don't care about grades, the imperative loses its force. But when someone says, you should keep your promises, they're not conditioning the obligation on whether you happen to want to keep promises. They're saying you're bound to keep them whether you want to or not. That's a categorical imperative, a command that applies to you simply because you're a rational being. Regardless of your personal goals or desires, this distinction might seem subtle, but it's revolutionary. Because once you see it, you realize that most attempted justifications for immoral behavior try to smuggle hypothetical imperatives into places where only categorical ones belong. When someone says, I had to lie because I wanted to avoid conflict, they're treating morality as hypothetically, if you want to avoid conflict, then lying is acceptable. But that's not how morality actually works. The wrongness of lying doesn't depend on whether avoiding conflict is your goal. It's wrong categorically, regardless of what you want. Kant saw that moral obligations had to be categorical, or they weren't really moral obligations at all. They would just be strategic advice dressed up in ethical language. But this raised an even deeper question. Where do categorical imperatives come from? What gives them their binding force? Previous philosophers had offered various answers. Divine command, God makes them binding. Natural law, they're written into the fabric of reality. Social contract, we all agree to follow them. But each answer had problems. If categorical imperatives come from God, then non-believers have no reason to follow them. If they come from nature, we're back to the problem of deriving ought from is. If they come from social agreement, then they're not really categorical, they're conditional on the agreement. Holding Kant's answer was startling in its elegance. Categorical imperatives don't come from anything outside human reason. They emerge from the nature of rational agency itself. Here's how the argument works. When you act, you always act according to some principle or maxim. This isn't something you can avoid. Even seemingly random or impulsive actions are based on implicit principles. I'll do whatever feels good in the moment. Or I'll follow my first instinct. Or I'll do what's easiest. These maxims are the subjective principles that guide your choices. Sometimes you're aware of them, sometimes not. But they're always there. Now, when you act on a maxim, you're implicitly claiming something. You're claiming that acting this way is permissibly, at least for you, in this situation. You're treating your maxim as a principle of action. But here's the key insight. If you're a rational being, someone who acts based on reasons rather than mere instinct, then you must be consistent. You cannot coherently claim that some principle justifies your action while simultaneously denying that same principle when others try to act on it. If you lie to someone because it's convenient, you're implicitly claiming that lying for convenience is a permissible principle of action. But then you cannot coherently object when others lie to you for their convenience. To do so would be a contradiction, claiming the principle is valid when you use it, but invalid when others do. This isn't just hypocrisy, it's rational incoherence. It's trying to have things both ways, in a way that violates the basic laws of logic. And this, Kant realized, is where moral obligation comes from. It doesn't require God, or nature, or social agreement. It emerges from what's required for rational agency itself to be possible. When you act, you must act on maxims. When you act on maxims, you must be able to will them as universal principles, principles that anyone in similar circumstances could follow. If you cannot do this without contradiction, then the maxim is morally impermissible. If you can, it's permissible. If you must, it's obligatory. This is why morality is categorical. It's not imposed from outside. It's not a constraint on your freedom. It's the internal requirement of rational action itself. To be a rational agent it ought to act for reasons rather than mere impulse. Just as to be bound by moral principles. Kant had found something remarkable. He'd shown that morality isn't arbitrary, isn't culturally relative, isn't dependent on what anyone happens to want. It's built into the structure of rationality itself. To deny moral obligation is to deny that you're a rational being. And to deny you're a rational being is to undermine any claim you might make, including the claim that morality doesn't exist. But there was more. Because if this is where moral obligation comes from, then it tells us something profound about what moral actions look like. Most people, when asked why they do the right thing, will point to something outside themselves. Because God commands it, because society expects it, because I'll be punished otherwise, because it benefits me in the long run. These might all be good motivations in their own way, but can't realize they're not truly moral motivations. Why? Because they make morality conditional. They reduce it to a means to some other end. And whenever you treat morality as a means to something else, you open the door to abandoning it when it no longer serves that end. If you're honest because honesty benefits you, then you'll be dishonest when dishonesty benefits you more. If you keep promises because you fear punishment, you'll break them when you can get away with it. If you help others because it makes you feel good, you'll stop helping when it becomes emotionally costly. True moral action, Kant argued, must be done from duty itself, not duty as an external constraint, but duty as the recognition of what rational consistency requires. You act morally because reason shows you this is what you must do to remain coherent as a rational agent. This might sound cold or mechanical, but it's actually the opposite. When you act from duty in this sense, you're expressing your highest nature as a rational being. You're not being controlled by desire or fear or social pressure. You're acting from principle, from reason itself. And this, Kant realized, is what makes human beings special, what gives them dignity rather than mere value, what makes them ends in themselves rather than mere means. An animal acts from instinct. A programmed machine acts from its code. But a rational agent acts from self-given principles. This capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to yourself through reason, is the source of all moral worth. When you act morally, you're not obeying some external authority. You're legislating for yourself. You're being autonomous in the deepest sense, and this autonomy is precisely what the moral law protects and demands. This was Kant's revolutionary insight. Morality isn't imposed on rational beings from outside. It's what rational agency itself requires. The moral law and the law of reason are the same thing. To be free, in the truest sense, is to be bound by principles you give yourself through reason, and to be moral is to exercise this freedom in a way that respects the same capacity in others. Understanding this changes everything. because now we can see why certain maxims fail moral scrutiny. It's not because they produce bad outcomes, though they often do. It's not because an authority figure forbids them, though they often might. It's because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot be universalized without contradiction, and this gives us the tool we need. A way to test any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim. A principle that cuts through complexity and rationalization to expose the underlying. Truth. Kant called it the categorical imperative. Now we arrive at the principle itself, the test that exposes every rationalization, every excuse, every sophisticated justification for doing wrong. Kant formulated it in several ways, but the most famous version reads, "Act only according to that maxim whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law." Let's break this down, because every word matters. Act only according to that maxim. A maxim is your subjective principle of action. It's the rule you're following when you do something. Sometimes it's explicit, I will always tell the truth. Sometimes it's implicit, I'll lie when it benefits me. But every action has one. The maxim isn't just the action itself. It includes your reason for acting. I will lie isn't a complete maxim. I will lie to avoid embarrassment is. I will lie to protect someone from harm is another. Same action, different maxims. And the moral evaluation depends on the maxim, not just the behavior. This is crucial, because it means you can't game the system by describing your action in favorable terms while ignoring your actual motivation. The maxim captures what you're really doing and why. ... whereby you can, at the same time will... This is where it gets interesting. Kant isn't asking whether you do will it, or whether you'd like to will it. He's asking whether you can will it without contradiction, whether it's rationally possible. Think of it like a logical consistency test. Can this principle operate in all cases without undermining itself? Or does it depend on others not following it? That it should become a universal law. Universal means applying to everyone in relevantly similar circumstances. A law means a principle that holds necessarily, not just contingently. So the test asks, can you coherently will that everyone, when in circumstances like yours, acts according to the same principle you're following? Not would you prefer they did, but can you rationally will it without contradiction? Let's see how this works with concrete examples. Consider lying. Suppose your maxim is, I will make false promises when it helps me get what I want. Now apply the universalization test. Can you will that everyone follows this maxim? That whenever someone wants something, they can make promises they have no intention of keeping? Here's where it breaks down. If everyone made false promises whenever convenient, the entire practice of promising would collapse. No one would believe promises anymore. The institution itself would dissolve. But notice your maxim depends on other people believing promises. You're trying to exploit their trust. You're relying on the general practice of promise-keeping existing, while simultaneously acting to undermine it. This is the contradiction. You cannot coherently will your maxim as universal law, because doing so would destroy the very conditions that make your maxim effective. You're trying to make an exception for yourself, while depending on others not making exceptions for themselves. This isn't a contradiction in consequences, though those would be bad. It's a contradiction in conception. The maxim, when universalized, undermines its own possibility. It's like sawing off the branch you're sitting on. Kant called this a contradiction in conception, and it marks actions that are strictly forbidden. You cannot universalize the maxim even in thought without logical incoherence. But there's another type of failure, more subtle. Consider refusing to help others in distress. Your maxim might be, I will never help anyone who needs assistance, and I will rely entirely on my own resources. Can you universalize this? Unlike the lying case, there's no logical contradiction in everyone following this principle. It's conceivable that people could live this way, everyone completely self-reliant, no one helping anyone. But here's the problem. Can you will it? Can you rationally choose for this to be universal law? As a finite, vulnerable human being, you know you will face situations where you need help. Illness, accident, bad luck, circumstances beyond your control, these are inevitable. Parts of human existence. Your own rationality requires you to will the conditions that make your goals achievable. So you face a contradiction in will. You cannot coherently will both that you pursue your rational ends as a finite being, and that no one ever helps anyone. To will the second is to will the frustration of the first. This isn't about predicting consequences or calculating benefits. It's about what you can rationally will without self-contradiction. And you cannot will conditions that make your own. Rational agency impossible. Kant called this a contradiction in will. And it marks actions that are imperfect due to things you're obligated to do, though with some latitude in how and when. The beauty of this test is its simplicity and power. You don't need to calculate outcomes, consult religious texts, or survey what society approves. You just need to think clearly about whether you can universalize your maxim without contradiction. But people often try to evade the test through clever reformulation of their maxims. They make them so specific that they don't seem to apply to anyone else. I will lie when my name is John and it's raining on a Tuesday in March and I'm wearing blue socks. Well, that's so specific it only applies to me right now. Surely I can universalize it. But this is cheating. The maxim must include genuinely relevant features of your situation, not arbitrary details designed to make it unique. What makes your circumstances different isn't your name or the whether it's morally relevant factors. Like whether you're protecting someone from harm or just avoiding embarrassment. The test requires honesty with yourself. You have to formulate your maxim in terms of features that actually matter to your moral reasoning, not accidental details that make your case seem special. Another evasion, but everyone does it. The fact that many people violate a moral principle doesn't make the principle invalid. It just means many people are acting wrongly. Universalization isn't about what people actually do. It's about what can be rationally willed as a universal law. Still another, what if I'm in an unusual situation? Kant isn't naive. He knows life presents complex cases. But complexity doesn't eliminate obligation. It just makes discernment more difficult. The categorical imperative doesn't provide automatic answers to every dilemma. It provides a test for evaluating your reasoning. And here's something crucial that people often miss. The categorical imperative isn't about predicting what would happen if everyone acted that way. It's about whether you can rationally will it. Suppose I want to become a concert pianist. Can I will that everyone becomes a concert pianist? Well, if everyone did, there'd be no farmers, doctors, builders. Society would collapse. So does this mean pursuing music is immoral? No, because the maxim isn't everyone should be a pianist. It's I will develop my talents in ways that contribute to human flourishing. That's perfectly universalizable. Everyone developing their particular talents in beneficial ways is not only coherent, but desirable. The test requires you to think carefully about what principle you're actually following, not to apply mechanical rules that ignore context. Similarly, the categorical imperative doesn't demand moral perfection in every moment. It demands that your maxims be universalizable. You can pursue personal projects, have preferences, live your life so long as your principles of action could be rationally willed as universal laws. What you cannot do is make exceptions for yourself. You cannot claim that the rules that apply to others don't apply to you simply because you're you. You cannot exploit others' moral behavior while refusing to be moral yourself. This is why the categorical imperative is so powerful against manipulation and exploitation. Because manipulators always depend on asymmetry. They lie while requiring others to tell truth. They break promises while requiring others to keep theirs. They use people as means while insisting on being treated as ends. The universalization test exposes this asymmetry immediately. It forces you to acknowledge that if your principle is valid for you, it must be valid for everyone. And if you cannot accept it being valid for everyone, then it's not actually valid for you either. This is the weapon Kant gives us. Not a list of rules to memorize, but a test for evaluating any proposed action. A way to see through rationalizations to the underlying logical structure. When someone tells you why their questionable behavior is justified, translate it into a maxim. Then ask, can this be universalized? Can everyone in similar circumstances follow this principle without contradiction? If not, you've found the flaw. Not because you disagree with their values, not because you have different preferences, but because they're being rationally incoherent. They're claiming an exception for themselves, while depending on others not claiming the same exception. And once you see this, you cannot unsee it. Every excuse, every justification, every sophistication, argument for doing wrong reveals itself as an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a moral order while refusing to be bound by it yourself. The categorical imperative strips away the complexity and reveals the simple truth. Either your principle can apply to everyone, or it cannot apply to you. There is no middle ground, no special pleading, no exceptions. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Because the categorical imperative doesn't depend on what anyone desires, believes, or values. It's a test of logical consistency, and logical consistency is binding on all rational beings, regardless of their particular commitments. You might not want to be moral. You might wish you could lie, cheat, and exploit with impunity. But if you're rational, you cannot coherently claim the right to do so. Because to claim that right is to grant it to everyone, which destroys the very conditions that make your actions effective. This is the trap that catches all moral violators. They want the benefits of a moral order trust, cooperation, stable expectations while refusing its burdens. But they cannot have both. The moment they claim the right to violate moral principles for their benefit, they grant that same right to everyone else. And in doing so, they destroy the very order they depend on. The first formulation of the categorical imperative gives us a test for evaluating maxims. But Kant offered a second formulation that goes deeper, revealing what's at stake in moral action. He called it the formula of humanity, and it reads, act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, always at the same time as an end and never simply as a means. This formulation shifts focus from the logical structure of maxims to the fundamental value that makes morality possible. And in doing so, it reveals something profound about human dignity. Let's unpack it carefully. Treat humanity ... Not just human beings as biological organisms, but humanity, the rational nature that makes us moral agents. The capacity for setting ends, making choices, legislating principles for ourselves. Double quotes, ... whether in your own person or in the person of another ... This is crucial. You can violate humanity in yourself as much as in others. Destroying your own rational nature is as wrong as destroying someone else's. ... Always at the same time as an end. An end is something valuable in itself, not just as a means to something else. To treat humanity as an end is to recognize its unconditional worth, its dignity rather than mere price. ... And never simply as a means. Notice the word simply. Kant isn't saying you can never use people as means. You use people as means all the time in perfectly innocent ways. When you buy groceries, you're using the cashier as a means to get food. When you ask for directions, you're using someone as a means to find your way. The problem is treating people merely or simply as means, using them as tools without respecting their rational agency, manipulating, coercing, or deceiving them in ways that undermine their capacity to make informed choices. This formulation captures something the universalization test points toward but doesn't make explicit. Why can't you lie? Because lying treats the person you deceive as a mere tool for achieving your ends. You're manipulating their beliefs to get what you want, without respecting their capacity to reason and choose for themselves. Why can't you break promises? Because promises are commitments between rational agents. Breaking them treats the other person as someone whose rational expectations don't matter, as if they were just an obstacle to navigate rather than a fellow agent with legitimate claims. Why can't you coerce? Because coercion overrides someone's will, treating them as an object to be controlled rather than a person whose choices deserve. Respect, the formula of humanity, reveals that all moral violations share a common structure. They all involve treating rational nature in yourself or others as if it had only instrumental value, as if it could be used, manipulated, or destroyed for the sake of other goals. But rational nature isn't valuable because it's useful. It's valuable in itself. It's the source of all value. Without rational beings who can recognize value, judge worth, and set ends, nothing would have value at all. Think about it. Why is gold valuable? Because rational beings desire it and use it. Why is health valuable? Because rational beings pursue it as an end. Everything else in the universe has value only in relation to rational beings who can care about it, pursue it, use it for purposes. But rational nature itself is different. It's not valuable because it serves some further end. It's valuable because it's the condition of anything having value at all. It's what Kant called an end in itself, something with absolute rather than conditional worth. This is why human dignity is unconditional, not because humans are more intelligent than other animals or more capable, or more anything, but because humans are rational agents, beings who can recognize value, legislate principles, and hold themselves and others accountable. This rational agency is what makes moral law possible, and recognizing it in all human beings is what morality requires now. The formula of humanity and the universalization test are meant to be equivalent. Two ways of expressing the same fundamental principle. And we can see why. When you violate the universalization test, you're always treating humanity as mere means. The liar uses others' rationality against them, manipulating their beliefs. The promise breaker treats others' rational expectations as inconveniences. The person who refuses all help treats their own rational nature as dispensable in times of need. Conversely, when you follow the universalization test, you'll necessarily respect humanity as an end, because universalization means treating all rational agents symmetrically, acknowledging that what makes your claims valid, your rational nature, makes their claims valid too. But the formula of humanity brings something into sharper focus. It emphasizes that morality isn't just about following rules. It's about recognizing and respecting value, the unconditional worth of rational agency. This has practical implications. It means moral action isn't about grudging compliance with obligations. It's about appreciating what's genuinely accordingly. When you keep a promise, you're not just following a rule. You're respecting the rational nature of the person you made the promise to, acknowledging that their plans and expectations matter because they're a rational agent. When you tell the truth, you're not just avoiding lying. You're respecting others' capacity to reason and choose for themselves based on accurate information. When you help someone in distress, you're not just fulfilling a duty. You're recognizing that their rational agency, their capacity to pursue ends, deserves support when it's threatened. The formula of humanity also explains why certain acts seem especially heinous. Torture, slavery, rape, these aren't just violations of the universalization test. They're profound assaults on human dignity itself. Torture treats a person as nothing but a source of information, denying their status as an end in themselves. Slavery treats a person as property, as if rational agency could be owned. Rape treats a person as an object for sexual gratification, completely overriding their will and agency. These acts don't just break moral rules, they attack the very thing that makes morality possible, the rational nature that gives humans their dignity. And notice, the formula of humanity protects you as much as others. You cannot treat your own humanity as mere means either. This rules out self-destructive behavior that damages your rational capacities, addiction that undermines your ability to choose freely, degradation that corrupts your moral judgment. Even suicide, in Kant's view, treats your rational nature as dispensable, as if it could be destroyed for the sake of escaping suffering. You might disagree with some of Kant's specific conclusions here. The point isn't that his every application was perfect. The point is the principle. Your rational nature is precious. You owe it respect. You cannot justifiably destroy or corrupt it, any more than you can destroy or corrupt someone else's. This creates duties to yourself as well as others. Duties to develop your capacities, maintain your integrity, resist corruption of your character. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect even from you. The formula of humanity also suggests something about what a truly moral community would look like. Kant called it the kingdom of Enza. Systematic union of rational beings under common moral laws. In such a community, everyone recognizes everyone else's dignity. Everyone treats everyone else as an end, never merely as means. Everyone acknowledges that the same rational nature that makes their own claims valid makes others' claims valid too. This isn't just a utopian fantasy. It's what morality aims toward. The ideal that guides moral action even when we fall short. When you act from the categorical imperative, you're helping to realize this kingdom. You're treating people as they deserve to be treated with the respect due to rational beings. And here's the remarkable thing. When you really grasp this, when you truly understand that every human being possesses rational nature that gives them unconditional worth, it changes how you see everything. That person who annoyed you in traffic, rational agent, that customer service representative you're frustrated with, rational agent, that political opponent whose views you despise, rational agent, that criminal, that addict, that person society has written off, rational agent, they all possess the same thing you possess, the capacity that makes morality possible, that gives rise to all value, that deserves unconditional respect. This doesn't mean you have to agree with them, or like them, or approve of their choices. It means you cannot treat them as mere obstacles, tools, or objects. You must engage with them as fellow, rational beings, even when correcting or constraining their behavior. The formula of humanity is demanding, far more demanding than simple rule following, because it requires you to maintain constant awareness of the dignity in every person you encounter, to never slip into treating people as mere functions, the person who brings your food, the person who cleans your office, the person who processes your paperwork. But it's also liberating, because once you see human dignity clearly, you cannot unsee it. And seeing it makes moral action natural rather than forced. You don't help others because some rule demands it. You help them because you recognize what they are beings with, the same rational nature you possess, deserving the same respect you claim for yourself. This is why Kant thought the formula of humanity and the universalization test were equivalent. They're two ways of expressing one truth. Rational nature is the source and limit of all moral claims. To be rational is to recognize this truth. To be moral is to act on it. And to fail to act on it, to treat people as mere means, to violate their dignity, to claim exceptions for yourself is not just to break rules. It's to deny the very thing that makes you valuable, to saw through the branch you're sitting on, to destroy the foundation of your own worth while claiming that worth. For yourself, this is the deeper reason why immoral action is irrational. Not just because it fails the universalization test, but because it violates what you implicitly affirm every time you claim your own dignity, assert your own rights, or demand respect from others. You cannot coherently claim dignity for yourself while denying it to others. You cannot demand to be treated as an end while treating others as mere means. The rational nature that gives you worth is the same rational nature that gives them worth. And recognizing this, truly recognizing it, changes everything. Now we turn to application. Armed with the categorical imperative, we can examine the most common justifications people offer for questionable behavior. And we begin with perhaps the most universal, lying. It's just a white lie. It doesn't hurt anyone. You've heard this. You've probably said it. We all have. Someone asks if you like their haircut. You think it's terrible, but you say it looks great. What's the harm? You spared their feelings. You avoided awkwardness. Everyone does it. But let's apply Kant's test. What's the maxim here? I will deceive others when telling the truth would cause minor discomfort or social awkwardness. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? At first glance, it seems fine. If everyone told white lies to spare feelings, wouldn't that make social life smoother? Less conflict, less hurt, more harmony. But look closer. If everyone lies to avoid discomfort, what happens to communication itself? When someone compliments you, you can no longer trust it. Maybe they mean it, maybe they're just being polite. When someone agrees with you, you don't know if they actually agree or are avoiding disagreement. When someone says they'll do something, you can't be certain they actually intend to. The entire fabric of linguistic trust begins to unravel. And notice your white lie only works because most people still generally tell the truth. You're exploiting their honesty. You're depending on others maintaining the practice of truthful communication while you make an exception for yourself. This is the characteristic structure of moral failure. The liar needs truth-telling to exist as a general practice, or their lies would have no effect. But their lying, if universalized, would destroy that very practice. But surely, someone objects. We can distinguish between harmful lies and harmless ones. Between lying to defraud someone and lying to spare their feelings. Can we? Let's think carefully. The problem isn't the immediate consequence. The problem is what you're doing to the other person. When you lie to someone, even benevolently, you're making a decision for them. You're deciding they shouldn't have accurate information. You're treating them as someone whose rational judgment can be manipulated for their own good. But who are you to make that decision? If you respect them as a rational agent, as an end in themselves, you must allow them to form judgments based on truth, even uncomfortable truth, even truth that might lead them to choices you wouldn't prefer. To lie to them even kindly is to treat them as a child, as someone whose rationality needs to be managed rather than respected. It's fundamentally paternalistic, assuming you know better than they do what information they should have. Kant goes further. He argues that lying undermines your own dignity, not just others. When you lie, you corrupt your own character. You train yourself to treat truth as negotiable, as something to be deployed strategically rather than respected unconditionally. Over time, this corrodes your moral judgment. You become someone who asks, "Can I get away with this?" rather than, "Is this right?" You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to truth. But what about lying to save a life? This is the famous challenge to Kant. Suppose someone is hiding in your home, fleeing from someone who wants to murder them. The would-be murderer knocks on your door and asks if you're hiding anyone. Do you lie? Common sense screams yes. How? Could telling the truth possibly be right when a life is at stake? Kant's answer shocked his critics then and shocks people now. He said you must not lie, not even here, not even to save an innocent life. Many people think this proves Kant's ethics is absurd, that it leads to monstrous conclusions, that any moral theory producing such results must be rejected. But before we dismiss him, let's understand his reasoning. Kant isn't saying you must tell the murderer where the victim is. He's saying you cannot lie. These aren't the same thing. You could refuse to answer. You could say, "I'm not telling you that." You could physically prevent the murderer from entering, but you cannot deceive. Why not? Because the moment you grant yourself permission to lie even for the best reasons, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made truth-telling conditional rather than absolute. You've decided that there are circumstances where deception is permissible, and once you've done that, where do you stop? If you can lie to save a life, can you lie to prevent serious harm? Can you lie to avoid major financial loss? Can you lie when the truth would be very inconvenient? Every liar thinks their situation is special, their reasons compelling. The business person lying to close a deal thinks their company's survival justifies it. The politician lying to voters thinks maintaining power for the right policies justifies it. The person lying to their spouse thinks preserving the relationship justifies it. Once you abandon the categorical imperative in favor of consequentialist calculation, you have no principled way to limit deception. You're just negotiating how much truth can be sacrificed for your goals. Kant saw this clearly. Either truth-telling is a categorical imperative, or it isn't. Either you respect the dignity of rational agents by never deceiving them, or you treat deception as a tool to be deployed when useful. There's no stable middle ground. You might still disagree with Kant's conclusion about the murderer case. Many thoughtful people do, but notice what disagreeing requires. You have to abandon the idea that morality is categorical. You have to accept that moral principles have exceptions, that duty is conditional, that the rightness of action depends on circumstances and outcomes. Maybe that's correct. Maybe morality is fundamentally consequentialist. But then you've given up what Kant was trying to preserve, the idea that moral obligations are absolute, that human dignity is unconditional, that some things are simply wrong regardless of results. And if you give that up, you're back to the problem Kant was trying to solve. Because now every moral claim is just a prediction about consequences. Every principle is just a rule of thumb. Every obligation is just a suggestion that holds until circumstances change. The liar's excuse in all its forms, from white lies to strategic deceptions, rests on making truth conditional, on deciding that honesty matters except when it doesn't, that you should tell truth unless you have good enough reason not to, but good enough according to whom? Judged by what standard? If you allow exceptions, you allow everyone to judge their own case. And humans are remarkably good at convincing themselves their situation is exceptional. Kant's absolutism about truth-telling isn't arbitrary rigidity. It's the recognition that once you start making exceptions, you've lost the categorical imperative entirely. You've reduced morality to sophisticated rationalization, where the clever can always find some justification for doing what they wanted anyway. The test is simple. When you're considering lying, ask yourself, can I will that everyone in my situation would lie? Can I will that deception is permissible whenever someone judges truth would produce bad results? If you answer honestly, you'll see the problem. You're claiming a right you cannot universalize. You're treating your judgment as special, your situation as uniquely deserving of exception. You're doing exactly what the categorical imperative forbids, making yourself the exception to rules that apply to everyone else. And this is why lying, even kind lying, even life-saving lying, violates human dignity. Because it asserts that you can override others' rational agency when you judge it necessary, that you can manipulate their beliefs, control their choices, treat them as objects to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Perhaps Kant is wrong. Perhaps consequences matter more than he acknowledged. Perhaps flexibility is wisdom rather than weakness. But if he's wrong, we need to explain why. We need to show how we can allow exceptions without opening the door to unlimited rationalization. How we can make truth conditional without making it meaningless. How we can respect human dignity while sometimes deceiving people for their own. Good. These are hard questions. Much harder than the comfortable assumption that of course you should lie to save a life. Suggests Kant forces us to think carefully about what we're really doing when we lie. About what we're claiming about ourselves and others. About whether our reasons are genuinely exceptional or just conveniently self-serving. And once you start thinking this way, you can't stop. Every easy excuse becomes suspect. Every comfortable rationalization reveals itself as exactly what can't. Warned against an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy moral status while avoiding moral obligation. Lying is straightforward deception, but manipulation is more subtle. The manipulator doesn't necessarily lie. They just arrange circumstances, frame choices, and craft messages in ways that lead people to do what the manipulator wants. I'm not forcing anyone, the manipulator says. I'm just being persuasive, influencing, presenting things in a favorable light. If people make bad choices, that's on them. This excuse appears everywhere. In marketing campaigns that exploit psychological vulnerabilities. In personal relationships where one person constantly maneuvers the other. In institutions that design systems to nudge people toward profitable behaviors. In conversations where someone uses emotional pressure to get their way. The manipulator always has the same defense. I didn't force them. They chose freely. I just made my case effectively. But let's examine this through Kant's lens. What is manipulation? Exactly. It's getting someone to do what you want by methods that bypass or compromise their rational judgment. You're not presenting reasons that would appeal to a fully informed, clear-thinking person. You're exploiting biases, triggering emotions, creating false urgency, or otherwise interfering with rational deliberation. Consider a simple example. A salesperson is trying to sell you something you don't need. They know you don't need it, but they've studied techniques to overcome objections. They create artificial scarcity only to left in stock. They trigger social pressure. Everyone in your neighborhood has one. They use subtle flattery to build rapport. They time their pitch for when you're tired and your judgment is weakened. Have they lied? Not necessarily. There might be only 2 in stock. Others might have bought one. The compliments might be sincere, but they're not engaged in rational persuasion. They're engaged in psychological manipulation. They're treating you as a system to be gamed, rather than a rational agent to be respected. They're finding your buttons and pushing them, without regard for whether this serves your genuine interests or rational judgment. Apply the formula of humanity. Are they treating you as an end in yourself? Are they respecting your rational agency? No. They're treating you as a means to their end, making a sale. Your rational judgment is an obstacle to overcome rather than something to be engaged with honestly. They're using techniques specifically designed to compromise your ability to think clearly about whether this purchase serves your goals. This violates your dignity as a rational being. Even if you freely choose to buy, your choice isn't genuinely free if it's the product of systematic manipulation. You're being treated as an object to be worked on rather than a person to be reasoned with. But, someone objects, isn't all persuasion somewhat manipulative? Don't we all frame things too? Our advantage? Where's the line? The line is rational engagement. When you present genuine reasons for your position, explain their logic, provide accurate information, and allow someone to make up their own mind based on their jaw, respecting their agency, you're treating them as a rational being capable of judgment. When you exploit psychological vulnerabilities, hide relevant information, create false impressions, or use emotional pressure instead of rational argument, you're manipulating. You're bypassing their rational judgment rather than engaging it. The difference isn't always sharp, but it's real. And you can usually tell which side you're on by asking, would my approach work on a perfectly rational person who had complete information? Or does it depend on them being confused, emotional, pressured, or ignorant of relevant facts? If the latter, you're manipulating. This applies to personal relationships as much as commercial ones. Perhaps more. Consider someone who wants their partner to do something. Instead of asking directly and respecting whatever answer they get, they create situations where saying no would be awkward. They make the person feel guilty about past refusals. They alternate between affection and withdrawal to condition the desired behavior. They frame the request in ways that make it seem unreasonable to refuse. This might be effective. It might even be unconscious. But it's manipulation. It treats the partner as someone to be controlled rather than respected. It undermines their capacity to make genuine choices based on their own values and judgment. The manipulator might say, "But I know what's good for them better than they do." This is the paternalistic defense. I'm manipulating them for their own benefit. But this misses the fundamental point. Even if you're right about what's good for them, and you usually aren't, you have no right to override their agency. They're not children. They're rational beings capable of making their own mistakes and learning their own lessons. To manipulate them, even benevolently, is to deny them the respect their rational nature deserves. It's to assert that your judgment of their good matters more than their own judgment, that you're entitled to control their choices when you think you know better. This is precisely what the formula of humanity forbids. You cannot treat someone as mere means to an end, Devon, if that end is their own welfare. You must respect their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, live their own life. The universalization test makes this clearer. What's your maxim? I will manipulate others when I believe it will lead them to choices I think are better for them. Can you universalize this? Can you will that everyone manipulates everyone whenever they think they know better? Obviously not. Because you don't want others manipulating you based on their judgment of your good. You want them to respect your autonomy, present you with accurate information and genuine reasons, and allow you to decide for yourself. But if you claim that right for yourself while denying it to others, you're making the classic exception. You're saying your judgment is special, your manipulation justified, your paternalism warranted, while everyone else must respect your autonomy. You can override theirs when you see fit. This is the fundamental incoherence in all manipulation. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating them. They require a baseline of honest communication, rational engagement, and respect for agency in order to function. But they refuse to provide that baseline themselves when it's inconvenient. Consider advertising and marketing. an entire industry built on studying how to influence behavior through means other than rational persuasion, finding the triggers that bypass critical thinking, creating needs that didn't exist, exploiting insecurities to sell products. The defense is always, we're just competing for attention, presenting our products attractively, giving people what they want. But look at the methods, associating products with unrelated positive feelings, creating artificial social pressure, targeting children before they develop critical thinking skills, using subliminal techniques, exploiting psychological biases. These methods don't respect rational agency. They treat human minds as machines to be programmed, not persons to be reasoned with. The entire premise is, how can we get people to buy without appealing to their rational judgment of whether the product serves their genuine interests? Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone treats everyone else as a psychological system to be hacked? You cannot, because you don't want to be treated that way. You want honest information, rational arguments, and the freedom to judge for yourself what serves your interests. You want to be treated as an end, not as a means to others' commercial goals. But marketers claim this right for themselves, while depending on most people maintaining basic honesty and trust. They exploit the fact that people generally believe what they're told, generally assume good faith, generally don't expect systematic manipulation. This parasitic relationship depending on others, good faith while refusing to practice it yourself is exactly what Kant's ethics exposes and condemns. The same pattern appears in personal manipulation. The person who constantly maneuvers their partner depends on that partner's honesty and good faith. They're exploiting trust while refusing to reciprocate it, using the other's openness as a vulnerability to exploit rather than something to respect. When discovered, the manipulator often becomes indignant. You're not trusting me. You're being paranoid. But the manipulator is the one who violated trust by treating it as a tool rather than a reciprocal commitment. Kant's ethics draws a bright line. Either you engage with people as rational agents, presenting them with reasons and respecting their judgment, or you manipulate them by bypassing their rationality. There's no middle ground where you can kind of respect someone's agency while also treating them as an object to be controlled. This doesn't mean you can never influence anyone. Rational persuasion is influence. Good arguments, influence. Accurate information influences. But these influence by engaging someone's rationality, not bypassing it. The test is whether you're willing to explain your methods. Can you tell the person, here are the reasons I think you should do this, and here are the psychological techniques I'm using to make you more receptive to those reasons? If revealing your methods would undermine their effectiveness, you're manipulating, because you're depending on the person not recognizing what you're doing. You're treating their ignorance as a resource to exploit. Genuine persuasion doesn't need to hide its methods. Here are the facts. Here's the logic. Make up your own mind. The conclusion stands on its merits, not on psychological tricks, but manipulation dies in the light. Once someone recognizes they're being manipulated, the manipulation fails, which proves it was never about genuine reasons, only about psychological control. The manipulator's defense collapses under Kantian analysis. You cannot claim to respect someone while manipulating them. You cannot treat them as an end while using them as a means. You cannot honor their dignity while overriding their judgment, and you cannot universalize manipulation without destroying the very conditions that make it effective. The manipulator depends on a world of generally honest, trusting, rational people. But manipulation, if universalized, would create a world where no one trusts anyone. Everyone suspects ulterior motives, and all communication becomes a game of deception and counter-deception. In such a world, manipulation itself would be impossible, because it requires targets who aren't expecting it. It requires a baseline of good faith to exploit. This is the trap Kant's ethics reveals. Every form of treating people as mere means depends on others not doing the same. Every violation of human dignity requires dignity to generally be respected, or there would be no stable expectations to violate. The manipulator wants to have it both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a world built on mutual respect while refusing to provide that respect themselves, to use others as tools while insisting on being treated as an end. But they cannot have both. The universalization test forces the choice. Either everyone can manipulate everyone, in which case manipulation becomes impossible, or no one can, in which case you must stop. There is no exception for when you think you know better. No justification based on good intentions. No excuse that your manipulation is sophisticated or subtle or for the right reasons. To be a rational being is to respect rational beings. To claim dignity for yourself is to grant it to others, and to grant it truly is to engage with them as agents, never as mere objects of manipulation. We have a fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder value. This phrase has justified countless actions over the past century. Exploitation of workers, environmental destruction, predatory pricing, tax avoidance schemes that deprive communities of resources, lobbying against regulations that would protect public health, offshoring to exploit cheaper labor and weaker safety standards. The logic seems airtight. A corporation exists to generate profit for its owners. Managers are legally obligated to pursue this goal. Therefore, any action that increases profit is not just permissible but required. To do otherwise would be failing in your duty. This is perhaps the most influential moral justification in the modern world. It shapes how billions of people work, consume, and think about economic activity. It's taught in business schools, defended by economists, enshrined in law, and it's completely incompatible with Kant's ethics. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying corporate behavior justified by profit maximization? I will treat employees, customers, communities, and the natural world as mere means to the end of generating profit for shareholders. Can this be universalized? Can you will that all corporations follow this principle without restriction? Think about what that world looks like. Every company treats its workers as interchangeable units, paying minimum wage, providing no benefits, firing at will, caring nothing for their welfare beyond what's legally required. Every company treats customers as sources of revenue, selling them whatever they can regardless of actual value or benefit. Every company treats the environment as a free resource to exploit, dumping waste wherever cheap is, extracting resources without regard for sustainability. In such a world, human beings exist to serve economic activity. Their dignity, their welfare, their very lives become subordinate to profit generation. They are means, not ends. But notice something crucial. The people making these decisions, the executives, the shareholders, don't want to be treated this way themselves. They want fair wages, safe working conditions, honest products, clean environments. They claim dignity as persons, not mere economic units. They're making the classic exception. The categorical imperative applies to how others must treat them, but it doesn't constrain how they treat others when profit is at stake. This becomes clearer when we apply the formula of humanity directly. Does treating workers as expendable resources respect their rational nature? Does selling harmful products to uninformed customers treat them as ends in themselves? Does destroying ecosystems for quarterly earnings recognize the dignity of all the human beings affected? Obviously not. These actions treat human beings as tools, as obstacles to profit that must be overcome or resources to be extracted. The entire framework reduces persons to economic functions. But, the defender responds, we're not forcing anyone. Workers choose to work here. Customers choose to buy. If they don't like the terms, they can go elsewhere. This is the consent defense. As long as people voluntarily participate, no wrong is done. But Kant would ask, what choice do they really have? A worker who needs income to survive doesn't have meaningful freedom to refuse exploitative conditions. A customer who lacks information about product harms or alternatives isn't making an informed choice. A community that has no say in whether a factory pollutes their air and water hasn't consented. To anything, real consent requires rational agency. The ability to make informed choices among genuine alternatives. When you exploit someone's desperation, ignorance, or lack of options, you're not respecting their agency. You're taking advantage of circumstances that compromise their ability to choose freely. This is using them as mere means. The fact that they agree doesn't change the underlying moral reality. A person who agrees to exploitative terms because they'll starve otherwise isn't exercising rational autonomy. They're being coerced by circumstances you're exploiting. Moreover, the consent defense itself can't be universalized. The corporation claims the right to pursue profit limited only by what people agree to. But do they grant others this same right? When workers organize to collectively bargain for better conditions, corporations resist. When communities try to regulate business practices, corporations lobby against it. When customers demand safer products, corporations fight disclosure requirements. When governments try to enforce labor standards, corporations relocate to places with weaker protections. In other words, corporations want freedom for themselves, but oppose others exercising freedom to constrain corporate power. They claim the right to treat people as means, while resisting when people try to assert their status as ends. This is straightforward hypocrisy. If the consent defense were genuinely principled, corporations would accept workers' right to refuse exploitative conditions, customers' right to full information, communities' right to protect their interests. But they don't. They claim freedom for themselves and resist it in others. The deeper problem is that the entire framework of profit maximization treats human dignity as negotiable. It says, respect for persons is a cost to be minimized, a constraint to be evaded, an obstacle to overcome. If paying workers fairly reduces profit, pay them less. If honest disclosure hurts sales, obscure the truth. If environmental protection costs money, fight the regulations. Always, always. The question is, how little can we respect human dignity while remaining legal and profitable? This inverts the proper relationship. Human dignity isn't a cost. It's the foundation of all value. Rational beings aren't resources for economic activity. Economic activity is supposed to serve rational beings. When you make profit the ultimate goal and treat everything else, including human welfare, as mere means to that goal, you've created a system fundamentally at odds with Kantian ethics. Kant would ask, what is profit for? Why does it matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because it serves human ends. People need resources to live well, pursue their goals, develop their capacities. Economic activity has value because it helps rational beings flourish. But if you organize economic activity to maximize profit without regard for human flourishing, you've made the means more important than the end. You've created a system where rational beings serve the economy rather than the economy serving rational beings. This is treating humanity as mere means on a massive, systemic scale. But capitalism has lifted millions out of poverty, the defender argues. Profit-seeking creates innovation, efficiency, growth. The system works. This is the consequentialist defense. Whatever the moral problems, the results justify the system. But, remember, Kant rejects consequentialism. Good outcomes don't justify treating people as mere means. You cannot violate human dignity and then claim the violation was worthwhile because it produced benefits. Moreover, this defense assumes the benefits couldn't have been achieved while respecting human dignity. But that's not obvious. Maybe we could have innovation and efficiency and growth while also treating workers fairly, being honest with customers, and protecting the environment. The fact that we've organized things one way doesn't prove it's the only way. It might just prove we've chosen to prioritize profit over dignity. And notice what the consequentialist defense reveals. If you're justifying corporate behavior by pointing to good outcomes, you're admitting the behavior itself is morally problematic. You're saying, yes, we treat people as mere means, but it's worth it because of the results. This is exactly what Kantian ethics forbids. The moment you start weighing good outcomes against violations of human dignity, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made respect for persons conditional rather than absolute. There's also a deeper issue with the fiduciary duty justification. It assumes shareholders' interests override all other considerations. But why? Shareholders are rational beings. But so are workers, customers, community members, and everyone affected by corporate decisions. What gives shareholders rational agency priority over everyone else's? The answer is usually because they own the company. But ownership is a legal fiction, a social construct. It doesn't give shareholders metaphysical priority as rational beings. Their dignity isn't greater just because they hold stock certificates. From a Kantian perspective, all stakeholders are rational beings whose dignity must be respected. You cannot treat workers, customers, and communities as mere means just because. Shareholders have a different legal relationship to the corporation. The corporation itself isn't a rational being. It's a too illegal structure humans created to organize economic activity. And tools should serve human ends. All human ends, not just shareholders. When we organize corporations to maximize shareholder value while treating everyone else as mere means, we've created an institution fundamentally at odds with human dignity. We've built exploitation into the system's basic logic. Kant would say this is irrational. Not just morally wrong, but actually incoherent. Because the corporation depends on all those people it treats as mere means. It needs workers who show up, customers who buy, communities that provide infrastructure. It operates within a social order built on mutual respect and cooperation, but it's parasitic on that order. It takes the benefits while refusing the obligations. It depends on others acting morally while claiming exemption from morality itself. This can't be universalized. If every institution treated human dignity as subordinate to its organizational goals, society would collapse. There would be no stable expectations, no trust, no cooperation. The very conditions that make corporate activity possible would be destroyed. The corporation succeeds by treating people as means while depending on most of society continuing to treat people as ends. It's making an exception for itself that cannot be generalized. Some defenders try a different approach. They argue that corporations can pursue profit while also respecting human dignity. That good corporate citizenship is compatible with profit maximization, that the two goals align more than they conflict. Perhaps sometimes they do, but structural incentives matter. When quarterly earnings drive decisions, when executives are compensated based on stock price, when competition rewards whoever can cut costs most aggressively, the system pushes toward treating dignity as expendable. You see this in how corporations behave when they think no one is watching. When oversight is weak, when regulations are unenforced, when consumers can't easily tell the difference between ethical and unethical practices, corners get cut, people get exploited, communities get harmed. This reveals the underlying logic. Respect for human dignity happens when it's profitable or required, not because it's recognized as unconditionally binding. A genuinely Kantian corporation would be different. It would start from the premise that all stakeholders are rational, beings whose dignity must be respected. Profit would be pursued only within constraints set by this fundamental commitment. That might mean lower returns for shareholders. It might mean slower growth. It might mean competitive disadvantages against less scrupulous rivals. But that's the point. Moral obligations aren't conditional on convenience. You don't get to violate human dignity because respecting it is costly. The categorical imperative doesn't have an exception for but profit. The uncomfortable truth is that much of modern corporate behavior is simply incompatible with treating people as ends in themselves. The entire structure is built on the premise that profit justifies treating human beings as resources to be exploited rather than persons to be respected. This doesn't mean all business is immoral. It means we need to rethink how we organize economic activity, to ask whether the institutions we've created truly serve human flourishing or whether they've made humans serve institutions. From a Kantian perspective, the answer is clear. Any system that treats profit maximization as the ultimate goal while treating human dignity as a constraint to be minimized has inverted the proper order of values. Rational beings are ends. Economic systems are means. When we organize things the other way around, we've committed a fundamental moral error, one that corrupts everything built on that foundation. The greatest good for the greatest number. This principle sounds obviously right. Who could object to maximizing overall welfare? Isn't that what morality should aim for, making the world as good as possible for as many people as possible? This is utilitarianism, and is probably the most intuitively appealing alternative to Kantian ethics. While Kant focuses on duty and principle, utilitarians focus on outcomes and consequences. While Kant asks whether your maxim can be universalized, utilitarians ask whether your action produces the best overall results. The conflict between these approaches runs deep, and Kant's critique of consequentialism reveals something crucial about the categorical imperative. Consider a classic utilitarian scenario. 5 people are dying and need organ transplants. One person walks into the hospital for a routine checkup. That person is a perfect match for all 5. If you kill the one and harvest their organs, 5 people live instead of 1 dying. The utilitarian calculus seems clear. 5 lives outweigh 1 life. You should kill the 1 person. Most people recoil from this conclusion. But why? From a purely consequentialist perspective, what's the objection? You've maximized welfare. You've saved the most lives. You've produced the greatest good for the greatest number. The Kantian answer is immediate. You've treated the 1 person as a mere means. You've used them as a resource, as a source of organs, as a tool for saving others. You've completely violated their dignity as an end in themselves. That person didn't consent to being killed. They had their own life, their own project, their own rational agency. You've treated all of that as irrelevant, as something that can be sacrificed if the numbers work out right. This is the fundamental problem with consequentialism from a Kantian perspective. It makes human dignity negotiable. It says that respect for persons can be overridden when doing so produces enough benefit. But, Kant argues, this gets the relationship backwards. Consequences matter only because they affect rational beings. Value exists only because rational beings can recognize and pursue it. Therefore, rational beings themselves, their dignity, their agency, their status as ends must be prior to, and more fundamental than any calculation of consequences. You cannot coherently say we should maximize value, while treating the very beings who are the source of all value as expendable when the math requires it. The utilitarian might respond, but we're not saying individuals don't matter. We're saying every individual matters equally. 1 person's welfare counts the same as anyone else's. We're being perfectly impartial. This sounds fair, but consider what it means in practice. It means that if violating 1 person's rights produces enough benefit for enough other people, you should violate those rights. If enslaving a minority produces enough happiness for the majority, slavery is justified. If torturing 1 person saves many others, torture is required. The utilitarian might say these scenarios are unrealistic, that violating rights rarely produces net benefits. But that's an empirical claim, not a principled objection. If the numbers did work out that way, utilitarianism would endorse the violation. This reveals something crucial. Utilitarianism doesn't actually protect human dignity. It protects people's welfare only instrumentally, only when protecting it maximizes overall utility. The moment violating dignity becomes more useful than respecting it, utilitarianism requires. The violation. Kant would say, this makes dignity conditional. And if dignity is conditional, it's not really dignity at all. It's just another value to be weighed against other values. But the whole point of dignity is that it's unconditional. Rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on consequences, on utility calculations, on whether respecting them produces good outcomes. They have worth simply because they're rational agents capable of setting ends. To treat this worth as negotiable, as something that can be sacrificed for sufficiently good consequences, is to deny what makes human beings different from objects. It's to treat persons as if they were just a very complicated source of utility rather than beings with intrinsic value. The deeper problem is that utilitarianism can't be universalized in the Kantian sense. What's the maxim of utilitarian action? Something like, I will do whatever produces the greatest total utility, even if it requires treating some people as mere means. Can everyone follow this maxim? Can it be willed as universal law? Consider, what happens if everyone acts to maximize utility without constraints on respecting dignity? You get a world where anyone can be sacrificed at any time if doing so benefits enough others. There are no stable rights, no protected freedoms, no inviolable dignity. In such a world, you cannot plan your life. You cannot trust that others will respect your agency. You cannot know whether you'll be the one selected for sacrifice when the utility calculus requires it. More fundamentally, the entire framework of morality breaks down. Because morality requires stable expectations, reciprocal respect, and recognition of each other as agents with claims that bind others. But utilitarianism says these only matter when they produce good consequences. This is incoherent. The very idea of moral obligation of being bound to respect others, regardless of whether doing so benefits you, is incompatible with making everything conditional on consequences. Kant saw this clearly. Either morality is categorical or it's not morality at all. It's just sophisticated prudence. Doing what's useful while calling it duty. Utilitarians might object that this is unfair. They're not abandoning morality, just grounding it differently. Instead of abstract principles, they base ethics on the concrete reality of human welfare. But Kant would ask, why does human welfare matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because humans are beings whose well-being has value. But why does their well-being have value? Because they're rational agents capable of caring about their lives, setting goals, pursuing ends. In other words, human welfare matters because human agency matters. The value of good consequences derives from the value of the rational beings who experience those consequences. But if that's true, then you cannot coherently sacrifice the agency that gives consequences their value for the sake of those consequences. You're sawing off the branch you're sitting on. This is the deep incoherence in consequentialism. It depends on the value of rational agency to explain why consequences matter, but then treats rational agency as expendable when pursuing good consequences. Kant's ethics doesn't have this problem. It says, rational agency is the source of all value. Therefore, respect for rational agency is the fundamental moral requirement. Consequences matter, but only within the constraint of respecting dignity. You cannot produce good outcomes by methods that violate what makes outcomes good in the first place. The utilitarian might make one more argument. Maybe, in theory, utilitarianism allows rights violations. But in practice, respecting rights generally produces the best outcomes. So Kantian. Principles and utilitarian calculations usually lead to the same conclusions. This is true more often than not. But it's a contingent coincidence, not a principled convergence. Kant would say, if you're following moral principles only because they produce good outcomes, you're not actually following them morally. You're using them instrumentally. And the moment you encounter a case where violating principles produces better outcomes, you'll violate them. True moral action requires acting from duty itself, not from calculation of consequences. It requires recognizing moral principles as categorically binding, not as useful rules of thumb. This matters because humans are very good at convincing themselves that their rule violations will produce good outcomes. The person who betrays a confidence tells themselves it's for the best. The official who takes a bribe tells themselves they'll do more good with power than without it. The person who breaks a promise tells themselves that consequences justify it. If morality is fundamentally consequentialist, these rationalizations might sometimes be correct. And if they might sometimes be correct, everyone will think their case is one of those times. This is why Kant insists on categorical principles, not because consequences don't matter, but because making morality conditional on consequences opens the door to unlimited rationalization. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can maximize good outcomes while treating the beings who are the source of all value as means to those outcomes. But this is incoherent. Value exists because of rational agency. Therefore, rational agency must constrain how you pursue value. You cannot violate what makes value possible for the sake of producing more value. When you try, you end up with conclusions that shock moral intuition. Killing the innocent to save the guilty if the numbers work. Torturing one to benefit many. Enslaving minorities for majority happiness. Breaking promises when convenient. Lying when useful. Each conclusion follows logically from utilitarian premises. Each reveals what's at stake when you abandon categorical respect for human dignity. Kant isn't saying consequences are irrelevant. He's saying they're not fundamental. They matter, but they matter within constraints set by respect for rational agency. You should produce good outcomes, but only by methods that treat people as ends, never merely as means. This is harder than pure consequentialism. It means sometimes you cannot do what would produce the best outcomes because doing so would violate someone's dignity. It means constraints on pursuing the good that have nothing to do with whether the pursuit would be successful. But Kant would say this: difficulty reveals moral truth rather than obscuring it. Morality is difficult because human dignity is unconditional. Because rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on whether respecting them is convenient or beneficial. Because some things are simply wrong regardless of consequences. If you abandon this, if you make dignity conditional on producing good outcomes, you've given up the substance of morality while keeping its language. You're left with sophisticated calculation, dressed up as ethical reasoning. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can avoid this while still being consequentialist. But you cannot. The moment you make consequences fundamental and dignity derivative, you've opened the door to treating people as expendable resources, to violating rights when the numbers require it, to sacrificing persons for impersonal goods. And once you've done that, you're no longer doing ethics in any meaningful sense. You're just doing accounting with human lives. In the real world, power matters. Ideals are nice, but survival requires strength. The strong dominate the weak. That's just how things are. This is perhaps the oldest justification for a moral behavior, before sophisticated philosophical systems, before appeals to greater goods, before elaborate rationalizations. There was simply power. The assertion that might makes right, that winners write the rules, that morality is just a story the strong tell to control the weak. This view has enormous, intuitive appeal. Look at history, look at nature. The powerful do seem to prevail. Resources flow to those who can take them. Those with strength impose their will on those without it. Why shouldn't we acknowledge this reality? Why pretend otherwise with talk of dignity and moral obligation? Kant's response to this position is devastating, not because he denies the reality of power, but because he shows that the power player's logic is self-refuting. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying pure power ethics? I will take whatever I can get through superior force, and others have no legitimate claim against me except their own power to resist. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? The power player might say yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. Let everyone exercise whatever power they have. May the best survive. But notice what this actually means. If everyone follows this maxim, you live in a world of pure conflict, a war of all against all, where every interaction is a test of force, where no commitments bind, where cooperation is impossible except as temporary alliance based on mutual threat. In such a world, you cannot sleep safely, cannot trust anyone, cannot plan beyond immediate survival, cannot develop anything requiring time and cooperation, cannot build, create, or achieve anything complex. More fundamentally, you cannot even assert claims. When you say this is mine, you're making a claim that goes beyond mere physical possession. You're asserting a right that should bind others, even when you're not actively defending the resource. But if might makes right, there are no such rights. There's only current ability to control. The moment you turn your back, lose your strength, or face superior force, you lose everything. Can you will this? Can you rationally choose a world where you have no stable claims, no protected space, no security beyond immediate force? You cannot, because willing requires planning. Planning requires stability. Stability requires that others respect claims. You're not currently enforcing with power. In other words, the power player depends on others not following the power maxim. They depend on a world where most people respect rights, keep commitments, and cooperate so the power player can exploit that cooperative order while refusing to be bound by it themselves. This is the classic exception Kant's ethics exposes. The power player wants the benefits of a moral, order-stable property, honored agreements, predictable behavior, while claiming exemption from moral constraints themselves. But they cannot have both. If power is really the only reality, then their own claims based on power have no more validity than anyone else's. They cannot object when others use power against them. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, or violated agreements. Because, in a world of pure power, there is no justice. There is only force and counterforce. The formula of humanity reveals another dimension of this failure. When you treat others based solely on power relations, you're not engaging with them as rational agents. You're treating them as obstacles to overcome or resources to exploit. But you don't treat yourself this way. You regard yourself as an agent with legitimate projects, justified claims, and reasonable expectations. You think others should respect your interests, honor their commitments to you, and recognize your autonomy. This is inconsistent. Either rational agency creates legitimate claims, or it doesn't. If it does, then others' rational agency creates claims on you. If it doesn't, then your own rational agency creates no claims on others. You cannot coherently assert your own dignity while denying others, because the same rational nature that grounds your claims grounds theirs. The power player might respond, "I'm not making moral claims, I'm just taking what I can. I don't ask others to respect my rights, I defend them with power." But this is self-deception. The moment the power player expects others to honor agreements, the moment they object to theft or betrayal, the moment they appeal to any principle beyond immediate force, they're making moral claims. And they do this constantly. When someone steals from them, they don't just physically resist. They claim it was wrong. When someone breaks an agreement with them, they don't just shrug. They assert betrayal. When someone challenges their authority, they don't just apply force. They justify their position. All of this reveals that even the pure power player doesn't actually believe might makes right. They believe it when they're exercising power over others. But when others exercise power over them, suddenly principles matter. Justice matters. Rights matter. This hypocrisy is built into the power position, because power by itself cannot justify anything. It's just a fact about who can do what. To move from "I can do this" to "I should be able to do this," or others should not interfere requires normative claims that go beyond power. And once you're making normative claims, you're in the moral domain. You're implicitly asserting principles that should bind others, regardless of their power to resist you. But if those principles bind others, they bind you. You cannot claim rights for yourself while denying them to others based solely on power. Differential. Kant saw that power ethics is fundamentally incoherent. It tries to assert claims while denying the basis of all claims. It depends on moral concepts while rejecting morality itself. There's also a practical problem. The power player assumes they'll always have power, but power is unstable. Fortunes change. Today's dominant become tomorrow's vulnerable. Age weakens. Circumstances shift. Allies become enemies. When you've built your position on pure power, you have no recourse when power fails. You've granted everyone the right to dominate you if they can. You've eliminated any basis for appealing to their restraint, compassion, or sense of justice. This is profoundly irrational. You're willing a world where you have no protection except strength, knowing that you will inevitably experience weakness. A rational person would want principles that bind others even when you lack power to enforce them. Principles that protect you when vulnerable, constrain you when strong, and create stable expectations for everyone. But these are precisely the principles the power player rejects. They want freedom when strong and protection when weak. But they cannot have both without accepting moral constraints that operate independently of power. The categorical imperative forces consistency. If you claim others should respect you regardless of whether you can force them to, you must respect others regardless of whether they can force you to. If you think there are constraints on what stronger parties can do to weaker ones, you must accept those constraints when you're stronger. There's no middle ground where power justifies your actions, but not others. Where might makes right when you're wielding it, but wrongs you when others wield it. The power player's logic collapses into either pure nihilism, nothing matters. There are no legitimate claims, force is the only reality, or concealed moralism, where they make exception for themselves while denying others the same claims. If they choose nihilism, They've given up any grounds for objecting to anything. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, cruelty. They can only resist or submit. This makes rational agency impossible, because agency requires being able to make and receive claims. If they choose concealed moralism, they're admitting that moral principles exist and bind others. But then why don't those same principles bind them? What makes them special? Usually the answer is, because I'm stronger, because I can, because I have the power to make exceptions for myself. But this is circular. You're using power to justify, claiming exemption from moral principles, while depending on those principles to constrain others' use of power against you. This doesn't work. Either moral principles are binding regardless of power, or they're not binding at all. You cannot have it both ways. Kant would say, the power player's mistake is treating power as if it were a source of normativity, as if being able to do something gave you the right to do it, as if superior force made your claims more valid than others. But power is normatively neutral. It's just a capacity. What matters morally is how you use that capacity, whether you exercise it in ways that respect the rational nature of those affected. When you have power over others, you have greater responsibility, not greater permission. Because you can do more harm, can violate dignity more extensively, can create more suffering through careless exercise of strength. The person with power who uses it purely for self-interest, while disregarding others' dignity, is acting worse than the powerless person who would do the same. Because they're doing more damage to the moral order, treating more people as mere means, causing more violation of rational agency. This is the opposite of what power ethics claims. It says power gives you a pass from moral constraints. Kant says power gives you greater obligations precisely because you can do more harm. The fundamental insight is this: rational agency is what grounds moral claims. Power has nothing to do with it. The weakest person has the same dignity as the strongest, the same status as an end in themselves, the same right to respect. Power can't change this. It can only create temptations to violate it and opportunities to uphold it. When the powerful respect the weak, despite having no external compulsion to do so, they demonstrate genuine moral character. They show they recognize dignity as unconditional, not dependent on whether others can force respect. When the powerful exploit the weak simply because they can, they reveal themselves as morally bankrupt. They show they recognize no principles beyond convenience, no constraints beyond external force. And most tellingly, they show they don't really believe their own position, because they still expect others to respect them, still make claims, still appeal to principles when it suits. Then, the power player wants moral order for themselves and moral freedom over others. But this cannot be universalized. It depends on asymmetry that cannot be rationally willed. Either we all live under power alone, in which case no one has legitimate claims and life is nasty, brutish, and short, or we all live under moral principles that bind regardless of power, in which case the strong must respect the weak. There is no coherent middle position where power justifies the strong dominating the weak, while moral principles protect the strong from each other. Kant's ethics reveals that might doesn't make right. It only makes might. And if that's all it makes, then the mighty have no more justified claims than anyone else. Their power is just a fact, not a justification. the only thing that makes claims justified, that gives anyone the right to expect anything from anyone else is rational agency. And rational agency belongs equally to the strong and the weak, the powerful and the vulnerable, the dominant and the dominated. To recognize this is to see that power ethics is not just wrong, but incoherent. It asserts claims while denying the only possible basis of claims. It demands respect while refusing to give it. It wants the benefits of morality while rejecting moral constraints. And it cannot be universalized without destroying itself. The power player depends on others not being power players. Depends on a world of generally moral behavior that they exploit while contributing nothing to its maintenance. This is parasitism, not realism, and Kant's ethics exposes it completely. I had no choice. The situation forced my hand. Anyone would have done the same. It was necessary. This is perhaps the most common moral excuse, not an assertion that the action was right, but a denial of responsibility, a claim that circumstances eliminated alternatives, that necessity overrode obligation, that the normal rules don't apply when you're backed into a corner. The excuse of necessity appears everywhere. The person who lies says they had to, that telling truth wasn't an option. The person who breaks a promise says circumstances changed, that keeping it became impossible. The person who betrays someone says they were forced, that they faced pressures, leaving no room for loyalty. Sometimes these claims are legitimate. Sometimes circumstances genuinely eliminate options, creating tragic situations where any choice causes harm. But far more often, the excuse of necessity is sophisticated self-deception, a way of denying agency when agency would require difficult choices, a way of avoiding responsibility by claiming helplessness. Kant's ethics cuts through this evasion ruthlessly. First, we need to distinguish genuine necessity from false necessity. Genuine necessity means literal impossibility. You cannot keep a promise to meet someone if you're physically prevented from traveling. You cannot tell truth if you're unconscious. You cannot fulfill an obligation if circumstances make the action literally impossible. But this kind of necessity is rare. Most claims of necessity aren't about impossibility, but about cost. I had to lie usually means telling truth would have been costly. I had to break my promise usually means keeping it would have been difficult. I had no choice usually means the alternative was uncomfortable. This is false necessity. Not the elimination of options, but the rejection of options. You don't. Like, Kant would ask, what's your maxim when you claim necessity? I will violate moral obligations when following them would impose costs I'm unwilling to bear. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone abandons moral constraints whenever they face significant difficulty? Obviously not, because moral obligations are binding precisely in difficult circumstances. When following them is easy, you don't need obligation, you denade. Anyway, from inclination. The whole point of moral duty is that it applies even when you don't want to follow it, even when following it is costly, even when alternatives would be easier. If everyone abandoned moral constraints when circumstances became difficult, there would be no moral constraints at all. Because circumstances are always difficult for someone. There's always some pressure, some cost, some reason why following morality is inconvenient. The person claiming necessity is making a classic exception. They want others to follow moral obligations even when difficult, but they claim exemption when facing their own difficulties. This is the familiar pattern. Universalization exposes asymmetry. You're asserting a right you cannot grant to others without destroying the very moral order you depend on. But there's a deeper issue. The claim of necessity often reflects confusion about what moral obligation requires. Kant distinguishes between perfect and imperfect duties. Perfect duties are strict and allow no exceptions. You must never lie, must never treat someone merely as means, must never violate the categorical imperative. Imperfect duties allow latitude in how and when you fulfill them. You should help others, should develop your talents, should promote your own happiness. But you have discretion about specific applications. When people claim necessity, they're usually trying to turn perfect duties into imperfect ones. They want discretion when none exists. They want to weigh costs and benefits when the obligation is categorical. I had to lie because telling truth would have been too costly. But truth-telling is a perfect duty. Cost is irrelevant. You're obligated to tell truth regardless of consequences to yourself. I had to break my promise because circumstances changed. But promise-keeping is a perfect duty. Changed circumstances don't eliminate obligations, though they might make them more difficult to fulfill. The excuse of necessity tries to smuggle consequentialist reasoning into a deontological framework. It says, this particular instance of following duty would produce bad results, so I don't have to follow it. But this contradicts the categorical nature of moral obligation. Duties are binding regardless of consequences. That's what makes them categorical rather than hypothetical. You might disagree with this. You might think consequences matter enough to override obligations. But then you're abandoning Kantian ethics entirely, not claiming its protection while evading its constraints. The formula of humanity reveals another aspect. When you claim necessity as an excuse for violating someone's dignity, you're treating them as expendable when circumstances require it. I had to deceive them, the situation forced me. But they're a rational being deserving respect regardless of your situation. Your difficulty doesn't give you the right to treat them as mere means. I had to break my commitment. I faced pressures they don't understand. But your pressures don't eliminate their legitimate expectations or their status as an end in themselves. The excuse of necessity places your concerns above others' dignity. It says, my convenience, my welfare, my ability to avoid difficult choices matters more than respecting your rational agency. This cannot be universalized, because others face pressures too. If everyone gets to violate dignity when circumstances are difficult, dignity becomes conditional on everyone having easy circumstances, which is the same as saying it's not real dignity at all. There's also a practical problem with the necessity excuse. It trains you to see yourself as helpless, as a passive victim of circumstances, rather than an active agent making choices. Every time you say I had to, you're denying your own agency. You're treating yourself as an object pushed around by forces beyond your control rather than a rational being choosing among options. This is a form of self-disrespect. You're failing to recognize your own capacity for autonomous choice. You're treating your own rational nature as if it were mere nature subject to causal forces but not capable of self-determination. Kant would say this degrades your own humanity. When you claim helplessness where you actually had choice, you're treating yourself as less than what you are, being capable of acting from principle regardless of pressure. Moreover, the necessity excuse becomes a habit. The more you invoke it, the more you train yourself to see obligations as optional when difficult. You develop character structured around avoiding responsibility rather than accepting it. This corrupts moral judgment. You lose the ability to distinguish genuine impossibility from mere difficulty. You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to principle. Over time, you become someone who always finds reasons why normal rules don't apply to you, why your situation is special, why circumstances justified the exception. But, of course, everyone's situation feels special to them. Everyone faces pressures they think others don't understand. Everyone encounters circumstances that make morality inconvenient. If necessity excuses everyone, it excuses no one. Because the excuse eliminates the very concept of obligation. Kant saw this clearly. Either moral obligations or categorical binding, regardless of cost, regardless of difficulty, regardless of what you'd prefer, they're not really obligations at all. They're just suggestions that apply when convenient. Guidelines that hold unless following them is hard. Ideals you nod toward while acting on entirely different principles. This doesn't mean Kant was naive about difficulty. He recognized that humans are finite beings with real limitations. That circumstances sometimes genuinely constrain options. That moral life involves genuine dilemmas, but he insisted on distinguishing genuine constraints from self-serving excuses. Real impossibility from unwillingness to pay costs. Tragic circumstances from convenient rationalizations. The test is simple. Are you claiming you couldn't do something that was literally impossible? Or are you claiming you had to abandon a moral obligation because following it would have been difficult? If the former, fine. No one can demand the impossible. If the latter, you're making an excuse, not stating a fact. And the excuse can't be universalized, because everyone faces difficulty. If difficulty eliminates obligation, obligation eliminates itself. There's one more aspect to consider. The excuse of necessity often reveals failure of moral imagination, an inability to see options that would allow you to fulfill obligations. Despite difficulty, when you claim I had no choice, you're usually wrong. You had choices, you just didn't like them. You didn't want to pay the price of acting morally, but moral life requires creativity, finding ways to honor obligations despite obstacles, discovering paths through difficult circumstances that respect everyone's dignity. The person who immediately claims necessity has often simply stopped thinking. They've identified the easy option that violates obligation and declared all others impossible without seriously considering them. Kant would say this shows insufficient commitment to morality. A genuinely moral person would exhaust all options before concluding that obligation cannot be fulfilled, would accept significant cost to themselves before violating others. Dignity. This doesn't mean moral heroism is required of everyone, but it means you cannot casually abandon obligations while claiming you had no alternative. The excuse of necessity, in most cases, is simply moral laziness, a refusal to think hard about options, to accept costs, to honor the categorical nature of obligation, and when you examine it through Kant's test, it fails immediately. You cannot will that everyone abandons obligations when circumstances are difficult. You cannot universalize the maxim of convenience over duty, because you depend on others maintaining their obligations to you even when doing so is costly for them. You depend on a world where most people honor commitments, tell truth, Respect dignities spite pressures and difficulties. You're claiming exception from the very order you require to function, asserting that others must follow rules you won't follow, treating your convenience as more important than the moral fabric of human community. This is the characteristic failure that Kant's ethics exposes in all its forms. The attempt to benefit from morality while evading its constraints, to enjoy the protections of a moral order while contributing nothing to its maintenance. The excuse of necessity is just one more version of this eternal human tendency to claim helplessness when agency would require sacrifice, to invoke circumstances when principle would require cost, to deny responsibility when accepting it would be difficult. But Kant shows us we always have a choice, not always an easy choice, not always a choice we like, not always a choice that spares us difficulty, but a choice nonetheless. Between following the categorical imperative or violating it, between respecting human dignity or treating people as means, between acting from duty or from inclination, the excuse of necessity tries to deny this choice, to claim that circumstances made the decision for you, that you were forced to violate obligation. But this is false. You chose. You decided that your convenience mattered more than your duty, that the cost of morality was more than you were willing to pay. You can admit this honestly, accept responsibility, and face whatever consequences follow from your choice, or you can hide behind necessity, pretending you had no agency, denying the choice you actually made. But you cannot do both. You cannot claim helplessness while also claiming moral status. You cannot deny agency while expecting to be treated as an agent, and you cannot universalize the excuse without destroying the very concept of moral obligation, without reducing ethics to a system where everyone follows rules when convenient and abandons them when not. Kant's ethics demands more. It demands recognition that moral obligation binds regardless of difficulty, that human dignity matters regardless of cost, that some things are simply required of rational beings, regardless of whether circumstances make compliance easy. This is demanding. It's meant to be. Because morality isn't about convenience, it's about what rational agency itself requires, about what must be true if human community is to be possible at all. And the excuse of necessity, in the end, is just another way of denying these truths while depending on them, of claiming helplessness while demanding that others remain bound. By principles you refuse to follow, Kant's test exposes this completely, and leaves no room for the comfortable lie that circumstances can eliminate what reason demands. We've seen how various justifications for immoral behavior fail the categorical imperative, but there's a deeper pattern worth exploring. A reason why bad maxims always fail universalization, and understanding this pattern reveals something profound about the structure of morality itself. Every immoral maxim has the same fundamental problem. It depends on conditions it simultaneously undermines. It requires stability it destroys. It exploits an order it refuses to maintain. Think about lying. The liar needs people to believe them. But lying, if universalized, destroys belief itself. The practice of communication depends on a presumption of truthfulness. When that presumption collapses, words lose their power to convey information. The liar is sawing off the branch they're sitting on. Their maxim only works because most people don't follow it. They're making an exception for themselves that cannot be generalized. This isn't an accident. It's structural. built into the nature of rational agency in communication. When you speak, you implicitly claim to be communicating something true. Not necessarily that your statement corresponds to reality, but that you believe what you're saying. You're presenting your words as expressions of your actual thoughts. Lying violates this implicit claim. You're using the communication system while refusing to play by its rules. You're exploiting others' assumption of good faith while acting in bad faith yourself. This is why the contradiction isn't just about consequences. It's about the internal coherence of the maxim itself. You cannot universalize lying because doing so destroys the very practice that makes lying possible. The same pattern appears in promise breaking. Promises work because people generally keep them. They create expectations that guide planning and enable cooperation. When someone makes a promise, others adjust their behavior in reliance on that commitment. The promise breaker exploits this system. They gain the benefits of being trusted, without bearing the costs of being trustworthy. They want others to treat their promises as binding while treating those same promises as optional for themselves. But if everyone broke promises when convenient, the institution of promising would dissolve. No one would adjust their behavior based on commitments. Promises would become mere predictions, not obligations. The promise breaker, like the liar, depends on others maintaining what they refuse to maintain. They're parasitic on a practice they're undermining. This reveals something important about why Kant's ethics works. It's not imposing arbitrary constraints from outside. It's showing what rational agency itself requires. To be a rational agent is to act for reasons, to claim that your actions are justified. And to claim justification is to assert principles that apply beyond your particular case. When you act, you're implicitly saying, this type of action, in these types of circumstances, is permissible. You're making a universal claim, whether you realize it or not. The categorical imperative simply makes this implicit universality explicit. It asks, can your maxim actually function as a universal principle, or does it depend on others not following it? If the latter, you're being incoherent. You're claiming a justification that undermines itself when universalized. You're trying to have things both ways to benefit from a practice while refusing to maintain it. This is why bad maxims always self-destruct, not because God punishes them, not because society disapproves, not because they produce bad consequences, though they often do, but because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot survive their own universalization. Consider manipulation. The manipulator needs people who aren't suspicious, who take communications at face value, who assume good faith. Manipulation works by exploiting trust. But if everyone manipulated everyone, trust would disappear. Everyone would constantly suspect ulterior motives. Every communication would be analyzed for hidden agendas. The baseline of good faith that makes manipulation effective would be destroyed. The manipulator depends on most people not being manipulators. On a world where trust is the default, so violations of trust can be exploited. This dependency reveals the incoherence. You cannot coherently will that everyone manipulates, because doing so eliminates what makes manipulation work. You're asserting a right that destroys its own conditions of possibility. The pattern extends to all immoral maxims. The thief needs property rights to exist, or there's nothing to steal. The fraudster needs honest commerce, or fraud would be expected and anticipated. The person who refuses all help needs a society where most people do help, or human cooperation. Would be impossible. In every case, the immoral agent is free riding, taking advantage of a moral order they refuse to support, exploiting others' good behavior, while exempting themselves from reciprocal obligations. Kant's genius was recognizing that this free riding is not just unfair, it's logically incoherent. You cannot rationally will a world where everyone free rides, because free riding depends on others not. Free-riding. This gives us a different way of understanding why morality is binding. Not because of divine command, not because of social contract, not because of consequences, but because of what rational agency itself requires. To be rational is to act according to principles. To act according to principles is to claim those. Principles could be universal. To claim they could be universal is to be bound by them yourself. You cannot escape this by denying you're making universal claims, because any justification of your action implicitly universalizes. When you say, "It was okay for me to do this because of these reasons," you're saying these reasons justify this type of action, and that's a universal claim. The only way to avoid universal claims is to admit you're not acting for reasons at all, that you're just doing what you feel like, with no justification, making no claim that your action is permissible, but then you're not exercising rational agency. You're just behaving. And if you're just behaving, you cannot object when others behave toward you in ways you don't like. You've given up any basis for making claims against others. This is the choice Kant presents. Either you act rationally, according to principles that could be universal, in which case morality binds you, or you give up rationality entirely, in which case you give up any basis for asserting claims, making demands, or expecting anything from anyone. Most people don't want to give up rationality. They want to be rational agents who act for reasons and can justify their choices. But they also want to avoid moral constraints when those constraints are inconvenient. Kant shows this is impossible. You cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. You cannot assert justifications while refusing to universalize them. You cannot expect others to respect your claims while refusing to respect theirs. The self-destructive nature of bad maxims isn't a curious feature. It's the fundamental fact about immoral action. Every violation of the categorical imperative is an attempt to assert something that cannot be coherently asserted, to claim a right that destroys itself. When universalized, to enjoy benefits while refusing to bear their costs. This is why you can always tell when someone's reasoning is bad. Not because you have moral intuitions that disagree, not because you calculate different consequences, but because their maxim, when made explicit and universal, reveals its own incoherence. They want special treatment they cannot justify, exceptions they cannot universalize, rights they cannot grant to others without undermining their own position. Kant gives us the tool to see this, to take any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim and test whether it can survive its own universalization. If it can, the action is at least permissible. If it cannot, the justification is hollow. Not wrong in some subjective sense, but objectively incoherent, self-undermining, rationally untenable. This is the deeper pattern. Bad maxims fail not because they violate external rules, but because they violate the internal requirements of rational agency itself. They try to claim what cannot be claimed, to assert what cannot be asserted, to universalize what destroys itself when universalized. And once you see this pattern, you cannot unsee it. Every rationalization reveals itself as an attempt to make an exception that cannot be made. Every excuse exposes itself as a claim to rights that undermine themselves when, extended, the categorical imperative is not a constraint imposed from outside. It's the internal logic of rational agency made explicit. Acting morally is not sacrificing your interests for some external authority. It's being consistent with what you're already implicitly claiming whenever you act rationally at all. This is why I can't believe morality could be based on reason alone. Not because reason tells us what to desire or what goals to pursue, but because reason itself has a structure, and acting according to that structure requires acting morally. The person who violates the categorical imperative isn't just doing something wrong. They're being irrational, incoherent, self-contradictory. They're claiming what they cannot claim, asserting what they cannot assert, willing what they cannot will. And this irrationality is visible, not through moral intuition or divine revelation or cultural conditioning, but through simple, logical analysis, through asking, can this maxim be universal? Does it survive its own generalization, or does it depend on conditions it undermines? When you ask this question honestly, bad maxims always reveal themselves. They collapse under their own weight. They prove unable to sustain what they require. This is the deeper pattern, and understanding it transforms how you think about morality. It's not about following rules because someone said so. It's about being coherent, about not soaring off the branch you're sitting on, about not claiming rights you cannot grant, about not willing what cannot be willed. It's about recognizing what rational agency itself demands, and accepting that you cannot escape those demands while remaining rational. Having understood why bad maxims self-destruct, we can examine the deeper architecture of how people try to evade moral constraints. There are patterns to manipulation and rationalization, strategies that appear again and again, and understanding these patterns helps you recognize violations before they deceive you. The first strategy is particularization, taking a universal moral principle and adding qualifications that make it apply only to others. You shouldn't lie becomes people shouldn't lie to me. Promises should be kept becomes others should keep their promises to me. Human dignity must be respected becomes my dignity must be respected. The pattern is subtle because it uses moral language while evacuating moral content. It sounds like you're affirming moral principles, but you're actually claiming special status that exempts you from them. Kant's test exposes this immediately. Can you universalize your actual maxim? Not the principle you cite, but the principle you actually follow. If your real maxim is, others must respect my dignity, but I can treat them as mere means when convenient, that obviously fails universalization. You're claiming an exception with no justification. The second strategy is false equivalence, treating fundamentally different situations as if they raise the same moral issues, then using one to justify the other. Everyone lies sometimes, so my lies are no different. But your lies and white lies about someone's haircut are categorically different. One manipulates someone for your benefit. The other spares minor hurt feelings. The maxims are completely different. All business involves some exploitation, so my exploitation is normal. But there's a difference between employing someone at market wages and systematically abusing workers because you can. The fact that all economic relationships involve power doesn't mean all exercises of power are equivalent. This strategy works by blurring distinctions, by grouping all instances of some behavior together, regardless of maxims, intentions, or contexts, then using the acceptability of mild instances to justify severe violations. Kant's ethics requires examining actual maxims, not surface behaviors. Two people might tell falsehoods. Following the maxim, I will speak falsely to protect someone from harm. Another following, I will deceive others for personal gain. Same behavior, completely different moral status. The third strategy is infinite regress, questioning every moral claim until the person either gives up or admits uncertainty, then treating this as permission to ignore morality entirely. Why should I respect human dignity? Because Kant said so. Why should I listen to Kant? Because he gave good arguments. Why should I care about good arguments? Because rationality matters. Why does rationality matter? This can continue indefinitely, but it proves nothing. You can apply the same strategy to any claim whatsoever, including the strategy itself. Kant's response is that some things are simply presupposed by rational agency. You cannot question whether rationality matters while engaging in rational questioning. The very act of asking undermines the skeptical conclusion. Similarly, you cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. Questioning moral principles is fine, but you cannot question them while simultaneously making moral claims against others. The fourth strategy is hypothetical extremes, presenting bizarre scenarios where moral principles seem to lead to absurd conclusions, then using these to reject the principles entirely. What if an asteroid was going to destroy Earth, and the only way to stop it was by torturing one person? Would you really say we shouldn't torture them? These scenarios are designed to make moral principles seem rigid or unrealistic, but they prove nothing about ordinary cases. The fact that principles might face dilemmas in wildly improbable situations doesn't eliminate their binding force in normal life. Moreover, these hypotheticals often smuggle in assumptions that beg the question. They're constructed specifically to make the violation seem necessary. Then treat this construction as revealing a flaw in moral reasoning. Kant would say, focus on actual situations you face. Don't let imaginary edge cases undermine your commitment. Two principles that apply clearly in real life. The fifth strategy is motive questioning. Instead of engaging with moral arguments, attacking the motives of people making them, you only care about honesty because you're judgmental. You only oppose exploitation because you're envious. You only emphasize duty because you're repressed. This is ad hominem reasoning. It tries to discredit moral claims by discrediting their advocates. But the validity of an argument doesn't depend on the character of the person making it. Kant's principles stand on their own logical merits. They're true or false based on whether they survive rational examination, not based on who endorses them. The sixth strategy is selective empathy, focusing intensely on how moral principles constrain you while ignoring how your violations harm others. When told not to lie, you vividly imagine the awkwardness of telling truth. When told not to manipulate, you focus on how difficult, honest persuasion would be. When told not to break promises, you emphasize how circumstances have changed, but you don't imagine what it's like to be lied to be manipulated, to have commitments broken, You don't feel the violation of agency, the loss of dignity, the harm to trust. This asymmetry allows you to see moral constraints as unreasonable impositions, while not seeing your violations as significant. Wrongs. Kant would say, apply the formula of humanity consistently. Imagine yourself in the position of those affected by your actions. Ask whether you're treating them as you'd want to be treated, as an end, not merely as a means. The seventh strategy is moral diffusion, spreading responsibility so widely that no one feels personally accountable. Everyone else is doing it. The system is corrupt anyway. My individual action doesn't matter. I'm just following orders. It's not my decision alone. Each statement might be factually true. Others might be doing it. The system might be corrupt. Your individual action might have small impact. You might be following orders. But none of this eliminates your personal responsibility for your own maxims. You choose what principles to act on. That choice is yours, regardless of what others do or what systems you operate within. Kant's ethics is radically personal. You're responsible for your maxims. You must ask whether you can universalize them. You cannot evade this by pointing to others' behavior or institutional structures. The eighth strategy is temporal compartmentalization, treating past actions as irrelevant to present identity and future actions as too uncertain to constrain present choice. Yes, I lied before, but I've changed. I might need to lie in the future, so I can't commit to never lying. The present moment becomes the only reality. Past patterns don't reveal character. Future implications don't constrain choice. This allows you to repeatedly violate principles while claiming each instance is an exception, not a pattern. To avoid accountability for establishing habits and corrupting character, Kant would emphasize that moral development matters. Each choice shapes who you become. Each exception makes the next exception easier. Character is built through consistent commitment, not through treating each situation as isolated. The ninth strategy is emotional override, using intense feelings to bypass rational evaluation. I was so angry. I was terrified. I was desperate. The emotion becomes both explanation and justification, as if feeling something strongly makes acting on it permissible. But emotions don't suspend the categorical imperative. They explain why you violated it, showing you acted from inclination rather than duty. But they don't justify the violation. Kant isn't saying emotions are bad. He's saying they can't override moral obligation. When duty and inclination conflict, duty must prevail if you're to be genuinely moral rather than merely following your feelings. The 10th strategy is definitional games, redefining terms to make violations seem like compliance. I'm not lying, I'm being strategic with information. I'm not manipulating, I'm influencing. I'm not exploiting. I'm engaging in mutually beneficial exchange. I'm not violating dignity. I'm being realistic about human nature. The words change, but the underlying maxims remain the same. You're still deceiving, still treating people as mere means, still making exceptions for yourself. Kant would focus on the actual maxim you're acting on, regardless of how you label it. What principle are you really following? Can that principle be universalized? Understanding these strategies reveals something important. They're all variations of the same fundamental evasion, trying to claim moral status while avoiding moral constraint, claiming others must respect you while refusing to respect them. claiming rights while denying equivalent rights to others, demanding principle from others while allowing exceptions for yourself. Every strategy tries to maintain the asymmetry that Kant's ethics exposes, to preserve the gap between how you want to be treated and how you're willing to treat others. This is why manipulation has an architecture. It's not random. It follows patterns because it's always trying to solve the same problem. How to violate the categorical imperative while claiming its protections? The answer is, you can't, not coherently. Every evasion strategy fails under examination. Every rationalization reveals itself as special pleading. Every exception proves unable to generalize. But humans are remarkably persistent. When one strategy fails, we try another. When direct violation is too obvious, we obscure it with rhetoric. When logical analysis exposes the problem, we appeal to emotion or authority. The architecture of manipulation is intricate because people are clever. But it's also fragile because all its structures rest on the same incoherent foundation. The attempt to have moral order without moral constraint. Recognizing these patterns makes you harder to manipulate and less likely to manipulate yourself. When someone tries one of these strategies, you can identify it. When you're tempted to rationalize, you can catch yourself. The categorical imperative, once truly understood, acts like a philosophical immune system. It recognizes attempts to evade it, rejects sophistical reasoning, and maintains clarity about what rational consistency requires. This doesn't make moral life easy. Recognizing manipulation doesn't eliminate temptation. Understanding doesn't automatically produce right action, but it does strip away comforting illusions. It makes self-deception harder. It exposes the architecture of rationalization so you can see it operating in yourself and others. And seeing clearly is the first step toward acting well. Throughout our exploration, one concept has appeared again and again: autonomy. It's time to understand why this concept is so central to Kant's ethics and why it unlocks everything else. The word autonomy literally means self-law. Auto, self. Nomos, law. A being who gives laws to themselves rather than receiving them from outside. This might sound like moral relativism, everyone making up their own rules. But Kant means something entirely different. Something profound about what it means to be rational. To see this, we need to distinguish autonomy from mere independence. Independence is simply doing what you want without external constraint. A person stranded alone on an island is independent in this sense. But they're not autonomous in Kant's sense. Autonomy isn't about absence of constraint. It's about the source of constraint. An autonomous being is constrained by principles, by laws, by obligations. But these constraints are self-imposed. They come from the rational nature of the being itself, not from external forces. Think about mathematics. When you recognize that 2 + 2 = 4, you're constrained. You can't rationally believe that 2 + 2 = 5. But this constraint isn't imposed from outside. It comes from the nature of rational thought itself. You give this law to yourself through your own reason. Moral autonomy works similarly. When you recognize that the categorical imperative binds you, you're constrained. You can't rationally will maxims that can't be universalized. But this constraint isn't imposed by God, society, or nature. It comes from your own rational nature. This is why Kant says that autonomy is the foundation of human dignity, because To be autonomous is to be the source of your own laws, to be self-determining rather than determined by outside forces. An animal acts from instinct. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by natural drives it doesn't choose. A programmed machine acts from its code. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by external programming. But a rational being can step back from any particular drive or desire and ask, should I act on this? Is this consistent with principles I can will as universal law? This capacity for critical reflection, for self-legislation, is what makes rational beings special, and it's what gives them dignity rather than mere value. Things with value can be traded, replaced, or sacrificed for something of greater value. But beings with dignity are priceless. They cannot be traded or replaced because their worth is unconditional. Why? Because they're the source of all valuing. They're what makes value possible in the first place. Without autonomous, rational beings, nothing would have value because there would be no one to recognize it, pursue it, or care about it. This is why the formula of humanity commands treating rational beings as ends in themselves. Not because they're useful, though they often are. Not because they produce good outcomes, though they often do. But because they have the capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to themselves through reason. When you respect someone's autonomy, you're acknowledging their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, determine their own life through reason. You're recognizing them as a fellow legislator in the kingdom of ends. When you violate someone's autonomy by lying, manipulating, coercing, or otherwise treating them as mere means, denying this capacity, you're treating them as if they were an object to be used rather than an agent to be respected. This is why all moral violations involve treating rational nature as mere means. Because all moral violations override autonomy. They substitute your judgment for someone else's, your ends for theirs, your will for their self-legislation. But here's the key insight. You cannot coherently deny autonomy in others while claiming it for yourself. Because the same rational capacity that grounds your autonomy grounds theirs. When you assert your own dignity, make claims against others, demand respect for your choices, sure, implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal. It's not something you uniquely possess. It's what makes any being capable of moral status. So to claim autonomy for yourself while denying it to others is incoherent. You're asserting that rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. You're making an exception that cannot be justified. The categorical imperative simply makes this explicit. It says, if you're going to act as an autonomous being setting ends, making choices, following principles Zen, you must recognize autonomy in others. You must act only on maxims you could will as universal law. This isn't an external constraint on your autonomy. It's what autonomy itself requires. Because to be truly autonomous isn't to do whatever you happen to want. It's to act according to principles that reason can endorse. And reason can only endorse principles that respect rational nature wherever it appears. Principles that could serve as universal laws for all autonomous beings. This is why Kant says that autonomy is both the ground and the goal of morality. It's the ground because rational beings' capacity for self-legislation is what makes moral law possible. It's the goal because moral action aims to respect and promote autonomy in all rational beings. When you act morally, you're exercising your own autonomy, giving law to yourself through reason, and you're respecting others, autonomy treating them as self-legislating beings rather than mere objects. This creates a beautiful symmetry. Moral action expresses what you are, an autonomous being, while recognizing what others are equally autonomous beings. It's consistent with your nature while respecting the equivalent nature in everyone else. Immoral action, by contrast, is self-contradictory. You're exercising your autonomy to deny others autonomy, using your capacity for self-legislation to override others' equivalent capacity. Acting as if rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. This is why evil is always, fundamentally, irrational. Not just wrong, but incoherent. It involves claiming for yourself what you deny to others, while possessing no basis for the distinction. Understanding autonomy also explains why moral development matters. You don't become autonomous simply by reaching a certain age or achieving independence. Autonomy must be developed through practice. Every time you act from duty rather than inclination, you strengthen your capacity for self-legislation. Every time you universalize your maxims rather than making exceptions for yourself, you exercise autonomy more fully. Every time you respect others' rational agency despite pressure to violate it, you become more genuinely autonomous. This is because autonomy isn't just a capacity you have. It's a capacity you must actively realize through your choices. You can have the potential for autonomy while consistently acting heteronomously, following desire, social pressure, or arbitrary authority. True autonomy requires consistently choosing to act from principles that reason itself endorses, and that means acting morally. There's no gap between being genuinely autonomous and being moral. They're the same thing. This is perhaps Kant's most radical claim. Morality isn't a constraint on your autonomy. It's the fullest expression of autonomy. When you act morally, you're most fully yourself, most fully realizing your nature as a rational, self-legislating being. When you act immorally, you're less autonomous, not more. You're allowing inclination, pressure, or desire to override your rational nature. You're being determined by forces outside your rational agency rather than determining yourself through reason. This inverts common assumptions. People often think morality constrains freedom, that moral obligations limit what you can do, that being moral means sacrificing your autonomy to external rules. But Kant shows this is backwards. You're most free when you act morally, because you're acting from your own rational nature rather than being pushed around by desires, circumstances, or manipulation. You're least free when you violate moral principles, because you're being controlled by forces outside your rational agency. You're allowing heteronomous factors, desire for pleasure, fear of consequences, social pressure to determine your action. True freedom is autonomy, and autonomy is moral action. They're inseparable. This doesn't mean moral action is easy. It means it's the only action that's truly free, that expresses what you really are rather than what external forces push you to do. Understanding this transforms how you think about moral obligation. It's not a burden imposed from outside. It's the demand of your own rational nature. When you feel obligated, what you're feeling is your own reason calling you to act consistently with what you are. When you resist this call, When you act from inclination against duty or not asserting your freedom, you're surrendering it. You're allowing something other than your rational agency to control your action. This is why Kant places autonomy at the center of his ethics. It's not just one value among others. It's the foundation of all moral value, the source of human dignity, the condition of genuine freedom, the goal of moral development. And it's the key to understanding why the categorical imperative binds, not because some external authority demands it, but because your own rational nature demands it. Because to be autonomous is to act on principles that could be universal laws. Because to claim autonomy for yourself is to recognize it in others. The categorical imperative isn't a constraint on autonomy. It's autonomy making explicit what it requires. It's reason calling you to consistency with your own nature as a rational, self-legislating being. And once you see this, you see why morality isn't optional for rational beings. Not because they'll be punished for immorality, but because immorality is incompatible with what they essentially are. To be rational is to be autonomous. To be autonomous is to be moral. There's no way to be fully human, fully realizing your nature as a rational being, while consistently violating the categorical imperative. This is autonomy's central place in Kant's ethics. Not just important, but foundational. Not just a value, but the condition of all value. Not just relevant to morality, but identical with it. Understanding this unlocks everything else we've explored. Why bad maxims self-destruct, why manipulation fails universalization, why moral violations are irrational, why human dignity is unconditional. All of it flows from the nature of autonomy, from what it means to be a rational being capable of giving law to yourself through reason, from the recognition that this capacity is what makes morality possible and what morality must protect. Kant gave us a third formulation of the categorical imperative, one that synthesizes the insights of the first two while pointing towards something aspirational. He called it the formula of the kingdom of ends. Act according to maxims of a universally legislating member of a merely possible kingdom of ends. This formulation is more complex, but it captures something beautiful about what morality aims toward. A vision of human community at its best. A kingdom is a systematic union under common laws. But this isn't a political kingdom ruled by a monarch. It's a moral kingdom where all members are both legislators and subjects. Each member legislates universal laws through their rational nature, but each is also subject to the very laws they legislate. You make moral law through your reason, but you're also bound by it. This dual status, legislator and subject, simultaneously is what distinguishes the kingdom of ends from hierarchical structures. There's no ruler imposing law on subordinates. Everyone participates equally in moral legislation. The kingdom consists of ends, rational beings who are valuable in themselves, not merely as means. Each member recognizes every other member as an end. Each treats everyone else with the respect due to autonomous agents. This creates a moral community, where everyone relates to everyone else as fellow rational beings, where no one is used as a mere tool, where each person's dignity is recognized and respected by all. Kant describes this as a merely possible kingdom because it's an ideal rather than a current reality. No actual human society fully realizes it, but it represents the goal toward which moral action tends when you act according to the categorical imperative. You're legislating for this kingdom. You're acting as if it already existed. You're treating others as ends, following only maxims. That could be universal laws, recognizing the dignity of all rational beings. Each moral action is like a vote for the kingdom of ends, a contribution toward making it real, a refusal to treat the current state of imperfection as justification for further violation. The beauty of this vision is how it combines equality with respect. Everyone is equal as a legislator each person's. Rational nature has the same status and authority, but this equality grounds respect rather than uniformity. Each person's unique ends, projects, and choices deserve respect precisely because they're exercises of autonomous, rational agency. The kingdom of ends isn't a place where everyone does the same things or pursues identical goals. It's a community where everyone pursues their own rationally chosen ends while respecting others' equivalent freedom to do the same. This vision has political implications. It suggests what legitimate political authority looks like. Not ruled by the powerful over the weak, but self-governance by rational beings who recognize each other's equal status. Laws are legitimate when they could be willed by everyone as self-legislation. When they respect the autonomy of all citizens, treating them as ends rather than means. When they create conditions for each person to develop and exercise their rational capacities. But the kingdom of ends goes beyond politics. It's a moral ideal that applies to all human relationships, to families, friendships, businesses, institutions, any context where rational beings interact. In each context, the question is, are people treating each other as ends in themselves, as autonomous agents whose dignity deserves respect? Or are they treating each other as mere tools, as means to their own ends? A family that respects the kingdom of ends would recognize each member's rational agency. Parents would guide children toward autonomy rather than merely controlling them. Adults would respect each other's choices, even when disagreeing. Relationships would be structured by mutual respect rather than domination. A business that respected the kingdom of ends would treat workers as agents, not resources. Customers as persons, not revenue sources. Communities as partners, not externalities. Profit would be pursued within constraints, set by respect for human dignity. An institution that respected the kingdom of ends would empower rather than subordinate. It would create space for people to exercise autonomy rather than merely following orders. It would be accountable to those it affects rather than imposing decisions on them. None of this means conflict disappears. Rational beings with different ends will sometimes clash, but in the kingdom of ends, these conflicts are resolved through reason, dialogue, and respect rather than through power, manipulation, or violation of dignity. The ideal might seem impossibly distant. Human societies are full of hierarchy, exploitation, and violation. Most relationships involve some degree of using others as means. Perfect respect for autonomy seems utopian, but Kant would say this doesn't undermine the ideal. It just means we have work to do. Each action that respects dignity moves us closer. Each refusal to treat people as mere means contributes to realizing the kingdom. And importantly, you can act as a member of the kingdom of ends regardless of whether others do. You can treat people as ends even when they treat you as means. You can follow universal laws even in an unjust world. This is what acting from duty means. Not waiting until conditions are perfect, but acting morally now. Treating the kingdom of ends as already existing through your own behavior, even when others haven't caught up. This is hard. It means respecting people's dignity even when they don't respect yours. Maintaining moral principles even when others violate them. Acting as if rational nature deserves unconditional respect even in circumstances that make this costly. But it's the only way the ideal can ever be realized. Not through some sudden transformation, but through individuals choosing to act morally despite imperfect conditions. Through each person taking responsibility for their own maxims, their own treatment of others, their own contribution to moral community. The kingdom of ends represents Kant's answer to cynicism. Yes, people often act badly. Yes, the world is full of exploitation and violation. Yes, perfect justice seems impossibly distant. But this doesn't mean moral action is pointless. Every moral action is a contribution. Every respect for dignity creates a small instance of the kingdom. Every universalizable maxim legislates for the ideal, and gradually, through accumulation of individual moral choices, human community can approximate the ideal more closely. Not perfectly. Human nature is flawed, circumstances are difficult, conflicts are inevitable, but better than before, more respectful of dignity, more consistent with what rational beings deserve. This is Kant's vision. Not naive optimism about human goodness, but realistic hope based on what autonomy makes possible. Not fantasy about perfection, but commitment to progress through moral action. The kingdom of ends is the goal. The categorical imperative is the path. Each individual's choice to act morally is a step forward. And while no one can create the kingdom alone, everyone can refuse to act as if dignity doesn't matter. This refusal, this commitment to treating rational nature as an end regardless of circumstances is what moral action means. And it's available to everyone, always, regardless of what others do. You cannot create the kingdom of ends by yourself, but you can be its representative in every action. You can legislate its laws through your maxims. You can treat everyone you encounter as the fellow member of a moral community. They deserve to be recognized as. This is what the formula of the kingdom of ends asks. Not that you wait for perfect conditions, but that you act now as if those conditions existed. Not that you create utopia, but that you refuse to let imperfection justify violations. It's demanding, but it's also liberating, because it means your moral action always matters, always contributes, always makes the world slightly more like what it should be. The kingdom of ends is possible, precisely because each rational being can choose to realize it in their own actions, can treat others as ends, can follow universal laws, can recognize dignity regardless of what others do, and through these individual choices, the merely possible becomes increasingly real. Kant's ethics has faced serious objections since its inception. Understanding these challenges helps us appreciate both the theory's strengths and its genuine difficulties. Let's examine the most important criticisms, honestly. The first major objection is rigidity. Critics argue that Kant's categorical imperatives allow no exceptions, even when exceptions seem obviously right. The murderer at the door case is the classic example. Surely you should lie to save an innocent life. Kant's response seems heartless to many. He insists you cannot lie even here. This leads critics to say, His ethics is too rigid for real life, that it produces counterintuitive conclusions, that flexibility matters. But defenders point out that Kant offers options besides lying. You can refuse to answer. You can physically prevent the murderer from entering. You can do many things. The prohibition is specifically against lying, not against protecting the innocent. Moreover, if we allow exceptions for good consequences, where do we stop? Once we say lying is acceptable when it produces good outcomes, we've abandoned the categorical nature of moral obligation. We're back to consequentialism with all its problems. The deeper response is that Kant's ethics isn't about maximizing good outcomes. It's about respecting human dignity regardless of consequences. If this sometimes requires accepting worse outcomes, that's the price of treating moral principles as truly categorical. You might still disagree, but the disagreement is about whether morality is fundamentally deontological or consequentialist, not about whether Kant is consistent within his framework. The second objection concerns conflicts of duty. What happens when two perfect duties conflict? When keeping one promise requires breaking another? When telling truth to one person means violating confidentiality to another? Kant has no clear procedure for resolving these conflicts. He tends to deny they can genuinely occur, to suggest that careful analysis will reveal one duty takes priority, or that there's a creative solution respecting both. But critics say this is unrealistic. Real life does present tragic choices where any option violates some duty. Kant's ethics seems to break down here. Defenders argue this objection misunderstands the theory. Kant isn't claiming moral life is easy or that dilemmas never occur. He's claiming that moral principles are categorical. When you face a genuine dilemma, you do your best to reason through which obligation is stronger, then accept responsibility for the choice. The theory doesn't provide mechanical answers, but it does provide a framework for thinking through difficult cases. And it prohibits certain easy outs like sacrificing others' dignity for your convenience. The third objection involves moral motivation. Kant says actions have moral worth only when done from duty rather than inclination. But this seems to devalue natural sympathy, love, and compassion. Surely the person who helps others from genuine care is more praiseworthy than someone who helps grudgingly from duty alone. Doesn't Kant's ethics make morality cold and mechanical? Kant's response is often misunderstood. He's not saying emotions are bad or that you should help people without caring about them. He's saying moral worth comes from acting on principle, not from acting on feeling alone, when duty and inclination align. That's wonderful. When you help someone you care about, you're acting from both duty and love. But the moral worth specifically comes from the recognition that you would have obligations even if you didn't feel like helping. The person who helps only when they feel like it isn't genuinely moral. They're just following their feelings. Moral character requires helping even when you don't feel like it, because duty requires it. The fourth objection concerns application. How do you determine the right level of specificity for maxims? How do you know which features of your situation are morally relevant? The theory seems to require perfect judgment while providing limited guidance. This is a fair concern. Kant's ethics requires practical wisdom to apply correctly. You can't just mechanically test maxims without understanding which formulations capture the morally relevant features. But defenders argue this is true of any ethical theory. All require judgment in application. Kant at least provides clear principles to guide that judgment, the tests of universalization and respect for humanity. Moreover, practice improves judgment. As you apply the categorical imperative over time, you develop better intuitions about which maxims accurately describe your actions and which features matter morally. The fifth objection involves scope. Does the categorical imperative apply to non-human animals, to future generations, to artificial intelligences if they become rational? Kant's framework seems unclear about boundaries. Kant himself limited moral status to rational beings. Animals, in his view, have only indirect moral significance. We shouldn't be cruel to them because cruelty corrupts our character, not because they have rights. Many modern philosophers find this too narrow. They argue that the capacity to suffer, not just rationality, creates moral status, that we have direct duties to animals, not just indirect ones mediated through effects on human character. This is a real tension. Kant's focus on rational agency as the sole source of moral status seems problematic to many contemporary thinkers. But extending moral status beyond rational agency requires rethinking the foundation of his theory. The sixth objection concerns realism. Is Kant's account of autonomy psychologically realistic? Can humans really act from pure rational principle, rather than emotion and desire? Doesn't his theory require capacities humans don't have? Research in psychology and neuroscience suggests that emotion and reason are deeply intertwined. The so-called rational decision-making always involves emotional components. That pure practical reason might be a myth. Defenders argue Kant isn't denying the role of emotion. He's making a normative claim about what gives actions moral worth, not an empirical claim about how human psychology actually works. Moreover, the fact that perfect autonomy is difficult doesn't make it irrelevant. It's an ideal we can approximate, a standard that guides self-improvement, even if we never achieve it completely. These objections are serious. They point to genuine difficulties in Kant's ethics, but none of them devastate the theory. Each has responses that preserve the core, insights while acknowledging limitations. Perhaps the fairest assessment is this: Kant's ethics captures something deeply true about morality and human dignity. The categorical imperative reveals real inconsistencies in immoral reasoning. The formula of humanity identifies genuine violations we should care about, but the theory isn't perfect. Application requires judgment it doesn't fully provide. Some conclusions seem counterintuitive. Some questions don't have clear answers within the framework. This doesn't mean we should abandon Kant. It means we should engage with his ideas thoughtfully. Take what works, grapple with what doesn't, and recognize that ethical thinking is an ongoing project without final answers. The categorical imperative remains a powerful tool for moral reasoning, even if you don't accept every detail of Kant's system. The universalization test and respect for humanity can guide ethical thinking. What matters most is the core insight. Rational beings have dignity that deserves unconditional respect. Moral principles must be universal, not arbitrary exceptions. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental about what they are. These insights survive even if specific applications are debatable. They provide framework for moral thinking even if they don't resolve every dilemma. They call us to higher standards even if perfect. Consistency is difficult. Kant's ethics isn't the final word in moral philosophy, but it's an essential word, one that transformed how we think about duty, dignity, and what it means to be rational beings living together. The challenges make the theory richer, not weaker. They show where more work is needed, where judgment matters most, where difficult choices remain difficult. But they don't undermine the fundamental achievement, showing that morality can be grounded in reason itself, that human dignity has philosophical foundation, that rational consistency demands moral action. This is enough. Not to answer every question, but to provide a framework for thinking them through. Not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake. Not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. And that revelation, what we are and what this demands, remains Kant's enduring contribution to human self-understanding. Now we move from theory to practice. You understand the categorical imperative intellectually, but how do you actually use it? How do you recognize violations as they happen in the messy, complex flow of daily life? The first step is developing what we might call moral attention, the ability to notice when someone is treating rational beings as mere means, when universal principles are being violated, when dignity is being compromised. This is harder than it sounds. We're surrounded by violations so normalized we don't see them, practices so common they seem natural, behaviors so standard they feel inevitable. Consider advertising. Every day you're exposed to hundreds of messages specifically designed to bypass your rational judgment, to trigger desires you didn't have, to create needs that don't exist, to associate products with emotions unrelated to the product itself. Watch a commercial carefully. Notice how it works. It's not presenting rational arguments for why you should buy something. It's showing you attractive people, creating artificial scarcity, exploiting insecurities, triggering social pressure. This is manipulation in its purest form, using your psychology against you, treating you as a system to be hacked rather than a rational agent to be convinced. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. The entire commercial landscape reveals itself a systematic violation of the formula of humanity. Every ad is trying to use you as a means to someone else's profit, without engaging your rational agency honestly. Does this mean all advertising is immoral? Perhaps not every instance, but the dominant model certainly violates Kantian principles. And recognizing this changes how you relate to commercial messages or consider workplace dynamics. How many conversations involve people treating each other as obstacles rather than persons, as functions rather than agents, as means to productivity rather than ends in themselves? A manager who sees employees only as resources to be optimized, a colleague who views others only as competition or tools, a system that measures human worth by output and treats dignity as overhead cost. These aren't dramatic violations. No one is shouting about their contempt for human dignity, but the structure of how people relate treats rational agency as secondary to organizational goals, treats persons as occupying roles rather than as beings whose autonomy deserves respect. Watch for phrases that reveal this: human resources, labor costs, productivity metrics. Each phrase subtly treats people as inputs rather than ends, as things to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Or consider social media. You post something, Immediately, you're aware of performing for an audience, crafting your image, managing impressions, competing for attention and validation. But what's your actual maxim? Not the stated one I'm sharing my thoughts, but the real one that drives behavior. Often it's closer to, I will present a curated version of myself designed to maximize approval and minimize disapproval, even if this misrepresents my actual experience. Can this be universalized? If everyone presents carefully curated false versions of themselves, does authentic communication survive? Or does all social interaction become performance, everyone manipulating everyone else's perceptions? The platform's design encourages this. It optimizes for engagement, not authenticity, for addiction, not well-being, for time spent, not flourishing. The business model treats users as commodities, packages of attention and data to be sold to advertisers. You're not a customer of social media platforms. You're the product. Your attention, your data, your behavior patterns. These are what's being sold. The actual service is provided to advertisers who pay to manipulate you. This is treating humans as means on industrial scale, but it's so normalized, so integrated into daily life, that most people don't consciously recognize the violation. Developing moral attention means learning to pause and analyze these situations, to ask, what's actually happening here? What are people's real maxims, not their stated ones? Who's being treated as means rather than ends? In personal relationships, this is even more crucial, because violations are often subtle, rationalized, wrapped in good intentions. Someone says they're giving you advice for your own good, but actually they're trying to control your choices because they're uncomfortable with your autonomy. They want you to be what they think you should be, not what your own rational judgment determines. Someone says they're just being honest, but actually they're being cruel, using truth as a weapon, treating your emotional well-being as less important than their desire to express negative judgments. Someone says they need you to do something, but when you examine their actual maxim, it's, I will use guilt, obligation, and emotional pressure to get what I want, regardless of whether this respects your autonomous choice. These violations are harder to spot because they're close to us, because we're emotionally invested, because calling them out creates conflict, because the perpetrator might be someone we love or depend on, but the categorical imperative doesn't make exceptions for difficulty. If your parent, spouse, friend, or colleague is treating you as a means rather than an end, that's a violation regardless of their intentions, regardless of how much you care about them. Recognizing this isn't about becoming judgmental. It's about seeing clearly, about understanding what's actually happening beneath the surface of social interaction. And once you develop this attention, you notice patterns. Certain types of people consistently violate. Certain situations reliably create pressure toward treating others as means. Certain institutions structurally encourage violation. The salesperson who builds rapport just to close a deal, the date who uses strategic ambiguity to maintain multiple options, the colleague who shares information selectively to maintain power, the institution that creates rules that serve administrative convenience rather than human flourishing. Each instance has its own surface story, but underneath, the same pattern, treating rational beings as tools, as obstacles, as resources, as anything except what they actually are autonomous agents whose dignity deserves unconditional respect. Learning to recognize this in others is valuable, but it's even more important to recognize it in yourself, because you do it too. Everyone does. The question isn't whether you ever treat people as means, but whether you notice when you're doing it and commit to doing better. You're late to meet someone. Your maxim isn't "I prioritize punctuality." It's closer to "my time is more valuable than others' time, so they should wait when convenient for me. Can you universalize that? You tell a story that makes you look good but omits details that would complicate the narrative. Your maxim isn't "I'm sharing my experience." It's "I will manipulate others' perceptions of me by selectively presenting information." Can you universalize that? You've promised to do something with no real intention of following through. Your maxim isn't "I'm making a commitment." It's "I will say whatever is convenient now, regardless of whether I'll honor it later." Can you universalize that these casual, everyday violations are where most moral failure happens? Not in dramatic confrontations with evil, but in small compromises, in treating people as slightly less important than you, in making minor exceptions for yourself, in allowing convenience to override principle. The categorical imperative, properly applied, catches all of it. Every rationalization, every excuse, every comfortable compromise with treating people as less than ends in themselves. This can feel overwhelming. If you look carefully at daily life through Kantian lens, violations are everywhere. In yourself, in others, in institutions, in culture. But the point isn't to become paralyzed by guilt or rage. It's to develop clarity, to see what's actually happening, to recognize patterns of violation so you can begin addressing them. Start small. Pick one area of life and apply moral attention consistently. Maybe it's how you interact with service workers, checking whether you're really treating them as persons or just as functions. Maybe it's how you present yourself online, examining whether you're being authentic or performing. Maybe it's how you handle workplace relationships, noticing when you treat colleagues as obstacles versus agents. Apply the tests. When you're about to act, pause and ask, what's my actual maxim? Can I universalize it? Am I treating people as ends or as means? Initially, this feels unnatural. You're interrupting the flow of habitual behavior to inject conscious, ethical analysis. It's slow and awkward, but with practice, it becomes more automatic. You develop intuitions. You start catching yourself before acting rather than noticing. Violations only in retrospect. Your default behavior shifts toward greater consistency with the categorical imperative. This is moral development in the Kantian sense. Not becoming emotionally warmer or socially smoother, but becoming more rationally consistent, more aware of your actual maxims, more committed to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. The violations don't disappear. You'll keep spotting them in yourself and others forever. But you'll get better at recognizing them quickly, better at correcting course, better at maintaining standards despite pressure, and something interesting happens. As you develop moral attention, as you consistently apply the categorical imperative, you start seeing the world differently. You notice the constant manipulation more clearly, but you're less controlled by it. You recognize dignity violations, but you maintain your own dignity in response. you see how often people treat each other as means, but you commit more firmly to treating them as ends. The categorical imperative becomes less like a rule you follow and more like a perspective you inhabit. A way of seeing that reveals what's really happening beneath social surfaces. A clarity about what rational beings deserve and what violations look like. This clarity is liberating, because once you see clearly, you can choose consciously. You're no longer just floating through social interactions, unconsciously participating in mutual instrumentalization. You're an agent, making real choices about how to relate to other agents. Sometimes you'll compromise. Sometimes you'll fail. Sometimes you'll choose convenience over principle. But at least you'll know what you're doing. You'll be conscious rather than habitual, responsible rather than reactive, and increasingly you'll choose the harder path. Not because you're morally superior, but because you've developed the clarity to see what's at stake. You understand that every violation, however small, is a failure to respect what makes humans special. Every exception you make for yourself erodes your own rational integrity. The categorical imperative, properly understood and consistently applied, transforms how you navigate daily life. It gives you tools to see clearly, standards to aspire toward, and principles that don't bend when things get difficult. This is what living the imperative means. Not perfection, but attention. Not freedom from all violation, but commitment to recognizing and reducing it. Not moral heroism, but rational consistency. And it starts with simply noticing, with paying attention to actual maxims rather than stated intentions, with asking whether actions can be universalized, with checking whether people are being treated as ends or as means. Once you start noticing, you can't stop. The violations are everywhere, but so are the opportunities to do better. Recognizing violations in others is easier than addressing them in yourself, because in yourself you see all the complexity, all the reasons, all the circumstances that make your violations seem necessary or justified. But the categorical imperative doesn't care about your special circumstances. It asks only, can your maxim be universalized? Are you treating rational nature with the respect it deserves? Personal application starts with brutal honesty about your actual maxims, not the principles you claim to follow, but the rules you actually act on. Not your ideals, but your practices. This is harder than it sounds. We're experts at self-deception, at describing our behavior in flattering terms while acting on entirely different principles. You say you value honesty, but your actual maxim might be, I will be honest when convenient, but lie when truth would create significant awkwardness or cost. You say you respect others' autonomy, but your actual maxim might be, I will respect others' choices when I agree with them, but pressure and manipulate when I think I know better. You say you keep commitments, but your actual maxim might be, I will honor promises when easy, but feel free to break them when circumstances change or when I find something better to do. The gap between stated values and actual maxims is where all moral failure lives. Closing that gap is what personal application means. Start by picking specific situations and reconstructing your maxims honestly. A recent interaction where you felt uncomfortable afterward. A choice you rationalize but now question. A moment when you treated someone as less important than yourself. Write out what you actually did and why. Not the charitable interpretation, but the real reason. The maxim you actually followed, even if it's embarrassing to admit. Then test it. Can this maxim be universalized? If everyone followed this principle, would the world still function? Would it create the kind of community you want to live in? Often the answer is obviously no. Your maxim was selfish, short-sighted, or inconsistent. You were making an exception for yourself that you wouldn't grant others. This recognition is uncomfortable. It reveals that you're not living up to your own standards, that the gap between your ideals and your actions is real and significant. But discomfort is useful. It's your own rational nature calling attention to inconsistency, your own reason, pointing out that you're not being what you claim to be. The next step is commitment. Not vague resolution to do better, but specific commitment to changed maxims. 2 principles you'll actually follow, not just endorse. If your maxim has been treating your time as more valuable than others, commit to punctuality. Not someday, but now. Not when convenient, but categorically. If your maxim has been lying when truth is awkward, commit to honesty. Accept the discomfort. Face the consequences. Stop treating communication as strategic rather than authentic. If your maxim has been breaking promises when circumstances change, commit to keeping them. Or don't make promises you're uncertain about. But stop treating commitments as provisional. This will be costly. That's the point. Moral action requires sacrifice. Not because sacrifice is valuable in itself, but because respecting dignity often conflicts with convenience. You'll be late sometimes, but you'll respect others' time. You'll face awkward conversations, but you'll respect truth. You'll honor inconvenient commitments, but you'll respect the institution of promising, and you'll discover something interesting. The costs, while real, are smaller than you imagined. The world doesn't collapse when you stop lying. Relationships survive honesty. People respect punctuality. Kept promises create trust. What felt like necessary violations often turn out to be convenient excuses. What seemed like impossible demands often turn out to be difficult but manageable. This doesn't mean personal application is easy. It means your initial resistance was often exaggerated, that your fears about the cost of morality were partly projection, but sometimes the costs are real and significant. Sometimes respecting dignity genuinely requires major sacrifice. Sometimes the right action genuinely hurts. This is where moral character is tested. Not in easy cases where duty and inclination align, but in hard cases where they conflict sharply. Your friend betrays you. Your inclination is to retaliate, to hurt them back, to treat them as they treated you. But the categorical imperative requires maintaining respect for their dignity, even when they've violated yours. This doesn't mean accepting abuse. You can protect yourself, set boundaries, end the relationship, but you cannot treat their wrongdoing as license for your own, cannot respond to their violation with equivalent violation. A colleague gets credit for your work. Your inclination is to expose them, to damage their reputation, to make them suffer. But the categorical imperative requires treating them with the respect their rational nature deserves regardless of whether they reciprocate. This doesn't mean silence. You can address the injustice, correct the record, protect your interests, but you cannot treat their wrongdoing as permission to violate their dignity in return. Someone causes you serious harm. Your inclination is to see them as less than human, to deny their moral status, to respond with cruelty. But the categorical imperative recognizes their dignity even in their worst actions. This is perhaps the hardest application. To maintain moral principles when someone has forfeited all claim to your sympathy. To treat their rational nature with respect even when they fail to respect yours or others. But this is what categorical means. Not binding when convenient. Not applicable when others deserve it. But absolute, unconditional, non-negotiable. The temptation is always to make exceptions, to say this case is special, this person is different. These circumstances justify violation, but every exception undermines the categorical nature of moral obligation. Every justice once becomes a pattern. Every justified violation becomes a precedent for future violations. Personal application requires catching yourself making exceptions, noticing when you're treating moral principles as provisional, recognizing when you're claiming special circumstances that don't actually matter morally. This is ongoing work. You never reach a point where you've mastered it, where violations stop tempting you, where consistency becomes automatic, because you're a finite being with desires that often conflict with duty, with pressures that push toward violation, with circumstances that make moral action costly. Moral development isn't about eliminating these conflicts. It's about choosing rightly despite them, about strengthening your commitment to principle through repeated practice. Each time you act from duty rather than inclination, you reinforce that capacity. Each time you maintain principle despite cost, you build character that makes future moral action easier. Not easy moral action is always demanding when duty and desire conflict, but easier than it was before, more natural, more integrated into who you are. This is why Kant emphasizes virtue as a disposition, not a single act, but a stable tendency toward moral action, a character structured by commitment to the categorical imperative rather than by pursuit of personal advantage. Building this virtue requires conscious effort over time. You can't just decide to be virtuous and have it be so. You must practice, must repeatedly choose principle over convenience, must strengthen moral commitment through exercise, like strengthening a muscle, and you must be honest about failures. When you violate principles, acknowledge it clearly. Don't rationalize. Don't minimize. Don't pretend circumstances justified what they merely explained. You lied. You broke a promise. You treated someone as a means. Face this honestly. Accept responsibility. Commit to doing better without pretending you didn't fail. This honesty is crucial, because self-deception about past violations enables future violations. If you convince yourself that your exceptions were justified, you'll make similar exceptions again. But if you recognize them as failures, as moments when you failed to live up to what rational consistency requires, you maintain clear standards. You know what you're aspiring toward even when you fall short. Personal application also means being honest about limitations. You're not perfect. You're not going to perfectly follow the categorical imperative in every moment. You're going to fail, rationalize, compromise. This doesn't make the imperative less binding. It makes you human. The goal isn't perfection, but genuine effort. Not flawless consistency, but honest commitment. What matters is the direction of your development. Are you becoming more consistent or less? More attentive to your maxims or less? More committed to treating rational nature with respect or more willing to make exceptions. If the direction is positive, if you're genuinely trying to close the gap between your ideals and your actions, then you're developing morally even when you still have far to go. If the direction is negative, if you're increasingly rationalizing violations, making more exceptions, treating principles as optional, then you're regressing morally even if you maintain appearances. The categorical imperative provides the standard. Personal application provides the practice. Character development provides the goal. An honest self-assessment provides feedback on whether you're moving in the right direction. This is demanding work. It requires constant attention to your actual behavior, willingness to face uncomfortable truths about yourself, commitment to changing patterns that are deeply ingrained. But it's also liberating, because moral clarity about your own behavior eliminates the constant, low-level guilt that comes from knowing you're not living up to your standards while refusing to examine why. When you're honest about violations, you can address them directly. When you commit to genuine principles rather than convenient ideals, you know what you're actually aspiring toward. When you take responsibility for your choices, you become genuinely autonomous rather than just reactive. Personal application isn't about becoming perfect. It's about becoming real, about closing the gap between who you claim to be and who you actually are, about living with integrity in the deepest sense, being whole rather than divided between stated values and actual practices. And this integration, this alignment of claimed principles with lived reality, is what moral development means. Not achieving perfection, but achieving honesty. Not becoming flawless, but becoming genuine. The categorical imperative asks you to be what you claim to be, to follow the principles you assert, to treat rational nature with the respect you demand for yourself. Personal application is accepting this challenge, examining your actual maxims, testing them for universalizability, changing them when they fail, and building character through repeated practice of principled action. It's hard work. It never ends. But it's the only way to truly respect your own rational nature by living consistently with what rational agency requires. Personal moral development matters, but humans don't live in isolation. We exist in communities, institutions, and relationships. The categorical imperative has implications for how we structure these social contexts. The first question is whether you can maintain moral principles in immoral environments. If everyone around you violates dignity, treats people as means, and follows self-interest rather than duty, can you be different? Kant's answer is yes, you must be. Because the categorical imperative binds you regardless of what others do. You're responsible for your own maxims, not for whether others respect theirs. This is both empowering and isolating. Empowering because you're not dependent on others' moral behavior to act morally yourself. Isolating because maintaining principles when others don't creates friction. When everyone lies, your truthfulness makes you seem naive or rigid. When everyone manipulates, your honest communication seems ineffective. When everyone treats relationships transactionally, your respect for persons seems foolish. But the categorical imperative doesn't promise ease. It promises rational consistency, and rational consistency requires maintaining principles even when costly. This doesn't mean withdrawing from society. It means participating while refusing to adopt society's violations. Being in the world, but not of it, in the sense of maintaining moral clarity, despite surrounding compromise. You work in an organization that treats employees as resources. You cannot change the system alone, but you can treat people you interact with as ends, can recognize their dignity in your specific relationships, even when the broader structure doesn't. You live in a culture saturated with manipulation. You cannot eliminate advertising or social media mechanics, but you can refuse to manipulate in your own communications, can be authentic in your presentations of self, even when everyone else is performing. These individual acts of integrity might seem small. What difference does one person's moral behavior make in vast systems of violation? But this question misses the point. You're not responsible for fixing everything. You're responsible for your maxims, for whether your actions can be universalized, for how you treat the rational beings you encounter, and your example matters more than you might think. Because most people participate in violations without examining them. They follow social scripts, adopt normal behaviors, do what everyone else does. When you don't, when you maintain standards others have abandoned, you make the invisible visible. You reveal that alternatives exist, that dignity can be respected, even when it's not standard practice. This influence works subtly. You're not preaching or judging. You're simply being consistent, treating people with respect they're not used to receiving, communicating honestly in contexts of routine manipulation, keeping commitments in environments of casual breach. Others notice, maybe not consciously, maybe not immediately, but your behavior creates contrast, makes others aware of violations they'd stopped seeing, reminds them that integrity is possible. Some will resist this. Your moral consistency threatens their rationalizations. If you can maintain principles they've decided are impracticable, their excuses look weaker. Your integrity indicts their compromise. Expect pushback. You think you're better than everyone. You're being rigid. That's not realistic. These responses reveal discomfort with moral clarity they've avoided. Don't defend yourself by claiming moral superiority. You're not better than them. You're just trying to be consistent with what rational agency requires. But also don't abandon standards to make others comfortable with their violations. This is delicate navigation. Maintaining principles without self-righteousness, being clear about standards without being judgmental, offering example without demanding others follow it. The key is recognizing that you can only control your maxims. You can be clear about principles. You can explain why you act as you do if asked. But you cannot force others to adopt the categorical imperative. Each person must recognize moral requirements through their own reason. You can't argue someone into genuine moral commitment. You can only demonstrate what it looks like and hope the example resonates with their own rational nature. But you can do more than just model individual behavior. You can also advocate for structural changes that reduce systematic violations, for institutional designs that respect rather than violate dignity, for policies that treat people as ends rather than means. This is where personal morality meets social reform. Kant wasn't naive about institutions. He recognized that structures shape behavior, that environments can make moral action easier or harder. A workplace designed around respect for autonomy makes treating people as ends more natural. A marketplace regulated to prevent exploitation reduces systematic violations. A political system structured to protect dignity creates conditions for moral community. Advocating for such changes is consistent with the categorical imperative. You're not just maintaining your own principles, you're working toward conditions where more people can maintain theirs. Where the default is respect rather than violation, this doesn't require perfection. You can work for better institutions while acknowledging they'll never eliminate moral challenge. You can advocate for structural improvements while recognizing that individual character still matters. The goal isn't creating conditions where morality is automatic. That would eliminate autonomy. It's creating conditions where moral action is possible, where dignity is protected rather than systematically violated, where the categorical imperative can be followed without heroic resistance to overwhelming pressure. Education plays a crucial role here, not moralizing lectures or rote memorization of rules, but cultivation of capacities for moral reasoning, teaching people to examine their maxims, to test for universality, to recognize when they're treating others as mere means. This kind of education empowers autonomy rather than replacing it with external authority. It develops people's ability to think morally rather than just enforcing compliance with rules. Kant believed enlightenment meant learning to think for yourself, to examine received wisdom rather than accepting it blindly, to use your own reason rather than depending on others to tell you what to think. This applies to moral education. The goal isn't producing people who obey, it's producing people who can think through moral questions themselves, who understand why dignity matters and how to recognize violations. Such education requires patience. You cannot shortcut moral development, cannot make people understand through force or manipulation, can only create conditions where understanding becomes possible and hope individuals choose to develop it. In relationships, the social dimension of the categorical imperative means recognizing that treating individuals as ends requires respecting their connections. Their families, communities, and relationships matter to them. Your actions toward them affect these broader networks. You cannot treat someone's welfare as irrelevant while claiming to respect them as an end. Cannot destroy their relationships, harm their communities, or damage their social connections while maintaining that you respect their dignity. This doesn't mean never disagreeing or opposing, but it means recognizing that persons exist in webs of relationship, that respecting them requires some regard for what they care about, even when you don't share their values. The categorical imperative applies to communities as well as individuals. A genuine moral community would be structured by mutual recognition of dignity, by practices that respect autonomy, by institutions that treat rational nature as an end rather than a means. Building such communities requires collective effort. No individual can create them alone, but each person can contribute through their choices about how to relate to others, through refusing to participate in systematic violations, through advocating for better structures. This is the social dimension of living the imperative, not withdrawing into private virtue while society crumbles, not compromising principles to fit in, but maintaining integrity while engaging constructively, being clear about standards while working to help others meet them. It's harder than pure individual morality because you must navigate complexity, must balance principle with practical engagement, must maintain standards while avoiding self-righteous withdrawal. But it's necessary because humans are social beings, because isolation isn't autonomy, because the kingdom of ends is a community, not a collection of hermits. The categorical imperative calls you to be a moral agent in social contexts, to treat the people you encounter as ends, to advocate for structures that respect dignity, to contribute to building communities where rational beings can flourish, not by force, not by manipulation, not by imposing your vision on unwilling others, but by example, by advocacy, by persistent commitment to principles others have abandoned. This is how moral progress happens, not through sudden transformation, but through gradual accumulation of individuals choosing integrity, through slow construction of institutions that respect rather than violate, through patient education that develops moral capacities. Your contribution might seem small, but small contributions accumulate. Each person who maintains principles despite pressure makes it easier for the next person. Each instance of integrity creates space for others to follow. This is the social dimension. Not replacing personal morality with structural change, but complementing it. Not abandoning individual responsibility for collective action, but recognizing both matter. You're responsible for your maxims, but you also live in community with others. The categorical imperative applies to both dimensions, to how you treat individuals and how you work toward better collective conditions. Both matter. Both require attention. Both demand commitment to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. We've explored the categorical imperative as if it resolves all moral questions. But honesty requires acknowledging its limits alongside its possibilities. The first limit is determinacy. The categorical imperative provides a test for maxims, but it doesn't tell you which maxim describes your action. You must supply that interpretation, and sincere people can disagree about the right formulation. Consider helping someone. Is your maxim, I will help this person because they need assistance? Or I will help this person to feel good about myself? Or I will help people I like, but not those I dislike? The moral evaluation depends entirely on which maxim you're actually following. Kant provides no mechanical procedure for determining true maxims. You must examine your motivations honestly, and self-knowledge is difficult. You can deceive yourself about why you act as you do. This doesn't make the categorical imperative useless, but it means applying it requires judgment, honesty, and self-awareness that the formula itself doesn't provide. The second limit is conflict resolution. When perfect duties seem to conflict, the categorical imperative doesn't clearly specify which takes priority. Should you keep a promise or tell the truth when they conflict? Should you respect one person's autonomy or another's when both can't be fully respected? Kant often denied such conflicts are genuine. He suggested careful analysis would reveal creative solutions respecting both duties. But this seems optimistic. Life does present tragic choices, where any option violates some principle. The categorical imperative tells you to respect all perfect duties, but when circumstances force choice between them, it provides limited guidance. You must use practical wisdom the theory doesn't fully explain. The third limit is scope. The categorical imperative clearly applies to rational beings. But what about beings with partial rationality? Young children? People with cognitive impairments? Non-human animals with some cognitive capacities? Kant's framework suggests dignity attaches to rational nature. But rational nature comes in degrees. Pure rationality is an ideal no human perfectly achieves. Where exactly does moral status begin? These boundary questions matter practically. How should we treat animals? How should we regard people at different developmental stages? The categorical imperative doesn't provide clear answers. The fourth limit is motivation. Kant argues that acting from duty has moral worth, but he acknowledges humans are not purely rational. We have desires, emotions, inclinations that influence behavior. Can humans really act from pure duty rather than mixed? Motives. Psychological research suggests reason and emotion are deeply intertwined. That pure rational motivation might be a philosophical fiction. This doesn't invalidate Kant's normative claims, but it suggests the psychology he assumes might not match human reality, which raises questions about whether his ideal of moral agency is achievable. The fifth limit is cultural variation. Kant claimed the categorical imperative as universal binding on all rational beings. But moral intuitions vary significantly across cultures. What seems obviously universalizable in one context seems obviously non-universalizable in another. Does this mean the categorical imperative is culturally relative? Or does it mean some cultures have false moral beliefs? Kant would choose the latter, but this seems problematically dismissive of moral diversity. These limits are real. The categorical imperative doesn't answer every question, resolve every dilemma, or work exactly as Kant described. But recognizing limits doesn't require abandoning the theory, because alongside limits, there are genuine possibilities. Things the categorical imperative accomplishes that no other framework matches first. It grounds morality in reason rather than authority. You don't need to believe in God, accept tradition, or defer to experts. You can discover moral principles through your own rational reflection. This is enormously empowering. It makes moral knowledge accessible to everyone with rational capacity, creates philosophical foundation for human rights, provides basis for moral critique of unjust traditions. Second, it protects human dignity unconditionally. Not based on usefulness, not contingent on good behavior, not dependent on someone liking you, but simply because you're a rational being capable of autonomy. This protection is robust. It doesn't disappear when protecting dignity becomes inconvenient. Doesn't depend on calculating good outcomes. Doesn't require that you deserve it through virtue. Third, it exposes sophistical reasoning. When someone tries to justify bad behavior, the universalization test reveals inconsistency immediately. No more clever rationalizations that sound plausible but don't survive scrutiny. This is practical power. You can evaluate any moral claim by asking whether it can be universalized. Can cut through complexity to core questions about consistency and respect for rational nature. Fourth, it connects individual morality to broader social ideals. The kingdom of ends isn't just personal virtue. It's a vision of human community where everyone respects everyone's dignity, where institutions protect rather than violate autonomy. This connection between personal ethics and social justice is powerful. Your individual moral choices contribute to larger transformation. Your respect for dignity isn't isolated virtue, but participation in building better community. Fifth, it explains why morality feels binding, not through external enforcement, but through internal recognition. When you grasp that violating the categorical imperative is rationally inconsistent, you understand why you should be moral without needing threats or rewards. This makes moral obligations self-enforcing for rational beings. You cannot coherently deny it without denying your own rational nature. The bindingness is internal, not imposed. These possibilities are significant. They provide what Kant promised: foundation for morality based on reason itself, protection for human dignity, tools for moral reasoning, connection between personal virtue and social justice. The theory isn't perfect. No theory is. But its strengths are genuine and its limits are navigable. You can use the categorical imperative effectually while acknowledging questions it doesn't fully answer. The key is holding limitations and possibilities together, neither dismissing the theory because of its limits nor ignoring limits because of its strengths, but engaging honestly with both. Use the categorical imperative for what it does well, testing maxims for universalizability, identifying violations of dignity, providing principled foundation for moral reasoning. Don't demand it, resolve every edge case or answer every boundary question, supplemented with practical wisdom for situations requiring judgment it doesn't fully provide. Combine it with honest self-examination to identify actual maxims. Integrate it with understanding of human psychology to make ideals realistic, but don't abandon its core insights: that rational beings have unconditional dignity, that moral principles must be universal, that treating people as mere means violates something fundamental. That rational consistency demands moral action. These insights survive the theory's limitations. They provide genuine guidance even when application requires additional judgment. They ground human rights even when boundary cases remain unclear. The categorical imperative is a tool, powerful but not omnipotent, clarifying but not automatic, principled but requiring wise application. Used well, with awareness of both limits and possibilities, it transforms moral reasoning, provides standards that don't shift with convenience, protects dignity that other frameworks leave vulnerable, connects personal integrity with social justice. This is enough. Not to answer every question, but to ground the most important answers. Not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake. Not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. And for beings who are rational but finite, who must navigate complex reality with imperfect knowledge, who need both principle and judgment as combination of limits and possibilities, is exactly what moral theory should provide. We arrive at the final practical implication, the one that makes the categorical imperative truly dangerous to systems built on manipulation and exploitation. When you genuinely understand and commit to the categorical imperative, you become ungovernable. Not in the sense of being uncontrollable or rebellious, but in the sense of being immune to manipulation, resistant to exploitation, impossible to deceive. Because you now possess a tool that exposes every sophisticated rationalization, every clever excuse, every attempt to use you as a means while claiming to respect you as an end. You're immune to advertising because you recognize it as systematic manipulation. You see through the psychological tricks, the manufactured needs, the exploitation of insecurity. You cannot be manipulated by what you clearly see as manipulation. You're immune to political rhetoric that treats citizens as means to power. You recognize empty appeals, false promises, strategic ambiguity. You demand actual principles rather than accepting comfortable lies. You're immune to social pressure that demands you violate your principles to fit in. You understand that following the crowd when the crowd violates dignity is itself a violation, that conformity is no excuse for treating people as means. You're immune to institutional demands that you compromise integrity for organizational goals. You recognize when systems ask you to treat people as resources rather than persons, and you refuse, regardless of career consequences. This is what ungovernable means. Not that rules don't apply to you, but that bad rules have no moral authority. That corrupt systems cannot claim your willing participation. That sophisticated manipulation cannot overcome your rational clarity. Organizations built on exploitation need willing participants who don't examine the actual maxims they're following, who accept surface justifications without testing for universalizability, who prioritize their careers over others' dignity. When you commit to the categorical imperative, you become the wrong kind of person for such systems. You ask uncomfortable questions. You refuse convenient violations. You maintain standards others have abandoned. This makes you difficult to manage, hard to control, resistant to corruption. Not because you're rebellious by nature, but because you've developed clarity about what rational consistency requires. The powerful often prefer people who are confused about morality, who can be convinced that violations are necessary, that exceptions are justified, that circumstances override principles. Such people are manageable. They'll do what they're told. If the rationalization is sophisticated enough, but you're no longer confused. You understand that moral principles are categorical, that human dignity is unconditional, that no sophistical argument makes violation acceptable. This clarity is freedom, true freedom. Not freedom from all constraint you're constrained by rational consistency, but freedom from manipulation, from exploitation, from sophisticated systems designed to use you. You cannot be recruited into violating dignity because you see the violation clearly. Cannot be persuaded that treating people as means is acceptable because you understand why it isn't. Cannot be pressured into compromising principles because you grasp their categorical nature. This is why philosophy matters, why abstract, ethical reasoning has concrete implications, why understanding the categorical imperative changes how you navigate reality. You're not just learning theory. You're developing capacities that protect you from manipulation and enable you to protect others. You're becoming a rational agent who truly exercises autonomy rather than just responding to sophisticated control. This doesn't make life easier. Being ungovernable means accepting costs. When you refuse to participate in violations, you lose opportunities available to those who compromise. When you maintain principles others have abandoned, you face social pressure. When you demand actual, universalizable maxims rather than accepting clever excuses, you create conflict. But you're free in the deepest sense. Free from the exhausting work of rationalizing violations. Free from the corruption that comes from repeated compromise. Free from manipulation by those who understand psychology better than you do, because you understand something deeper than psychology. You understand what rational agency itself requires, and that understanding cannot be overcome by clever tricks or sophisticated pressure. Systems of exploitation depend on people not seeing clearly, on confusion about what morality demands, on sophisticated rationalization that makes violations seem acceptable, The categorical imperative cuts through all of this. It provides clarity that cannot be obscured by complexity, principles that cannot be negotiated away, standards that don't depend on whether maintaining them is convenient. When enough people achieve this clarity, exploitative systems lose their power. Not through violent revolution, not through dramatic transformation, but through simple refusal to participate in violations. One person refusing is easily marginalized, but as more people develop moral clarity, the costs of maintaining exploitative systems increase. Eventually, systems must change or collapse. This is the long-term promise of moral philosophy. Not immediate transformation, but gradual erosion of structures built on violation. Through education, through example, through persistent commitment to principles that survive rational scrutiny. You're part of this process. Every time you refuse manipulation, you make manipulation slightly less effective. Every time you maintain principles despite pressure, you'll demonstrate that integrity is possible. Every time you treat someone as an end when others treat them as means, you create contrast that reveals the violation. This is your contribution, not changing everything, not perfecting society, but being ungovernable, maintaining clarity, refusing to participate in sophisticated systems of exploitation, and helping others develop the same clarity, not by preaching, not by judging, but by demonstrating what principled consistency looks like, by explaining the categorical imperative when asked, by living in ways that make dignity visible. This is becoming ungovernable through philosophy, using rational tools to protect autonomy, developing clarity that resists manipulation, building character that cannot be corrupted by sophisticated pressure. It's available to anyone, doesn't require special talent or privileged background, just willingness to think clearly, to examine maxims honestly, to maintain consistency despite cost. The categorical imperative gives you everything you need. A test for evaluating any maxim, a principle that protects all dignity, a framework that grounds morality in reason itself. The rest is practice, applying principles despite pressure, maintaining clarity despite confusion, building character through repeated choice of duty over inclination. This is what it means to live the imperative, to let it transform not just your thoughts but your actions, your relationships, your participation in institutions, your very being as a rational agent, and in doing so, to become truly free, truly autonomous, truly ungovernable by those who depend on confusion, manipulation, and sophisticated exploitation. This is philosophy's ultimate gift. Not just understanding, but liberation. Not just knowledge, but power. Not just theory, but transformation. The categorical imperative makes you dangerous, not to legitimate authority or genuine community, but to systems built on violation, to manipulation disguised as persuasion, to exploitation justified by necessity. And that danger is exactly what corrupt systems cannot tolerate, which is precisely why understanding Kant matters now more than ever. You possess the tool. The question is whether you'll use it. We began by noting something remarkable. A principle formulated in 1785 still exposes modern deceptions. An insight from an 18th century German philosopher still reveals 21st century violations. How is this possible? If morality were culturally constructed, you'd expect moral insights to become obsolete. What worked for Kant's world shouldn't necessarily work for ours. Different technology, different social structures, different problems surely these require. Different moral frameworks. But the categorical imperative persists. It exposes violations in contexts Kant never imagined. Social media manipulation, corporate exploitation, political propaganda, algorithmic manipulation, technologies that didn't exist, but patterns of violation that remain fundamentally unchanged. This persistence suggests something profound, that Kant discovered something real, not invented a useful fiction, not proposed a culturally specific framework, but actually identified genuine features of moral reality. Consider why manipulations that work today would work in Kant's time. Why lies succeed now as they succeeded. Then, why exploitation follows. Similar patterns across centuries and cultures. It's because human rational nature hasn't changed. We're still beings who communicate through language, who form expectations about others' behavior, who require trust for cooperation, who possess dignity that can be violated. The categorical imperative works because it's keyed to this stable nature. It identifies what rational agency itself requires, not what any particular culture happens to value. It reveals violations of dignity that don't depend on historical circumstance. This is why the universalization test still catches rationalizations, why the formula of humanity still identifies violations, why the kingdom of ends still represents a meaningful ideal. The sophistication of manipulation has increased enormously. Modern psychology provides tools for exploitation Kant couldn't have imagined. Technology enables violations at scales he never conceived. Systems of control have become vastly more complex and subtle, but the fundamental pattern remains unchanged. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating. The liar depends on others telling truth. The exploiter depends on others maintaining cooperative order. The person claiming exception depends on others not claiming equivalent exceptions. Every attempt to violate dignity while enjoying its protections faces the same logical incoherence. Every rationalization that can't be universalized fails the same test. Every treatment of persons as mere means violates the same fundamental principle. This structural consistency is what makes Kant's insights timeless. He wasn't describing features of his particular moment. He was identifying what rational agency itself requires. And rational agency has the same requirements whether you're in 18th century Prussia or 21st century anywhere. The details change. The contexts evolve. These specific forms violations take very enormously, but the underlying logic of violation and the test for detecting it remain constant. This suggests something about moral truth, that it's not arbitrary or constructed, that discovering it is possible, that reason can identify principles that really bind, not just conventions that happen to work. Kant believed this. He thought moral philosophy could be objective truths about what rationality requires, rather than inventing useful fictions. And the persistence of his insights across radical historical transformations supports this belief. If the categorical imperative were just a product of Enlightenment culture, it would have become dated. If it were merely useful rather than true, changing circumstances would have rendered it obsolete. If it were an invention rather than a discovery, It wouldn't continue exposing violations in radically different contexts, but it does continue working. The same test that revealed inconsistency in 18th century rationalization reveals inconsistency in 21st century sophistication. The same principle that protected dignity then protects it now. The same ideal that guided moral aspiration continues to guide it. This is the persistence of truth. Not because people keep choosing to believe Kant, but because he identified something real about what rational beings are, and what this requires. You can reject his specific conclusions, you can question his applications, you can identify limitations in his framework, but the core insights survive scrutiny across centuries, precisely because they're not time-bound. Rational beings have dignity. This dignity doesn't depend on utility or majority preference. Moral principles must be universal, or they're not really moral. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental. Rational consistency demands acting on principles you could. Will as universal law. These aren't claims about Kant's historical moment. They're claims about rational nature itself. And rational nature persists across historical change. This persistence has implications. It means moral progress is possible not just changing moral beliefs, but actually approaching truth. It means moral knowledge can accumulate later thinkers, building on genuine insights rather than just replacing old fashions with new ones. It means that when you commit to the categorical imperative, you're not choosing one ethical system among many equivalent options. You're aligning yourself with requirements that genuinely bind rational beings, with truths that don't depend on anyone believing them. This is both comforting and demanding. Comforting because moral truth exists to be discovered, not invented. Because principles that survive rational scrutiny really do apply. Because dignity has objective foundation. Demanding because these truths don't adjust to circumstances, don't become less binding when inconvenient, don't care whether you like them or find them comfortable. The persistence of truth means you cannot escape moral requirements by claiming they're outdated, cannot dismiss principles because they're old, cannot reject obligations because circumstances have changed. If treating people as ends was required in 1785, it's required now. If universalization exposed rationalization then, it exposes it today. If dignity deserved respect in Kant's world, it deserves respect in yours. The sophistication of your violations doesn't change their character. The complexity of your rationalization doesn't survive scrutiny any better than simpler excuses. The novelty of your circumstances doesn't create exceptions to principles that apply to all rational beings. This is what persistence means. Not that nothing changes, but that what matters most, the requirements of rational agency, the demands of dignity, the logic of moral consistency remains constant, beneath surface variation, and recognizing this changes how you relate to moral principles. They're not suggestions from the past. They're requirements of the present. They're not historically situated opinions, but timeless truths about what rational nature demands. This doesn't mean Kant was right about everything. Doesn't mean his specific applications were perfect. Doesn't mean his framework has no limitations. But it means he discovered something that persists because it's true. That continues revealing violations because violations really are violations, regardless of how skillfully they're disguised or how much circumstances have changed. The categorical imperative works today for the same reason it worked then. because rational beings are rational beings, because dignity is dignity, because treating people as mere means is treating people as mere means. Whether you do it through 18th century exploitation or 21st century algorithms, this persistence is the test of genuine insight. Ideas that capture something real survive contextual change. Principles that identify genuine requirements apply across historical transformation. Truth persists when fashion fades, and the categorical imperative has persisted through 2 centuries of radical change, through technological revolution, through social transformation, through challenges from multiple philosophical traditions. It persists because it's true, because it identifies what rational agency actually requires, because it protects what genuinely deserves protection, because it reveals what consistently needs revealing. This is why an 18th century principle still matters, why Kant's insights remain relevant, why understanding the categorical imperative transforms how you see modern violations. Not because he was particularly clever at constructing systems, but because he was particularly clear at seeing what was really there, at identifying requirements that genuinely bind, at discovering truths that don't depend on historical circumstance. The persistence of truth is the ultimate validation, not immediate popularity, not universal acceptance, but survival across time, across context, across challenge. And by this measure, Kant's core insights have proven themselves. They persist because they're true. They continue working because they identify what really matters. They remain relevant because rational nature remains constant. This is the first meditation, that truth persists, that Kant discovered something real, that the categorical imperative works across centuries because it keys into what rational agency itself requires, and that recognizing this transforms obligation from historical accident to genuine requirement, from interesting idea to binding. Truth, from philosophical system to revelation of what you really are and what this demands. But this raises a deeper question. How did Kant discover these truths? How did rational analysis alone reveal requirements that genuinely bind? How is moral knowledge possible at all? This is the mystery at the heart of ethics. Not just what's right, but how we can know what's right. Not just what obligations exist, but how we access them through thought. Kant's answer is simultaneously elegant and mysterious. Moral knowledge is possible through the same rational faculty that makes any knowledge possible. Through reason examining its own requirements, through rational self-reflection revealing what rational agency itself demands. But this seems almost magical. How can thinking about thinking reveal genuine obligations? How can examining the structure of rationality uncover duties that really bind? Consider what Kant actually did. He analyzed what's involved in making any moral judgment at all, what you're implicitly claiming when you say something is right or wrong, what rational agency requires when you act for reasons rather than mere impulse. And from this analysis, he derived the categorical imperative, not from external authority, not from empirical observation, not from surveying what people happen to believe, but from examining what's involved in being a rational agent at all. This is the crucial move. Morality emerges from rational agency itself, from what you must presuppose to act rationally, from requirements that come with claiming to be a reasoning being. When you assert your own dignity, demand respect, make claims against others, you're implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal, so you're committed to respecting it wherever it appears. When you justify your actions by citing reasons, you're implicitly claiming your reasons could justify similar actions by others. But then you cannot coherently reject others acting on equivalent reasons in relevantly similar circumstances. When you treat certain things as binding on others, you're implicitly granting that principles bind. But principles, by their nature, apply universally, so you're committed to being bound by the same principles. You assert bind others. Each of these moves reveals that rational agency comes with commitments. Not commitments you choose, but commitments built into what rational agency is. Requirements that come with thinking and acting rationally at all. This is how moral knowledge is possible. Not through mystical intuition or divine revelation or empirical observation, but through analyzing what rational agency itself requires. Through reason examining itself and discovering what it demands. The mystery is how this works. How examination of rational structure reveals genuine obligations. How thinking produces knowledge of what you ought to do. Part of the answer is that rationality has intrinsic norms. To be rational isn't just to follow any patterns of thought whatsoever. It's to conform to standards of consistency, coherence, and universality. These standards aren't imposed from outside. They're what makes thought rational rather than arbitrary. Moral norms emerge from applying these standards of rationality to action. An action is rational when it conforms to principles you could will universally, when it respects the rational nature that makes principle following possible, when it treats rational beings as ends rather than mere means. These aren't additional requirements added to rationality. They're applications of rational standards to the domain of action, logic extended to practice, consistency demanded in behavior as well as belief. This is why moral obligations are categorical. They're not based on what you happen to want or contingently value. They're based on what rational consistency itself demands, on requirements that come with being a rational agent at all. But the mystery deepens when you recognize that these requirements are simultaneously discovered and binding. You don't create them by thinking about them, but you cannot know them without thinking about them. They're objective, but accessible only through subjective, rational reflection. This is the paradox at the heart of moral knowledge. The requirements are real, they bind, whether or not you recognize them. But knowing them requires rational self-examination. They're accessible only through your own thinking. Can't resolve this by arguing that rational nature is both empirical and noumenal. As empirical beings in time, we discover moral requirements through reflection. As noumenal beings, we're subject to those requirements independently of whether we discover them. The moral law is both in us and above us. We give it to ourselves through reason, yet it binds us unconditionally. We're simultaneously the legislators and the subjects of moral law. This might sound paradoxical, but it captures something important about moral knowledge. You cannot delegate it to others. Cannot accept moral truth on authority. Cannot know what you ought to do except through your own rational reflection. Yet what you discover through reflection isn't arbitrary or invented. It's genuine knowledge of requirements that really bind, of truths about what rational agency demands. This is the mystery. How examination of your own rational nature reveals requirements that apply to all rational beings. how subjective reflection produces objective knowledge, how thinking discovers rather than invents moral truth. Perhaps a mystery can never be fully resolved. Perhaps there's something irreducibly puzzling about how rational self-examination produces moral knowledge, about how we can know through pure thought what we genuinely ought to do. But the mystery is productive. It reveals that moral knowledge is unique, not like empirical knowledge of external facts, not like mathematical knowledge of abstract structures, but something distinct knowledge of requirements that emerge from what we are as rational agents. This uniqueness is important. It means moral truth can't be reduced to other kinds of truth, can't be discovered through the same methods that work for science or logic, requires its own form of rational reflection, and it means moral education must cultivate this capacity for reflection, must teach people to examine their own rational commitments, to discover through their own thinking what rational consistency demands. You cannot be told what your moral obligations are and genuinely understand them. You must discover them yourself through rational analysis, must work through the arguments, test the principles, examine your own commitments. This is why Kant's philosophy is simultaneously accessible and demanding. The insights are available to any rational being, but accessing them requires work, requires thinking carefully about what rational agency involves, requires honest examination of your own principles and their implications. The mystery of moral knowledge is that it's both profoundly personal and completely universal. Personal because you must discover it yourself through your own reason. Universal because what you discover applies to all rational beings. This combination makes moral truth unique, neither purely subjective nor purely objective, neither invented nor simply found, but discovered through rational self-examination and binding on all who share rational nature. The mystery remains, but it's a productive mystery, one that reveals something important about what we are and how we know what matters most, about the strange gift of rational agency that examining ourselves reveals truths that bind everyone, that thinking produces knowledge of what we ought to do. Kant didn't fully resolve this mystery, but he showed us its contours, revealed how moral knowledge is possible even if we can't completely explain why, demonstrated that rational reflection produces genuine insight into what really binds, and in doing so, he opened a path, not to certainty about every moral question, but to confidence that moral knowledge is possible, that examining rational requirements reveals real truths, that thinking carefully about what rational agency involves produces understanding of what rational agents ought to do. This is the second meditation. That moral knowledge is mysterious but real, that rational self-examination reveals genuine requirements, that we can know through thought what we ought to do, even if we cannot fully explain how this knowledge is possible. The mystery remains. But it's a mystery that enables rather than prevents moral understanding, a productive puzzle rather than an insurmountable obstacle, a reminder that we are mysterious to ourselves, capable of discovering through thought what we genuinely owe to ourselves and others. We arrive at the final meditation, the insight that is threaded through everything we've explored, the principle that grounds all else. Human dignity is not earned, not granted, not contingent on behavior, achievement, or virtue, but unconditional, belonging to every rational being simply by virtue of their rational nature. This is a staggering claim, that every person you encounter possesses unconditional worth, that this worth doesn't increase with accomplishment or decrease with failure, that it remains constant regardless of what they do or who they become. Feel the weight of this. Every person, the stranger who annoyed you today, the colleague you disliked, the person whose politics you despise, the criminal whose actions you find abhorrent, everyone possesses the same fundamental dignity you claim for yourself, not because they've earned it, not because they deserve it, but because they share the capacity that makes any valuing possible rational agency, the ability to set ends, make choices, act from principle. This capacity is precious. It's what makes human beings different from objects. It's the source of all value. It's what makes moral law possible, and it belongs equally to all who possess it. You cannot destroy this dignity, only violate it. Cannot eliminate it, only fail to respect it. The dignity persists even when trampled, even when ignored, even when the person possessing it fails to recognize or honor it themselves. This persistence is important, because it means your obligations don't depend on whether others fulfill theirs. Don't evaporate when people act badly. Don't require that dignity be earned or maintained. Through good behavior, you must respect dignity in the person who respects no one. Must treat as an end the person who treats everyone as means. Must honor rational nature even in those who dishonor it. This is demanding. It requires maintaining moral standards when others abandon them, respecting dignity when it's violated, treating people as they ought to be treated rather than as they've earned. But this is what unconditional means. Not conditional on good behavior, not conditional on reciprocity, not conditional on whether you feel like it. Unconditional. Period. The weight of this recognition changes everything. When you truly see that every person possesses unconditional dignity, you cannot casually instrumentalize them, cannot thoughtlessly use them as means, cannot dismiss their rational nature as irrelevant. Every interaction becomes fraught with moral significance. Every choice about how to treat someone becomes a choice about whether to honor their dignity or violate it. Every relationship requires conscious attention to whether you're respecting their autonomy or undermining it. This weight is heavy. It's meant to be, because what's at stake matters absolutely. The dignity you're called to respect is the foundation of all value. Violating it isn't a minor transgression, but a fundamental failure to recognize what rational beings are. Yet this weight is also liberating, because recognizing dignity in everyone means recognizing it in yourself. Understanding that your worth doesn't depend on achievement, on others' approval, on being useful or productive, but is simply given with your rational nature. You cannot lose this dignity, cannot forfeit it through failure, cannot have it taken away by others' rejection. It belongs to you unconditionally, just as it belongs to everyone unconditionally. This should change how you see yourself. Not as a resource to be optimized or a function to be performed, but as a rational being whose worth is absolute, whose capacity for autonomy deserves respect even from yourself. Many people treat themselves as mere means, instrumentalize their own lives, sacrifice their autonomy for goals that matter less than the capacity being sacrificed, treat their own rational nature as expendable. But the formula of humanity applies to yourself as much as others. You cannot justifiably treat your own dignity as mere means any more than you can treat others. Dignity that way, This creates duties to yourself, to develop your capacities, to maintain your integrity, to resist corruption of your rational nature. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect. The weight of dignity is thus double. You must respect it in others and in yourself. Must treat all rational beings, yourself included, as ends, never merely as means. Must honor rational nature wherever you encounter it, including in the mirror. This is demanding, but the demand comes from what you are, from the rational nature you possess, from the capacity that gives you worth and that gives everyone worth. When you grasp this fully, when you really understand the weight of dignity, two things happen simultaneously. First, you become more serious about morality, because you see what's actually at stake. Not arbitrary rules or social conventions, but recognition of what makes beings valuable at all. Violations aren't just bad behavior, but failures to respect what really matters. Second, you become more free, because your worth doesn't depend on anything external. Your dignity is given with your rational nature and cannot be taken away. Others can violate it, but they cannot eliminate it. You possess unconditional worth regardless of circumstances. This combination increase seriousness about moral obligation and increased confidence in your own worth is what understanding dignity produces. You're called to more because you recognize what's at stake, but you're also liberated because you understand that your value is secure, that nothing can diminish your fundamental worth as a rational being. This is the weight of dignity, heavy because it demands unconditional respect for all rational beings, light because it secures your own worth unconditionally, heavy because you must maintain standards when others don't, light because your worth doesn't depend on others maintaining standards toward you, heavy because every interaction carries moral weight, light because this weight comes from something precious, the rational nature that makes you and everyone special. Kant's ethics returns us to this fundamental insight again and again, that rational beings have dignity, that this dignity is unconditional, that respecting it is what morality requires. Everything else follows from this. The categorical imperative, the formula of humanity. The kingdom of Enzol are applications and elaborations of this basic recognition. When you truly grasp the weight of dignity, you understand why lying violates morality, why manipulation fails the categorical imperative, why exploitation is wrong, why all violations of rational agency are fundamentally failures to recognize what matters most. You understand because you see clearly, not through moral intuition or cultural conditioning or divine revelation, but through recognizing what you are and what this means, a rational being capable of autonomy, possessing dignity that deserves unconditional respect, worthy not because of what you achieve, but because of what you are. This is true of you. It's true of everyone. And recognizing this truth, recognizing it, letting it transform how you see yourself and others, is what moral enlightenment means. The weight of dignity, both burden and gift, demand and liberation, obligation and assurance. This is what Kant revealed. Not invented, but discovered, not constructed, but seen, the unconditional worth of rational beings and what this requires. We end where we began, with a question that exposes every lie, every manipulation, every excuse for treating people as less than they are. But having traveled through Kant's ethics, having examined its implications and applications, having understood why it works and what it demands, a deeper question emerges. What does it mean that one 18th century principle still exposes modern evil? Not just that it works, we've seen why it works. Not just that it persists, we understand its persistence. But what does this persistence reveal about human nature, about moral reality, about what we are? It reveals that beneath all surface change, something essential remains constant. That rational beings in the 21st century face the same fundamental choice as rational beings in any century, whether to respect dignity or violate it, whether to treat people as ends or as means, whether to act from principle or from mere inclination. The technology changes. The sophistication of manipulation increases. The complexity of social systems grows. But the basic structure of moral choice remains the same, because rational agency remains the same. The capacity that makes humans special, that gives them dignity, that creates moral obligations, this hasn't evolved. It's as present now as it was in Kant's time, as it has been throughout human history, and the violations remain the same in Marès. Structure, new methods, new contexts, new rationalizations, but the same fundamental pattern, treating rational beings as mere tools. Making exceptions for yourself, you won't grant others. Claiming dignity while denying it to those you exploit. The categorical imperative exposes all of it, not because Kant was uniquely clever, but because he identified something real and permanent about what rational beings are, and what this demands. This reveals something sobering about human nature, that the same violations keep recurring, that each generation must rediscover moral truth, that clarity about dignity is constantly threatened by convenient rationalization, but it also reveals something hopeful, that moral truth persists to be rediscovered. That reason can still identify what really matters. That understanding is possible even when convenient forgetting is tempting. The question that remains is thus not about Kant or his principle. It's about you and your choice. Will you use the tool you've been given? Will you apply the categorical imperative to your own maxims? Will you examine your behavior honestly and change what fails the test? Will you recognize dignity in everyone you encounter? Will you treat rational beings as ends rather than means? Will you maintain standards when others abandon them? Will you become ungovernable through clarity? Will you resist manipulation that you now recognize? Will you refuse to participate in violations you now see clearly? These aren't theoretical questions. They're practical demands. The categorical imperative doesn't just describe moral truth. It calls you to live by it. And this call cannot be escaped through clever argument, cannot be evaded through sophistical reasoning, cannot be rationalized away by claiming special circumstances, because you now understand how all those strategies work, how every evasion ultimately fails, how every violation reveals itself under examination, how every rationalization collapses when tested for universality. You possess the tool that exposes every excuse. The question is whether you'll use it on yourself as rigorously as you use it on others, whether you'll maintain the same standards for your own behavior that you demand from everyone else. This is the choice that remains, not whether the categorical imperative is correct. You understand why it is, not whether dignity deserves respect. you'll recognize that it does. But whether you'll actually align your behavior with what you now understand, this choice cannot be made once and then forgotten. It must be renewed constantly. In every interaction, every decision, every moment when convenience tempts you toward violation, the categorical imperative doesn't make moral life easy. It makes it clear. You now know what you're called to do. Whether you'll do it is up to you. But understand what's at stake. Not just your personal virtue, though that matters. Not just your relationships, though they'll be affected. But your very nature as a rational being. To consistently violate the categorical imperative is to live in contradiction with your own rational nature. To claim dignity while denying it to others. To demand respect while refusing to give it. To assert autonomy while undermining the autonomy that makes your own meaningful. This contradiction corrupts from within, not through external punishment, but through internal incoherence, through the slow erosion of moral clarity, through gradual acceptance of rationalization as reason. But to live by the categorical imperative is to achieve integrity in the deepest sense. To align your behavior with what rational consistency requires. To respect in practice what you affirm in principle. To be whole rather than divided. This wholeness is its own reward. Not the only reason to be moral, should be moral, because dignity deserves respect, regardless of benefits to you, but a natural consequence of rational consistency. When you live by principles, you can universalize. When you treat all rational beings as ends, when you maintain the standards that rational agency requires, you become what you essentially are. A rational being fully realizing its nature through autonomous moral action. This is what Kant offers. Not an impossible ideal, but a clear standard. Not a burden to bear, but a nature to realize. Not a constraint on freedom, but freedom's fullest expression. The question remains. The tool is in your hands. The violations are visible. The principles are clear. The choice is yours. What will you do with what you now understand? This is where philosophy meets life, where understanding demands decision, where knowledge calls for action. The categorical imperative has exposed every justification for evil. It has revealed what rational beings owe each other and themselves. It has shown you what dignity means and why it matters. Absolutely now, you must decide. Will you honor what you've discovered? Will you live by what you know? The question remains, and only you can answer it.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Close your eyes for a moment. In this precise instant, who are you? Not the name your parents gave you, not the job title on your business card, not the accumulation of your past or the projection of your future, but right now, this very second, what is the consciousness experiencing these words? Where does it reside? How did it come to be? And perhaps most mysteriously of all, will it be the same consciousness when you wake tomorrow morning? This question, deceptively simple yet infinitely complex, haunted one man so deeply that his answer would reshape the foundations of civilization itself. His name was John Locke, and tonight, as you settle into the quietness of approaching sleep, we will walk together through the cathedral of thought he constructed, stone by philosophical stone, until we discover something extraordinary. We will find that the questions he asked about consciousness, about identity, about freedom and knowledge are not merely academic puzzles gathering dust in forgotten books. They are the very questions that pulse beneath every moment of your waking life, and perhaps, as we shall see, even your sleeping one. Picture England in the year 1632. A world balanced on a knife's edge between the old certainties and a dawning age that would question everything. In a small village called Rington in Somerset, a child enters the world who will grow to challenge not just the political order of kingdoms, but the understanding of what it means to be human. This child, John Locke, would become many things in his lifetime. A physician who studied the workings of the human body, a political revolutionary whose ideas were so dangerous he would be forced to flee his homeland, living under an assumed name in foreign exile, an advisor to the powerful who helped shape the course of governments, and above all, a philosopher who asked questions so fundamental that we are still, more than 3 centuries after his death, attempting to answer them. But here is what makes tonight's journey so remarkable. Locke's great insights did not emerge from pure abstraction or ivory tower speculation. They grew from careful observation, from watching patients as a physician and noting how the mind emerged from the fog of fever, from experiencing firsthand the tyranny of absolute power and wondering what made any government legitimate, from studying his own consciousness as it woke each morning and asking what connected yesterday's self to today's, from noticing how children learned and questioning whether we truly arrive in this world with knowledge already inscribed upon our souls. The world into which John Locke was born believed it knew the answers to fundamental questions with absolute certainty. The king ruled by divine right, ordained by God himself, and to question this was to question the very architecture of creation. Knowledge was something innate, planted in the soul before birth, waiting only to be remembered. Your station in life, whether peasant or prince, was determined by providence and immutable law. The structure of reality itself seemed fixed, hierarchical, and ultimately beyond human power to alter. And yet, something was stirring. The year before Locke's birth, Galileo had faced the Inquisition for suggesting the Earth moved around the sun. When Locke was a boy, England descended into a brutal civil war that would see a king beheaded and the entire social order thrown into chaos. His father, a country lawyer, fought in the parliamentary army against royal absolutism. Young John grew up in a house where the divine right of kings was not an unquestionable truth, but a dangerous lie. He witnessed firsthand how certainty could become tyranny, how unquestioned authority could lead to bloodshed in the streets. These experiences planted seeds in fertile soil. As Locke pursued his education at Oxford, studying first philosophy and then medicine, he encountered the emerging scientific method. He befriended the great chemist Robert Boyle, who taught him to trust observation over ancient texts. He studied the human body with Thomas Sydenham, learning to watch patients carefully rather than impose theoretical systems upon them. He absorbed the revolutionary mathematics of Isaac Newton, who would become a close friend, and slowly, a radical idea began to crystallize in his mind. What if everything we had been taught about human nature was fundamentally wrong? What if we did not arrive in this world with our knowledge, our identities, our social roles already determined? What if the mind at birth was not a repository of innate truths, but something else entirely? Something that would make the structure of society, the legitimacy of government, the very nature of the self, far more fluid and far more interesting than anyone had imagined. This idea was not merely philosophically novel, it was politically explosive. Because if Locke was right, if human beings were not born with predetermined natures and divinely ordained stations, then the entire edifice of absolute monarchy, inherited privilege, and rigid social hierarchy rested on nothing more substantial than old habits and brute force. Kings did not rule because God made them superior beings. Nobles were not naturally fitted to command peasants. Knowledge was not the exclusive province of the learned elite who claimed to possess truths ordinary people could never grasp. The implications were breathtaking and terrifying, and they would eventually force Locke into exile. Suspected of treason, living under the constant threat of assassination, his books published anonymously lest they trace back to him, But tonight, as you rest, we are safe to explore these dangerous ideas together. We can follow Locke's reasoning wherever it leads, watching as a new understanding of human consciousness, identity, and freedom emerges from his careful observations and bold conclusions. So let us begin where Locke himself began, with a question so fundamental that everything else would flow from its answer. A question about the origin of ideas, the nature of knowledge, and the contents of the human mind. But I must warn you gently. Once you truly understand Locke's answer, once you see what he saw, you may never look at yourself or the world around you quite the same way again. The familiar will become strange, the certain will become questionable, and the self you thought you knew so intimately will reveal itself as something far more mysterious and magnificent than you ever imagined. The question, put simply, is this: when you think a thought, where did that thought come from? In Locke's time, the prevailing answer seemed obvious to learned scholars. Knowledge, they insisted, was innate. The human mind contained certain fundamental truths from birth, placed there either by God or by the essential nature of the rational soul itself. Principles like the law of non-contradiction, the axioms of mathematics, the existence of God, basic moral truths about right and wrong, all of these were supposedly stamped upon the mind before we ever opened our eyes to behold the world. This doctrine of innate ideas had ancient roots. Plato had taught that learning was really remembering, that the soul possessed knowledge from before its embodiment, and that education merely awakened these dormant truths. The medieval scholastics had integrated this with Christian theology, and in Locke's own century, the great French philosopher René Descartes had argued that certain clear and distinct ideas, the cogito itself, the existence of God, the principles of geometry, were known with absolute certainty precisely because they were innate to rational minds. It was an elegant theory. It explained how we could have knowledge that seemed universal, transcending the accidents of individual experience. It grounded morality in something deeper than mere convention. And it supported a hierarchical view of society. Some souls possess these innate truths more clearly than others, the philosopher more than the peasant, the civilized European more than the savage, the man more than the woman. But John Locke, watching carefully, observing newborn infants, studying people of different cultures, examining his own consciousness, with merciless honesty, became convinced this elegant theory was entirely wrong. Consider a newborn child, he suggested. Observe this tiny being with clear eyes, without preconception. Do you see a mind stocked with innate knowledge? Do you see a creature contemplating the law of non-contradiction or the existence of God? Or do you see something else entirely? A mind that seems almost perfectly receptive, open, unformed, responding to sensations, beginning to organize the raw data of experience into something coherent, but starting, it would appear, from nothing. Locke pressed the point. If there truly were innate ideas, propositions that all minds possessed from birth, then we should find universal agreement on these principles. But where is this agreement? Travel the world, he observed, and you will find tremendous diversity in beliefs about God, about morality, about the fundamental nature of reality. Some peoples worship one God, others many, still others none at all. Moral codes vary dramatically. Even seemingly obvious logical principles are not grasped by children or those without education. The defenders of innate ideas had a response. These truths are innate, they said, but they require reason to uncover them, maturity to recognize them. They are like seeds planted in the soul, waiting for the right conditions to bloom. Locke found this answer unsatisfying. If reason is required to discover these supposedly innate ideas, then how are they different from ideas we learn through experience and reasoning? The word innate becomes meaningless. It is like saying hunger is innate, even though a person feels no hunger. Saying the mind possesses knowledge that it does not actually know is a contradiction in terms. And then Locke posed a question that cuts to the heart of the matter. If the soul has innate ideas that it acquired before embodiment, or that are simply part of its essence? Why do these ideas never appear in consciousness in their pure original form? Why, when we sleep, do we not dream of these pristine, innate truths? Why does the soul, in its supposed retreat during sleep, never light upon these ideas it possessed before experience touched it? Instead, even our most abstract thoughts, even our strangest dreams, seem to be recombinations of things we have encountered in waking life. The tang of the cask, as Locke beautifully put it, marks even our most sublime conceptions. So if knowledge is not innate, where does it come from? Locke's answer was revolutionary in its simplicity and profound in its implications. Let us suppose, he wrote, that the mind at birth is like white paper, void of all characters, without any ideas. How then does it come to be furnished? From where does it acquire that vast store of ideas, which the busy and boundless imagination of human beings has painted upon it? The answer: experience. Nothing more and nothing less. Every idea that ever passed through a human mind, every thought you have ever entertained, every concept you grasp, every fleeting image and every abstract principle, all of it, ultimately, traces back to experience. The mind is not like a container filled before birth with treasures. It is like a blank slate, a tabula rasa, as later interpreters would call it, though Locke himself used the metaphor of white paper or an empty cabinet. But what did Locke mean by experience? Here his answer becomes rich and nuanced, revealing the careful observer behind the bold theory. Experience, he explained, comes to us through two channels, two fountains that supply all the materials of knowledge. The first is sensation. This is the most obvious channel. Through our five senses, seeing, hearing, touching, tasting, smelling, the external world impresses itself upon consciousness. A shaft of sunlight falling across a room, the sound of rain on a window, the taste of honey, the scent of roses, the warmth of another person's hand. These are simple ideas, the basic building blocks of thought, delivered directly by the senses. They are particular, immediate, undeniable. The redness of this rose, the coldness of that ice, the brightness of yonder star. As you lie here now, preparing for sleep, notice the sensations arriving at the shores of your consciousness. Perhaps the softness of your pillow against your cheek, the weight of blankets upon your body, the quality of light or darkness in the room. These simple sensory impressions are, according to Locke, the foundational elements from which all your knowledge of the external world is constructed. But Locke recognized something crucial that makes his empiricism sophisticated rather than simplistic. There is a second channel of experience, one that comes not from the external world, but from within. He called it reflection. This is the mind's perception of its own operations, the awareness of thinking itself, the recognition of doubting, believing, reasoning, willing, imagining, remembering. These too are experiences, internal experiences, and they give rise to another whole class of ideas. When you are aware that you are thinking about something, that is reflection. When you notice yourself doubting or believing, desiring or fearing, remembering yesterday or imagining tomorrow, these operations of the mind itself become objects of experience. And just as sensation gives us ideas of colors, sounds, and textures, reflection gives us ideas of thought, doubt, belief, and will. This distinction is elegant and important. Locke is not claiming that the mind is purely passive, merely receiving impressions like wax receiving a seal. The mind has active powers. It compares, it combines, it abstracts, it remembers. But, and this is crucial, the materials upon which these powers operate must ultimately come from sensation or reflection. The mind cannot create simple ideas out of nothing. It can only work with what experience provides. Consider the idea of a golden mountain. You have never seen a golden mountain. Perhaps no such thing exists in the world, and yet you can conceive of one easily. How? By combining two simple ideas you have received through experience. The idea of gold, which you know from sensation, and the idea of a mountain, which you likewise know from sensation. The mind's power to combine is remarkable, but the ingredients must come from experience, or consider something more abstract, like the idea of infinity. How does a finite mind conceive of the infinite? Locke's answer: by taking the idea of finite, magnitude, which we know from experience, and the idea of addition, which we also know from experience, and then applying the operation of addition without end. We can imagine always adding one more. The idea of infinity is thus constructed by the mind operating on materials given in experience. Now, you might be wondering, what about necessary truths? What about mathematics? Surely 2 + 2 = 4, not because of experience, but because of some innate rational insight. Locke's answer is subtle. The ideas of 2 and 4 are indeed built up from experience, from counting actual objects. But once we have these ideas, we can perceive certain relationships between them that are necessarily true. That 2 + 2 = 4 is a relationship we perceive between our ideas. It is a kind of intuitive knowledge, where we see the connection immediately and certainly. But the ideas themselves still originated in experience. The implications of this seemingly simple theory ripple outward in extraordinary ways. If all ideas come from experience, then the mind you possess right now, with all its contents, its memories, its knowledge, its personality, is the cumulative result of every experience you have ever had. You were not born as you. You became you, written upon gradually by sensation and reflection, day by day, moment by moment, from your first blurry perceptions as an infant to this present instant. And this means something profound about human equality. A peasant and a prince begin with the same blank slate. The differences between them are not innate, not ordained by nature or God, but the result of vastly different experiences, different educations, different opportunities to fill the mind with ideas. Given the same experiences, the same education, there is no reason the peasant could not grasp everything the prince grasps. The hierarchy of souls dissolves under Locke's patient gaze. It also means something profound about human potential. If we are not locked into predetermined natures, if our minds are shaped by experience, then we can be shaped differently. Education becomes not the uncovering of innate truths, but the careful provision of the right experiences. Character becomes not fixed essence, but the result of habits formed through repeated experiences. Reform, improvement, growth, all of these become possible in a way they cannot be if our natures are innate and immutable, and it means something profound about knowledge itself. If all ideas trace back to experience, then knowledge is not the privilege of special souls who grasp innate truths more clearly than others. It is available, at least in principle, to anyone who can receive sensations and engage in reflection. The democratization of knowledge follows from the blank slate. But Locke was too honest an observer to pretend the slate remains blank for long. From our earliest moments, sensations pour in. The mind begins its work of organizing, comparing, remembering. Simple ideas combine into complex ones. Experiences accumulate into habits. Associations form between ideas. And gradually, mysteriously, something emerges that we call the self, which brings us to perhaps the deepest and most personal of all Locke's inquiries. Because once you accept that the mind begins as a blank slate and is furnished by experience, a profound question arises. If you are constantly changing, if new experiences are always being added, if the contents of your mind today are different from what they were yesterday and will be different tomorrow, then what makes you you? What is the principle of continuity that connects the infant you once were, the child you became, the adult you are now, and the older person you will someday be? This question of personal identity captivated Locke, and his answer to it may be his most profound and unsettling contribution to philosophy. But to understand his answer, we must first understand what he was arguing against. The traditional view, inherited from medieval philosophy and still dominant in Locke's time, held that personal identity consisted in the identity of substance. You are the same person over time because you are the same substance over time. For dualists like Descartes, this meant you were the same immaterial soul. For others, it might mean the same living organism. Either way, identity was a matter of being the same thing in a substantial sense. But Locke, with his characteristic empiricism, asked a troubling question. How do you know you are the same soul or substance over time? You have no direct experience of your own soul or substantial self. What you have experience of is consciousness. You are aware of your thoughts, your perceptions, your memories. But do you perceive some underlying substance beneath all of this? Locke suggested you do not, and indeed cannot. Consider dreamless sleep, that mysterious state you may soon enter. When you wake tomorrow morning, how will you know you are the same person who went to sleep tonight? Not because you perceive the same substance, whatever that would mean, but because you will remember going to sleep. Your consciousness tomorrow morning will encompass the memories of your consciousness tonight. This continuity of consciousness, Locke suggested, is what constitutes personal identity. He defined a person as a thinking, intelligent being that has reason and reflection and can consider itself as itself the same thinking thing, in different times and places. And the key to this self-awareness across time is memory. Consciousness, he wrote, as far as it extends, makes the same person. To illustrate this radical idea, Locke proposed thought experiments that still provoke discussion 3 centuries later. Imagine, he suggested, that the soul of a prince, carrying all its memories and consciousness, were to enter the body of a cobbler, a humble shoemaker. Everyone looking at this person would see the cobbler's body. But suppose this body now contained all the memories, all the consciousness of the prince. Who would this person be? The prince or the cobbler? By the substance view, this person would be the cobbler, same body, perhaps same biological organism. But Locke insisted this person would actually be the prince, because personal identity follows consciousness, not substance. Wherever the prince's consciousness goes, there the prince is, regardless of what substance houses that consciousness. Now flip it around. Suppose the cobbler's soul entered the prince's body. Everyone at court would bow to the prince's body. But if this body now contained only the cobbler's memories and consciousness, this person would not be the prince. He would be the cobbler, despite appearances. These thought experiments seem fanciful, and Locke knew they were unlikely ever to occur, but they served a purpose. They clarified that when we care about personal identity, when we worry about whether someone will be held responsible for past actions or rewarded for past virtues, what matters is continuity of consciousness, not identity of substance. This becomes especially clear in cases of memory loss. Suppose a person commits a crime, but then suffers complete amnesia, genuinely losing all memory of the act, and indeed of their entire previous life. Are they still the same person who committed the crime? By the substance view, yes, same body or soul. But by Locke's consciousness view, no. This raises difficult questions about justice and responsibility, questions Locke acknowledged but did not fully resolve. The implications are both comforting and unsettling. Comforting because they suggest personal identity is not a mysterious, metaphysical fact about substances you cannot perceive, but something grounded in the very experience of consciousness you know intimately. Your identity is constituted by your memories, your sense of continuity, your ability to recognize yourself across time, but unsettling because this makes identity more fragile than we might like. What happens if memories are lost? What happens in cases of divided consciousness, like split-brain patients modern neuroscience has discovered? What about false memories, where you remember something that never actually happened? If identity is constituted by consciousness and memory, then identity can be disrupted, fragmented, even multiplied in ways the substance view never allowed. Locke also made a subtle but important distinction between the identity of a man and the identity of a person. The identity of a man, meaning the human organism, might continue even if personal identity is interrupted. Someone in a permanent coma is still the same living human organism, the same man, but perhaps not the same person if consciousness is utterly gone. And conversely, personal identity might in principle continue, even if the underlying substance changed, as in the prince and cobbler example. This distinction has profound implications for questions about the afterlife, a topic of great concern in Locke's religious age. Many of his contemporaries worried, how can there be resurrection of the body if the body decays and its matter disperses? Locke's answer offered a kind of reassurance. What matters for the resurrection is not that the exact same matter be reassembled, but that the same consciousness continue. God could, in principle, provide a new body for the same person, as long as consciousness persists. But the deepest implication of Locke's view is this: you are not a thing that has experiences. You are, in some sense, the experiences themselves, or rather, the unity and continuity of consciousness that binds experiences together into a coherent perspective on the world. This consciousness, this awareness that can say I and recognize itself across time, this is the self, and it is built, moment by moment, from the stream of sensations, reflections, and memories that constitute your lived experience. As you lie here, consciousness beginning to dim as sleep approaches, consider this. The person who wakes tomorrow, morning will be you, not because they occupy the same body, though they will, but because their consciousness will encompass tonight. They will remember lying here, listening to these words, feeling the weight of blankets, breathing in and out. The continuity of memory will bridge the gap of sleep, creating the narrative thread that constitutes your identity. But what about sleep itself? Here, Locke made an observation that troubled some of his readers, but follows logically from his view. During deep, dreamless sleep, where is consciousness? It is not present to itself. You are not aware of being asleep while you are in that state, so in what sense are you a person during dreamless sleep? Locke's answer, carefully worded, is that personal identity is interrupted during such times. The sleeping person is the same man, the same human organism, but perhaps not in the fullest sense, the same person, since consciousness has ceased. This might seem troubling, but there is something rather beautiful about it. It means that sleep is a kind of small death, a genuine discontinuity in personal existence. And waking is a kind of resurrection, a renewal of the self. Every morning, consciousness returns, memory bridges the gap, and you become yourself again. The self is not a permanent, substantial thing, but an ongoing achievement, a continuity created by consciousness rather than a metaphysical given. And this brings us to Locke's political philosophy, because the same empiricist approach, the same careful observation of human nature, the same willingness to question received wisdom, led him to revolutionary conclusions about the legitimate basis of government, the nature of rights, and the proper relationship between individuals and authority. If Locke's epistemology erased the boundary between noble and common minds, his political philosophy erased the boundary between divine right and mere force. To understand the radical nature of Locke's political thought, we must first understand what he was arguing against. The political orthodoxy of his time, the view that legitimized absolute monarchy and made questioning royal authority tantamount to blasphemy, was the doctrine of the divine right of kings. This doctrine held that political authority descended from God through an unbroken chain. God had appointed Adam as sovereign over creation. This sovereignty passed to Adam's heirs, and through various genealogical paths descended to the monarchs of Locke's day. The king was God's lieutenant on earth, and obedience to the king was obedience to God. To resist the king was to resist the divine order itself. This was not a fringe view, but the official position of the English monarchy and the established church. A book titled Patriarcha, written by Robert Filmer, laid out this case systematically. Filmer argued that children are born into subjection to their fathers, and fathers hold absolute authority over their children. This paternal authority, originating with Adam, had been inherited by kings. Subjects were literally the children of their monarchs, owing the same absolute obedience children owe fathers. Against this towering edifice of divine right, inherited authority, and paternal power, John Locke proposed a simple, devastating question. Where is the evidence? How do we know, he asked, that political authority descends from Adam? Even if we grant that Adam had some kind of dominion over the earth, a large concession, how do we trace this authority through all the generations to any particular living monarch? The genealogies are lost in the mists of time. Multiple claimants could assert descent from Adam. The whole system collapses into arbitrary assertion backed by nothing more than force. But Locke did not stop with this historical argument. He made a more fundamental point. Even if we could trace unbroken descent from Adam, even if we knew with certainty who Adam's rightful heir was, this would not establish political obligation. Because paternal power is not, and never was, absolute. And even if it were, political authority is not the same as paternal authority. What, then, is the true basis of political obligation? What makes a government legitimate? What gives anyone the right to command another person to obey? Locke's answer began with a thought experiment, a device borrowed from earlier political philosophers, but deployed by Locke with devastating effect. Imagine, he wrote, human beings in a state of nature before any government exists. What would this condition be like? Here, Locke's answer differed dramatically from that of Thomas Hobbes, another English philosopher who had also used the state of nature as a conceptual tool. For Hobbes, writing during the chaos of civil war, the state of nature was a nightmare, a war of all against all, where life was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Human beings in their natural condition, Hobbes thought, were so dangerous to one another that any government, even the most absolute and tyrannical, was preferable to the anarchy of nature. But Locke, observing human nature more optimistically, saw things differently. The state of nature, he argued, was not a state of war, but a state of perfect freedom and equality. In this natural condition, all persons are equal in the sense that no one has natural authority over anyone else. No one is born to command, no one born to obey. Each person has the right to order their own actions, dispose of their possessions, and live as they see fit, without asking permission from anyone. But, and this is crucial, the state of nature is not a state of license. Freedom does not mean you can do whatever you want. Even in the absence of human government, Locke argued, there is law, natural law, which binds all rational beings. What is this natural law? Locke defined it as the law of reason itself, discernible by any rational creature. And reason, if consulted, teaches certain fundamental principles. First among them, that all human beings, being equal and independent, ought to respect one another's rights to life, liberty, and estate. No one ought to harm another in these fundamental goods without cause. Or, as Locke memorably put it, no, one ought to harm another in their life, health, liberty, or possessions. Why? Because we are all the workmanship of God, made to last during His pleasure, not one another's. Our bodies and lives are not our own property to dispose of as we please. They belong to God who made us. Therefore, we have no right to destroy ourselves or others. But everything else, our actions, our labor, the fruits of our labor, these we do own, and these no one may take from us without our consent. This introduces Locke's famous labor theory of property, an idea that would influence economic thought for centuries. How does private property arise in the state of nature? Locke's answer, through the mixing of labor with natural resources. Imagine the earth in its original state, held, in common by all humanity. No one owns any particular part of it. The apples on trees, the water in streams, the land itself, all are common. But suppose you pick an apple. By the act of picking, by mixing your labor with this natural object, you make it yours. The apple becomes your property because you expended effort to acquire it, and your labor is undeniably your own. The same principle applies to land. If you clear a section of wilderness, plow the soil, plant crops, you have mixed your labor with the earth. This land becomes yours, at least provisionally. You have a property right to the fruits of your labor. But Locke added a crucial limitation, what philosophers now call the Lockean proviso. Your appropriation is legitimate only if you leave enough and as good for others. You cannot take all the water from a stream, leaving others to die of thirst. You cannot fence off all available land, leaving others with no place to work. Property rights are real and important, but they are not unlimited. They exist within the constraint that others must also have the opportunity to sustain themselves. This theory of property had implications both radical and conservative. Radical because it suggested that property rights come not from social convention or royal grant, but from the natural right to the fruits of one's labour. A peasant who works land has more legitimate claim to it than a king who merely inherited title. Conservative because it provided a firm foundation for private property against those who might claim all things should be held in common. But Locke's state of nature, for all its freedom and equality, had problems. He called them inconveniences. Without an established legal system, disputes arose over who owned what. Without impartial judges, people judged their own cases, inevitably with bias. Without reliable enforcement, the strong could violate the weak with impunity. The state of nature was not a war of all against all, but it was insecure, uncertain, uncomfortable. So rational people, Locke argued, would choose to leave the state of nature. They would come together and establish civil society through a social contract. But, and here is where Locke's theory becomes revolutionary, this contract is not a surrender of rights to an absolute sovereign. It is a conditional grant of limited powers to a government whose sole purpose is to better secure the very rights people possessed in the state of nature. Think about what this means. Government exists to protect life, liberty, and property. These rights precede government. They are natural rights, possessed by virtue of being human, not granted by any political authority. Government is therefore a tool, a mechanism, for securing rights more effectively, and it is legitimate only insofar as it serves this purpose. The authority of government comes from the consent of the governed. This is the heart of the social contract. By consenting, explicitly or tacitly, to be part of a civil society, people agree to abide by the decisions of the majority, to follow established laws, to submit disputes to impartial judges, rather than taking justice into their own hands. But this consent is conditional. It assumes the government will fulfill its purpose of protecting rights. And here, Locke made an argument that would echo through history. When a government systematically violates the rights it was established to protect, when it becomes destructive of the ends for which it was formed, the people have a right to alter or abolish it. The right of revolution is not a lawless abandonment of order, but the ultimate safeguard of natural rights against governmental tyranny. This was not abstract theorizing. Locke wrote his 2 treatises on government during the crisis that would lead to the overthrow of King James II in 1688, the event known as the Glorious Revolution. His arguments provided intellectual justification for resisting a monarch who had overstepped his legitimate authority, and they would be taken up again nearly a century later by American colonists arguing that King George III had violated their natural rights, justifying revolution and the establishment of a new form of government. But Locke's political philosophy was not merely negative, not merely about limiting government and justifying resistance. He had positive things to say about how legitimate government should be structured. First, government should be divided into separate powers. The legislative power, the authority to make laws, should reside in a representative body, ideally elected by the people or at least by property-owning citizens. This legislature should be supreme, the voice of the people themselves establishing the rules under which society operates. But legislative power should be limited. It cannot be arbitrary. Laws must be general, known in advance, applied equally, to all. The legislature cannot simply take property without consent, cannot rule by decree, cannot delegate its authority to a dictator. It is bound by natural law and by the trust placed in it by the people. Second, there should be an executive power responsible for enforcing laws and conducting foreign policy. This executive should be strong enough to act decisively, but ultimately subordinate to the legislature, since the legislature represents the people more directly. Third, there should be independent judges to settle disputes according to established law. The rule of law, not the rule of men, should govern society. This separation and balancing of powers, this insistence on rule of law, this recognition that government authority is limited and conditional, these ideas would deeply influence the architects of the American Constitution. When James Madison designed a system of checks and balances, when Thomas Jefferson wrote that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, when the Declaration of Independence asserted the right of revolution against tyranny, they were walking paths John Locke had blazed. But perhaps most revolutionary was Locke's argument for religious toleration. In an age when religious uniformity was enforced by law, when dissenters faced persecution, when wars were fought over questions of faith, Locke argued that government had no business dictating religious belief. Why? Because belief cannot be compelled. The mind cannot be forced to accept something as true merely because government commands it. Faith, if it is genuine, must be free. A coerced belief is no belief at all, merely an external conformity masking inner dissent. Moreover, the purpose of government is to protect life, liberty, and property in this world. The salvation of souls is not within its jurisdiction. Church and state have different domains and different means. The church operates through persuasion and teaching. The state operates through law and force. To mix these is to corrupt both. Therefore, Locke argued, civil authority should tolerate diverse religious beliefs. Let Catholics and Protestants, Anglicans and dissenters, Christians and Jews all worship according to their conscience, so long as they do not threaten civil peace. The state should enforce laws against theft and murder, not laws against heresy. Locke's toleration had limits. He excluded atheists on the grounds that they could not be trusted to keep oaths, and Catholics on the political grounds that they owed allegiance to a foreign power, the Pope. These exclusions seem narrow and inconsistent today, but in Locke's context, even this limited toleration was radical. And the logic of his argument pointed toward ever greater inclusivity, even if Locke himself did not fully embrace that logic. The implications of Locke's political philosophy ripple forward through centuries. They made possible the democratic revolutions that transformed the Western world. They established principles that are now considered foundational to free societies: government by consent, rule of law, protection of individual rights, separation of church and state, the right of revolution against tyranny. But they also contained tensions and contradictions that would take generations to work out, and which we are still navigating today. Locke spoke of universal human equality, but accepted slavery under certain conditions. He argued for natural rights belonging to all human beings, but practically excluded women from political participation. He defended property rights, but owned shares in colonial enterprises that dispossessed indigenous peoples. The gap between his universal principles and his particular prejudices reveals the human limitations even of great thinkers. Yet the principles themselves, once articulated, have a logic that pushes beyond the limitations of their author. If all human beings possess natural rights to life, liberty, and property by virtue of being human, then this must include enslaved Africans, indigenous Americans, women, the poor, everyone. Later thinkers would deploy Lockean arguments to expand the circle of rights, to challenge slavery, to demand women's suffrage, to fight for civil rights. The architecture Locke built could house more than he perhaps intended. Now, let us return to Locke's epistemology, his theory of knowledge, because there is more depth here than we have yet explored. For Locke was not content simply to say all knowledge comes from experience. He wanted to understand the nature of knowledge itself, its limits and possibilities, with careful precision. Locke distinguished between different kinds of ideas based on their relationship to the world. Some ideas, he argued, genuinely resemble qualities in objects themselves. Others are merely the mind's response to certain physical configurations, not resembling anything in the external world. He called the first kind primary qualities, These include solidity, extension, figure, motion, and number. A ball is genuinely round, genuinely in motion, genuinely possesses a certain size and mass. These qualities belong to the object itself and would exist even if no mind perceived them. But then there are secondary qualities: color, taste, smell, sound, warmth. These, Locke argued, do not really exist in objects themselves in the way they appear to us. Color is not in the rose, but is the effect the rose's physical structure has on our visual system. Sweetness is not in the honey, but is the sensation honey produces in our taste organs. The warmth you feel is not in the fire itself, which is merely rapidly moving particles, but is the effect of those particles on your nervous system. This distinction might seem technical, but it has profound implications. It means the world as it exists independently of perception is quite different from the world as we experience it. The universe of pure physics, Locke suggested, is colorless, soundless, odorless, a realm of particles in motion with various sizes, shapes, and speeds. All the richness of sensory experience, the redness of red, the sweetness of sweet, the warmth of warmth, these are contributions of the perceiving mind. Does this make secondary qualities less real? Not exactly. They are real experiences, real qualities of our perceptual states. But they do not resemble anything in the external world in the way primary qualities do. And this means that our experience, while caused by the external world, is not a perfect mirror of it. This leads to a sobering recognition of the limits of human knowledge. We can know that external objects exist and affect us. We can know their primary qualities through careful observation and measurement. But our access to the ultimate nature of things, to the real essences of substances, is severely limited. Locke distinguished between nominal essences and real essences. The nominal essence of something is the set of observable properties by which we classify it. The nominal essence of gold, for example, might be yellowish metal, heavy, malleable, doesn't rust. These are the properties we use to identify gold and distinguish it from other substances. But the real essence of gold, its ultimate constitution, the internal structure that explains why it has these observable properties, this we do not know. We can study gold carefully, measure its properties precisely, even uncover some aspects of its internal structure with advanced instruments. But Locke believed there would always be a gap between our classificatory schemes and the true essences of things. This epistemological humility was characteristic of Locke. He insisted that we acknowledge the limits of human understanding rather than pretending to certainty we do not possess, and he suggested we should be content with the degree of knowledge we can attain, which, while imperfect, is sufficient for the practical purposes of human life. Locke distinguished 3 degrees of knowledge, ranked by their certainty. The highest is intuitive knowledge, where we perceive the agreement or disagreement between ideas immediately, without need for proof, that you exist, that a circle is not a square, that 3 is more than 2. These you know intuitively, directly, certainly. The second degree is demonstrative knowledge, where we perceive the agreement or disagreement between ideas through intermediate steps of reasoning. Mathematical proofs exemplify this. We do not see immediately that the angles of a triangle equal 2 right angles, but we can demonstrate it through a series of steps, each of which is intuitively certain. The third and lowest degree is sensitive knowledge, knowledge of the existence of particular external objects. That this flower exists here and now, that this sound is occurring, we know through sensation. But this knowledge lacks the complete certainty of intuition or demonstration. We might be deceived by dreams or hallucinations. Still, the evidence is strong enough for practical purposes. We can be reasonably certain of the existence of objects we currently perceive. What about everything else, the vast realm of beliefs about things we do not currently perceive or cannot demonstrate? Here Locke introduced the concept of probability. Most of our beliefs are not knowledge in the strict sense, but probable judgments based on evidence. The sun will rise tomorrow. Paris is the capital of France. Bread nourishes. These are highly probable beliefs, but they lack the absolute certainty of intuition or demonstration. This means we should proportion our assent to the evidence. Where evidence is strong, believe strongly. Where evidence is weak, believe tentatively, and be willing to revise beliefs when new evidence emerges. This scientific attitude, this intellectual humility, combined with confidence in reason and observation, was central to Locke's vision of human knowledge. Locke also devoted considerable attention to language, recognizing that words are essential to thought, but also a frequent source of confusion and error. Words, he argued, stand for ideas in the mind of the person using them. Communication works when my words call up in your mind ideas similar to those in mine. But this process is imperfect. Words can be vague, ambiguous, used inconsistently. Much of human disagreement, Locke thought, stems from linguistic confusion rather than genuine differences of opinion. People use the same words to mean different things, or different words to mean the same thing, and waste time in fruitless debate. If we would only define our terms clearly, many disputes would dissolve. This concern with language led Locke to offer recommendations for clear thinking and communication. Define your terms explicitly. Use words consistently. Distinguish between different senses of the same word. Don't assume others mean by a word exactly what you mean. These may seem like common sense, but Locke observed that people violate these principles constantly, leading to endless confusion. As you settle deeper into rest, consider how Locke's epistemology offers a kind of peace. We need not pretend to certainty we do not possess. We need not claim knowledge of ultimate essences or absolute truths beyond our grasp. It is enough to observe carefully, reason honestly, proportion belief to evidence, and remain open to correction. This is intellectual humility, but it is also intellectual confidence. Confidence that this modest, empirical approach can yield genuine knowledge, sufficient for human flourishing. And Locke's own life exemplified this balance of humility and confidence. He had worked as a physician, carefully observing symptoms, trying treatments, noting what worked and what did not, never pretending to complete understanding of the body's mysteries, but accumulating practical knowledge that could heal. He had studied politics, watching governments rise and fall, noting the patterns of tyranny and the conditions of stability, never claiming to know the perfect system, but articulating principles that could guide toward justice. He had examined his own consciousness, noting the flow of sensations and thoughts, the operations of memory and association, never pretending to fathom the ultimate mystery of awareness, but describing accurately what could be observed. This empirical attitude, this willingness to learn from experience while acknowledging the limits of knowledge, was not merely an intellectual position. It was a way of life, a stance toward the world characterized by curiosity, patience, and honesty, and it connected directly to his practical philosophy, his thoughts about how we should live, individually and collectively. Because if the mind is shaped by experience, then we bear responsibility for the experiences we provide, to ourselves, and especially to the next generation. Locke wrote extensively about education, and his recommendations flow naturally from his epistemological principles. If the mind at birth is a blank slate, then education is literally everything. The child becomes what the child experiences. This is an awesome responsibility for parents and teachers. But Locke's educational philosophy was surprisingly humane and progressive for his time. He opposed the harsh physical discipline common in schools, arguing that beating children teaches them only fear and resentment. He recommended gentle guidance, the formation of good habits through positive example, the cultivation of reason rather than mere obedience. Play is important, he argued, because children learn through activity. Curiosity should be encouraged, not stifled. Education should be adapted to the child's individual temperament and abilities, not forced into a rigid mold. The goal is to form character, to develop judgment and self-discipline, to prepare the child for the responsibilities of adult life in a free society. Locke also emphasized physical education and health. A sound mind in a sound body, he believed. Children should spend time outdoors, should develop physical skills and stamina, should learn to endure some discomfort without complaint. But this toughening should be balanced with genuine care and affection. And education should be practical as well as theoretical. Learn useful skills. Study the world around you. Don't just memorize ancient texts. Observe nature directly. This emphasis on practical, experiential learning would influence educational reformers for centuries. Locke's economic thought also reflected his broader philosophical commitments. He was an advocate of what we might call economic liberalism, though that term would come later. He believed in the right to private property, as we have seen, grounded in the labor theory of value. He defended commercial activity and criticized those who viewed trade as morally suspect. But he also recognized that economic systems could be just or unjust. Property rights were important, but not absolute. The Lockean proviso, enough and as good left for others, imposed moral constraints on appropriation, and government had legitimate roles in the economy, providing infrastructure, coining money, enforcing contracts, preventing fraud. Locke served for several years on the Board of Trade in England, advising the government on economic policy. He wrote about monetary policy, interest rates, the relationship between trade and national prosperity. His approach was empirical, based on observation of how economies actually functioned rather than abstract theorizing. In all of this, we see the consistent application of Lockean principles. Freedom is valuable, both political and economic. But freedom exists within a framework of natural law, natural rights, and mutual obligation. The individual is important but not isolated. We are separate persons with our own rights, but we are also social beings who flourish only in community with others. Locke's relationship with religion is complex and fascinating, revealing both the depth of his faith and his willingness to subject even religious matters to rational scrutiny. He lived in an age when religious questions were literally matters of life and death, when people were executed for heresy, when nations went to war over theological disputes. Yet Locke sought a middle path between religious fanaticism and irreligious skepticism. He wrote a book titled The Reasonableness of Christianity, arguing that Christian faith was compatible with reason, indeed supported by it. The essential doctrines of Christianity, he claimed, were few and simple. Believe that Jesus is the Messiah. Live a moral life according to his teachings. The elaborate theological systems, the fine distinctions of doctrine, the complicated ceremonies, these were human additions, not part of the original simple message. This was a radical simplification, stripping away much that Catholic and Protestant churches considered essential. And it provoked criticism from Orthodox believers who saw Locke as dangerously heterodox, perhaps a secret Unitarian or Socinian, denying traditional doctrines of the Trinity and original sin. Locke also argued that reason could establish certain religious truths, that God exists could be demonstrated through rational argument. The order and design evident in nature pointed to an intelligent creator. Our own existence, our capacity for reason, suggested a rational source. These were proofs, Locke believed, available to anyone who thought carefully, regardless of scriptural revelation. But reason had limits. It could prove God exists, but could not reveal God's specific plans or purposes for humanity. It could establish moral law in general terms, but needed revelation to know the fullness of divine mercy and judgment. So faith and reason complemented each other. Reason established foundations, revelation built upon them. Most importantly for Locke, religious truth could not be imposed by force. Belief was a matter of inner conviction, not external conformity. The state had no right to dictate religious belief, only to maintain civil peace. And different religious communities should tolerate one another, recognizing that sincere people could interpret scripture differently, that God alone knew human hearts, that compulsion produced only hypocrisy, never genuine faith. This toleration, argument as we have seen, had limits Locke himself placed on it. But the logic pointed toward ever greater inclusivity, and it helped establish a framework for peaceful religious pluralism that has become essential to modern liberal democracies. Locke's own spiritual life seems to have been serious and sincere, if unconventional by the standards of his time. He read scripture carefully, took theology seriously, believed in providence and divine judgment. But he rejected claims to special revelation, miracles reported by others, any truth that contradicted reason. His religion was rational, moral, and intensely personal rather than institutional. As sleep draws nearer, consider this aspect of Locke's legacy. He showed that you could question authority, including religious authority, while maintaining faith. You could subject beliefs to rational scrutiny without abandoning the search for meaning and transcendence. You could live in a world of natural law without losing wonder at the mystery of existence. The last years of Locke's life bring our story full circle. After decades of danger, exile, and uncertainty, he finally saw his major works published and acknowledged. The essay concerning human understanding, the two treatises on government, the letter concerning toleration, all appeared in print, some anonymously, others with his name attached. He became a respected figure, sought out by younger thinkers, consulted by government officials. He lived quietly with friends, continuing to read and write despite declining health. He corresponded with Newton about philosophy and theology. He advised on economic policy. He watched as the political principles he had defended became reality in England's constitutional monarchy. But he never sought fame or power for themselves. His goal had always been truth, understanding, the careful examination of human nature and human institutions in hopes of making life better, freer, more reasonable. He had risked everything for these ideals, and he had lived to see them gain a foothold in the world. When Locke died in 1704, at the age of 72, he left behind a body of work that would shape the modern world. But he also left questions, tensions, incompleteness. His philosophy was not a finished system, but a beginning, an opening of pathways that others would walk. And they came, those others, building on Locke's foundations, criticizing his assumptions, developing his insights, pushing his principles to conclusions he had not reached. The Irish philosopher George Berkeley, a generation younger, accepted Locke's empiricism, but pushed it toward idealism. If we only know our ideas, never things themselves, perhaps only ideas exist. Matter itself might be a fiction. All that exists is minds and the ideas they perceive. This was not what Locke intended, but it showed the power and the danger of the empiricist approach. Push it far enough, and you might end up doubting the external world entirely. David Hume, the great Scottish skeptic, took Locke's empiricism even further. He questioned whether we could know anything about substance, about causation, about the self. All we ever encounter, Hume argued, are impressions and ideas. We never experience substance, only bundles of qualities. We never experience causal, necessity, only constant conjunction. We never experience a unified self, only a stream of perceptions. Locke had been too conservative, too willing to assume things beyond experience. These critiques revealed both the fertility and the fragility of Locke's philosophy. The blank slate, the empiricism, the focus on experience, all of this was enormously influential. But it raised questions Locke had not fully answered. If all knowledge comes from experience, what guarantees the uniformity of nature? What justifies induction? What gives us knowledge of the external world? What holds the self together as a unity rather than a mere succession of disconnected experiences? Immanuel Kant, the great German philosopher, would attempt a synthesis, accepting the empiricist insight that knowledge begins with experience, while arguing that the mind brings certain structures to experience, organizing it according to innate categories and forms of intuition. Kant claimed to be reconciling empiricism and rationalism, though neither camp was entirely satisfied. In the political realm, Locke's influence was more straightforward and more profound. The American founding fathers absorbed Lockean principles through their pores. Jefferson called Locke one of the three greatest men who ever lived. The Declaration of Independence echoes Locke's language and arguments. The Constitution implements Lockean principles of limited government, separation of powers, protection of rights. The French revolutionaries also invoked Lockean ideas, though with less success at implementation. The Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen proclaimed natural rights, popular sovereignty, equality before law, all Lockean themes. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, movements for democracy, civil rights, decolonization, all drew on Lockean arguments. The language of natural rights, human rights, inalienable rights, all stems from the tradition Locke helped establish. But Locke's legacy also includes darker elements. His labor theory of property was used to justify colonial dispossession of indigenous peoples. If they had not mixed their labor with the land in ways European observers recognized, then perhaps the land was still in a state of nature, available for appropriation. This was a perversion of Locke's proviso about leaving enough and as good, but it shows how philosophical arguments can be weaponized. Similarly, Locke's acceptance of slavery under certain conditions, his investment in the slave trade, his failure to extend his principles fully to women and non-Europeans, all reveal the gap between universal principles and particular prejudices. Modern readers approaching Locke face a challenge. We must take seriously both the liberating power of his best insights and the limitations of his worst blind spots. We can honor the principles of natural rights and human equality while recognizing that Locke himself applied these principles incompletely. The architecture he built can house more than he intended if we are willing to finish the construction. In epistemology, Locke's influence continues in psychology, cognitive science, and educational theory. The idea that the mind is shaped by experience, that nature and nurture both matter, that learning happens through engagement with the environment, all reflect Lockean insights, even if modern understanding is more nuanced than the blank slate. Metaphor suggests, we now know that human infants are not quite blank slates. They have innate capacities, predispositions, even some core knowledge. Language acquisition, for instance, seems to depend on innate structures. Moral intuitions appear very early, but experience still plays an enormous role in shaping these capacities, filling them with specific content, developing them in particular directions. The debate between nativism and empiricism continues, but in a more sophisticated form than Locke could have anticipated. In political philosophy, Lockean liberalism remains a powerful tradition, though contested from multiple directions. Some argue it is too individualistic, neglecting community and solidarity. Others say it is not individualistic enough, that Locke's acceptance of majority rule threatens minority rights. Feminists point out its historical exclusion of women. Marxists criticize its defense of private property. Communitarians question its social contract framework. Yet Lockean principles continue to animate debates about justice, rights, democracy, tolerance. When we argue about the proper role of government, the limits of state power, the protection of individual liberty, the legitimacy of revolution, we are arguing within a framework Locke helped create. Perhaps most enduringly, Locke gave us a way of thinking about ourselves that combines empirical honesty with respect for human dignity. We are not finished products, not fixed essences, not predetermined by nature or fate. We are ongoing constructions, built from experience, shaped by choices, capable of change. This is simultaneously humbling and empowering. Humbling because it denies us any claim to innate superiority. Empowering because it suggests we can become better than we are. As consciousness dims, as the boundary between waking and sleep blurs, return for a moment to that question we began with. Who are you? Now you have a Lockean answer. You are a consciousness, a continuity of awareness bound together by memory, experiencing the world through sensation and reflection, building ideas from the materials of experience, constructing an identity through the accumulation of perceptions and thoughts across time. When you sleep tonight, this consciousness will pause, at least in its explicit self-awareness. Dreamless sleep may interrupt the stream. Dreams may present fragments, associations, memories recombined in strange ways. But when you wake, memory will restore continuity. You will recognize yourself. The narrative will resume. The blank slate will have new experiences written upon it. And in this daily rhythm of consciousness and sleep, waking and dreaming, experience and reflection, you participate in the mystery Locke described but could not fully explain. The mystery of the self. That strange unity of awareness that can say I and know itself across the changes of time. Locke's epistemology and his political philosophy come together here in a vision of human existence as fundamentally open to new experiences that can change us, open to new ideas that can reshape our understanding, open to new social arrangements that can better secure our rights and promote our flourishing. The blank slate is not a finished portrait but an invitation. Each day offers new experiences, new thoughts, new possibilities for growth. We are not trapped by innate natures or predetermined essences. We are free within the limits of our circumstances to shape ourselves, to choose what values we will embrace, what kind of people we will become, what kind of society we will build. This freedom is both exhilarating and terrifying. Exhilarating because it means genuine choice, genuine responsibility, genuine possibility for improvement. Terrifying because it means we cannot blame our faults on immutable nature or divine decree. We are, in large measure, authors of ourselves. But we are not solitary authors. We exist in community with others, also free, also self-creating. And this creates both the need for political order and the possibility of genuine community. The social contract is not merely a limitation on freedom, but an expression of it, a mutual recognition of rights, a cooperative effort to build conditions in which all can flourish. Locke understood that humans are neither pure angels nor mere beasts. We are rational creatures capable of recognizing moral law, yet also passionate creatures capable of selfishness and cruelty. We are independent beings, with our own rights, yet also social beings who need others to survive and thrive. The challenge is to create institutions that channel our better nature while checking our worse impulses. This requires education, forming character and habits from childhood. It requires law, establishing clear rules and impartial enforcement. It requires culture, shared values and expectations that shape behavior beyond what law can reach. It requires vigilance, constant attention to whether institutions are serving their proper purposes or drifting toward tyranny. And it requires humility, recognition that we do not have all the answers, that our understanding is partial, that we must be willing to learn from experience and revise our beliefs when evidence demands it. This intellectual humility, this openness to revision, is perhaps Locke's most valuable legacy. In an age of dogmatism, he insisted on questioning. An age of absolute claims, he acknowledged limits. In an age of violent certainty, he counseled tolerance. Not because all beliefs are equally true, Locke was no relativist, but because we are fallible, our knowledge is imperfect, and the path to truth requires freedom to inquire, to debate, to test ideas against experience. As you drift now toward sleep, carry with you this Lockean wisdom. Your identity is not fixed but evolving, shaped by every experience, every choice, every moment of consciousness. Your knowledge, while real, is partial, built from the limited perspective of your particular experience, always open to expansion and correction. Your freedom is real but not unlimited, existing within a framework of natural law and social contract, respected by others to the degree you respect theirs. Tomorrow, you will wake as yourself, consciousness restored, memories intact, ready to receive new experiences that will continue to write upon the slate of your mind. You will face choices about what kind of person you want to become, what values you want to embrace, how you will use your freedom. You will participate in communities that shape you even as you shape them. You will contribute to the ongoing construction of a world in which rights are respected, reason is valued, and humans can flourish. All of this is part of the architecture of the self that Locke helped us understand. Not a finished building, but an ongoing construction. Not a static essence, but a dynamic process. Not a predetermined fate, but an open future. In the blank slate, Locke saw not emptiness, but potential. In experience, he saw not limitation, but opportunity. In consciousness, he saw not a substantial thing, but an active awareness, building itself through engagement with the world. In political order, he saw not oppression, but the possibility of genuine freedom secured through mutual agreement. These insights transformed the world. They made possible new forms of government, new understandings of education, new approaches to knowledge. They challenged inherited privilege and defended individual rights. They promoted tolerance and limited power. They elevated reason without dismissing faith. They honored both individual and community. The questions Locke asked remain our questions. How do we know what we know? What makes us who we are? What legitimizes authority? How much freedom should we have? What do we owe to others? How should children be raised? When is resistance to government justified? We may answer these questions differently than Locke did, informed by 3 more centuries of experience, enlightened about our own era's blind spots in ways Locke could not be about his, but we answer them within a framework of inquiry he helped establish, using methods he pioneered, honoring principles he articulated. The architecture of the self that Locke described is your architecture. The blank slate he hypothesized is, in some measure, your slate, written upon daily by sensation and reflection. The consciousness he analyzed is your consciousness, experiencing these very thoughts at this very moment, creating continuity across time through the binding power of memory. The natural rights he defended are your rights, inherent to your humanity, not granted by government, but protected by it. The social contract he envisioned is the implicit agreement under which you live with others, mutual recognition of freedom within law. As consciousness fades, as sleep claims you gently, the self pauses, but does not disappear. Tomorrow it will resume, refreshed, ready to receive new impressions, to build new ideas, to make new choices. The ongoing construction continues. The narrative unfolds. The blank slate receives new writing. And in this daily rhythm of consciousness and rest, experience and reflection, freedom and order, you live out the philosophical insights John Locke articulated 3 centuries ago. The architecture he described is the architecture of your own being. The questions he asked are the questions of your own existence. The principles he defended are the principles that make your flourishing possible. Rest now in the knowledge that you are free to become, free to choose, free to grow. That your identity is real, but not rigid, continuous but not static, yours but not isolated. That your consciousness will return tomorrow, carrying forward, creating the thread that binds your life into a meaningful whole. The blank slate awaits new experiences. The self awaits new developments. The story continues, as it has from your first moment of awareness to this present instant, as it will tomorrow and beyond. Each experience adding to the accumulation, each choice shaping the person you are becoming, each moment of consciousness participating in the profound mystery of what it means to be human. And with that gentle assurance, with that recognition of your ongoing construction, with that appreciation for the freedom and responsibility of self-creation, let sleep come. Let consciousness rest. Let the architecture of the self stand for the night, solid enough to endure, flexible enough to grow, ready to receive tomorrow's experiences and to build from them something new. Like and subscribe for more journeys through the gentle chambers of philosophical thought, where the great minds of history share their wisdom to guide us toward rest and understanding. Until we meet again in the theatre of consciousness, sleep well, knowing you are part of a grand tradition of human reflection on the deepest questions of existence. Knowing your freedom is real, your potential is vast, and your story is still being written, one experience at a time, on the blank slate of an ever-developing mind. Before we part, Let us linger a moment longer with some of Locke's most intimate insights about the human experience. Those observations about memory, association, habit, and will that reveal not just a philosopher, but a careful student of his own consciousness. Locke noticed something remarkable about how the mind forms connections. Ideas that occur together in experience tend to become associated in thought. If you are frightened by a dog as a child, the idea of dog becomes linked with the idea of danger. Years later, even though you know rationally that most dogs are harmless, the association persists. Your heart races when a dog approaches, not because you choose this reaction, but because experience has written this connection into your mind. This association of ideas, as Locke called it, operates beneath conscious awareness, shaping our responses, our preferences, our very personalities. A song heard during a happy moment becomes linked with happiness, so hearing it years later brings back that feeling. A place associated with grief carries sadness in its very appearance. The smell of bread baking might carry you back to childhood, to your grandmother's kitchen, to a sense of safety and warmth you had forgotten you possessed. These associations are powerful, and Locke warned they could be both beneficial and harmful. Good associations, formed through positive experiences, create healthy habits and pleasant emotions. But negative associations, especially those formed in childhood when the slate is freshest and impressions sink deepest, can haunt us for life. He told a story to illustrate this. A child, frightened by a foolish servant who connected darkness with tales of goblins and spirits, might develop a lifelong fear of the dark. Not because darkness is truly dangerous, but because the association between darkness and terror was formed so early and so strongly that it cannot be easily erased. The grown adult, knowing intellectually that no goblins lurk in shadows, still feels the childish dread, the racing heart, the irrational fear, because experience wrote this connection when the mind was most receptive. This insight about association had profound implications for education and child rearing. Parents and teachers must be careful about what associations they allow to form. Never frighten a child unnecessarily. Never associate learning with punishment, lest the child come to fear knowledge itself. Never link religion with harshness, lest faith become associated with cruelty rather than love. Instead, create positive associations. Let learning be pleasurable. Let virtue be rewarded. Let the child associate good behavior with parental approval, moral action with happiness, knowledge with power and freedom. These early associations, Locke emphasized, shape character more than any explicit instruction. Tell a child 1,000 times that learning is valuable, but if every encounter with books brings punishment for fidgeting or boredom from poor teaching, the child will associate books with unpleasantness. The association speaks louder than the lecture. This is why habit is so important in Locke's moral psychology. Habits are repeated associations, patterns written so deeply into the mind through repeated experience that they become nearly automatic. The virtuous person is not someone who constantly struggles against temptation through willpower alone. Rather, virtue becomes habitual, a pattern of association where right action feels natural, comfortable, even pleasurable. How do we form good habits? Through repeated practice, starting young. A child who learns to control impulses, to delay gratification, to consider others' feelings through countless small experiences, gradually develops self-discipline as a habit. An adult who repeatedly chooses honesty, even when lying would be easier, gradually finds that honesty becomes second nature, the automatic response, the expected behavior. But Locke also recognized that bad habits, once formed, are difficult to break. This is why early education is so crucial. It is far easier to form good habits from the beginning than to replace bad habits later. The associations written on a fresh slate sink deep. Those written over existing associations must compete with what was written before. Yet Locke was not a complete determinist about habit. He believed in the power of reason and will to reshape even deeply ingrained patterns. An adult who recognizes a harmful association can, through conscious effort and repeated contrary experiences, weaken the old connection and form new ones. It is difficult, but possible. The mind that was shaped by experience can be reshaped by new experience, guided by rational reflection. This brings us to Locke's thoughts about freedom and the will, a topic he wrestled with at length and revised multiple times in successive editions of his essay. The question, are we free? And if so, what does freedom mean? Locke argued that the question itself is often poorly formed. People ask, is the will free? But this, Locke suggested, is like asking whether sleep is swift or virtue square. It applies a property to a thing that cannot have that property. Will is not the kind of thing that can be free or unfree. The will is simply the power to choose, to direct action toward or away from something based on desire or aversion. The real question is, are persons free? And here, Locke's answer was nuanced. A person is free when they can do what they will to do, when their actions follow from their choices without external compulsion or internal incapacity. If you want to raise your arm, and you can raise your arm, you are free in that respect. If you want to raise your arm but cannot because someone holds it down, you are not free. If you want to raise your arm but cannot because of paralysis, you are not free. But what about the will itself? Are we free to will what we will? Can we choose our choices? Here, Locke's answer becomes more complex. We do not, he argued directly, choose what we desire. Desires arise from our nature, our experiences, our associations, our current state. You do not decide to be hungry. Hunger arises. You do not choose to desire happiness. You simply do desire it by your nature as a conscious being. What we can choose is which desires to act upon. The will is the power to direct action based on desire. And crucially, we have the ability to suspend action, to pause before acting on a desire, to deliberate, to consider whether satisfying this desire will truly lead to happiness, or whether it might lead to greater pain. This power of suspension, this ability to step back and reflect before acting, is the essence of human freedom for Locke. Animals act on immediate desire. They see food, they are hungry, they eat. But humans can pause. They can ask, is this food good for me? Will eating it now prevent me from enjoying something better later? Does satisfying this appetite align with my long-term goals? This capacity for reflection and deliberation distinguishes human freedom from mere animal behavior. We are not simply driven by desires, but can evaluate desires, can choose which to pursue and which to resist based on rational judgment about what will truly promote our happiness. But Locke recognized a problem. Often we pursue things that do not actually make us happy. We know intellectually that certain pleasures lead to pain, yet we pursue them anyway. Why? Locke's answer involved a careful analysis of how we perceive good and evil, pleasure and pain, present and future. Present goods appear large, vivid, pressing. Future goods appear small, distant, uncertain. A pleasure available now exerts more motivational force than a greater pleasure available tomorrow. This is not because we choose to value the present more. It is how desire naturally operates, shaped by the immediacy of sensation versus the abstraction of imagination. To act rationally, we must correct for this bias. We must make future goods more vivid in imagination, must consider carefully the long-term consequences of present actions, must develop habits that resist immediate gratification in favor of lasting happiness. This requires education, practice, the formation of character through repeated choices that prioritize true good over apparent good. And this is where moral education becomes crucial for Locke. The goal is not to suppress desire, but to train desire, to develop associations between right action and pleasure, between virtue and happiness, so that doing the right thing becomes not a painful sacrifice, but a genuine satisfaction. The virtuous person is not someone who constantly struggles against their nature, but someone whose nature, shaped by experience and habit, inclines naturally toward good. They have formed associations where honesty brings pride, where generosity brings joy, where self-control brings dignity. Virtue is not contrary to happiness, but constitutive of it. As you rest here, consider how these insights apply to your own life. What associations has your experience formed? What habits shape your automatic responses? What desires drive your choices? And crucially, what power do you have to reflect on these patterns, to evaluate whether they truly serve your long-term flourishing, to reshape them through new experiences and conscious effort? Locke's vision is neither completely deterministic nor completely voluntaristic. You are shaped by experience, yes, but you are also a rational agent capable of reflecting on experience, capable of choosing which desires to act upon, capable of forming new habits through deliberate practice. The blank slate has been written upon, but the writing is not indelible. New experiences can overlay old associations. Reflection can guide choice. Will can direct action. This is a liberating and challenging vision. Liberating because it suggests you are not trapped by your past or your nature, that change is possible, that you can become better than you are. Challenging because it places responsibility on you, because it suggests that your character, your happiness, your very self are in significant measure the result of your choices about which desires to pursue, which habits to form, which associations to cultivate. And this personal level of analysis connects back to Locke's political philosophy. Just as individuals must balance freedom with responsibility, desire with reason, present satisfaction with long-term flourishing, so must societies balance individual liberty with social order, personal rights with common good, the freedom to pursue happiness with the constraints necessary for everyone to have that same freedom. The social contract is, in a sense, a collective suspension of immediate desire in favor of long-term good. We agree to limit our natural freedom to do whatever we can get away with, accepting legal constraints and social obligations, because reflection reveals that everyone is better off under such an arrangement than in the insecurity of the state, of nature. But this contract, like individual virtue, must be voluntary to be genuine. Coerced obedience is not true consent, just as forced virtue is not true morality. The legitimacy of government rests on the ongoing consent of the governed, on their continued judgment that this political arrangement serves their genuine interests better than available alternatives. And just as individuals must periodically reflect on their habits and associations, asking whether these truly serve their flourishing, so must citizens periodically reflect on their government, asking whether it truly serves its proper purpose of protecting rights and promoting the common good. When it does not, when government becomes destructive of the ends for which it was established, Locke's theory justifies not just complaint, but resistance, even revolution. This right of revolution has been controversial since Locke first articulated it. Critics worry it invites anarchy, that it gives every discontented faction a justification for violence. But Locke was not counselling revolution lightly or for trivial causes. He specified that revolution is justified only when there is a long train of abuses, a systematic pattern of rights violations, a clear demonstration that government has abandoned its proper purpose. And he noted that people are naturally conservative, reluctant to overturn established order. Revolution happens not because philosophers write books justifying it, but because governments provoke it through persistent tyranny. The real danger is not that people will rebel too readily, but that they will endure oppression too long, that their habits of obedience and their fear of change will keep them submissive, even when justice demands resistance. This tension between order and liberty, between stability and change, between tradition and reform, runs through all political life. Locke did not resolve it definitively, but he provided principles for navigating it. Respect for natural rights, consent of the governed, rule of law, separation of powers, tolerance of diversity, willingness to reform unjust institutions. These principles have been tested across centuries and found both powerful and imperfect. Powerful because they have inspired movements for freedom, enabled peaceful transfers of power, protected individuals from tyranny, created space for human flourishing. Imperfect because they have been applied selectively, invoked to justify as well as to oppose oppression, interpreted in contradictory ways. The work of building just societies, like the work of forming virtuous character, is never complete. New challenges arise, old solutions prove inadequate, principles must be reinterpreted. For changed circumstances, the blank slate of each new generation must be written upon with the accumulated wisdom of the past, while remaining open to the new insights of the present. Locke himself, despite his profound contributions, had blind spots we now see clearly. His acceptance of slavery, his limited toleration, his assumptions about property and gender, all reflect the prejudices of his time. Later generations have had to extend his principles beyond where he took them, to include those he excluded, to recognize rights he did not acknowledge, to build the more complete and consistent liberalism his own logic implied, but his own practice failed to achieve. This is not a failure of Locke's philosophy, but rather evidence of its power. The principles are strong enough to be turned against their author's own inconsistencies. The logic of natural rights, once unleashed, pushes toward ever greater inclusivity. The commitment to reason and experience demands ongoing refinement of theory in light of observation. The emphasis on consent requires listening to voices previously silenced. In this way, Locke's philosophy is alive, growing, developing, not a dead monument, but a living tradition. Each generation writes its own experiences on the collective slate, forming new associations, developing new habits, creating new institutions, always building on what came before, while also revising, correcting, expanding. And you, lying here, on the threshold of sleep, are part of this ongoing story. The experiences you have, the choices you make, the character you form, the society you help create, all of these contribute to the great human project of building a world where freedom and order, rights and responsibilities, individual flourishing and common good can coexist and reinforce each other. This is Locke's legacy, not a finished system but a method, not dogma but questions, not certainty but the humble confidence that reason and experience, carefully applied, can guide us toward truth and justice, even if we never reach perfect understanding or perfect society. As consciousness dims and sleep approaches, let these thoughts settle gently. You are a self in process, shaped by experience yet capable of reshaping yourself. You are free within limits, able to choose yet influenced by associations and habits. You are an individual with rights, yet also a member of communities with obligations. You are rational yet also passionate, capable of wisdom yet prone to error, finite yet oriented toward transcendent goods. This is the human condition, as Locke understood it, neither angel nor beast, but something between. A rational animal, a political creature, a self-creating consciousness, an embodied soul, a bearer of rights and responsibilities, a blank slate being written upon by experience, even as you use reason, to guide which experiences you seek and how you interpret them. In sleep, this active process pauses, consciousness retreats, explicit self-awareness fades, the will relaxes its direction of attention. But the underlying continuity persists. The memories remain, ready to be accessed when consciousness returns. The habits endure, ready to shape tomorrow's choices. The associations sleep in the depths of mind, ready to influence perception and emotion when you wake. And in dreams, perhaps, the mind continues its work of association and reflection in different mode, freed from the constraints of waking logic, combining memories in novel ways, processing experiences, consolidating learning, perhaps even solving problems that baffled conscious deliberation. Locke himself was fascinated by sleep and dreams, seeing in them evidence for his theories about consciousness and identity. In dreamless sleep, consciousness is truly absent, yet we regard the sleeping person as the same individual who went to sleep. Why? Because we expect consciousness to return, because we anticipate that waking memory will bridge the gap, because Personal identity consists in the continuity of consciousness across time, not in unbroken moment-to-moment awareness. And in dreams, consciousness is present but altered. We experience sensations, emotions, thoughts, often vivid and compelling. Yet these experiences are not caused by external objects, but by the mind's own activity, recombining memories, activating associations, playing out fears and wishes in symbolic form. Dreams demonstrate the mind's active power, its ability to construct experience from internal materials, even without sensory input from the external world. Some of Locke's successors would push this observation further. If the mind can construct such vivid experiences in dreams from purely internal sources, how do we know waking experience is any different? Perhaps all experience is constructed by the mind, and we never encounter external reality directly. This idealist conclusion, drawn by Berkeley and others, was not what Locke intended, but it shows how his careful observations could lead to unexpected places. For Locke himself, the distinction between waking and dreaming was clear enough in practice. Waking experience has coherence, consistency, regularity that dreams lack. The waking world obeys natural laws, responds to our actions in predictable ways, is shared by multiple observers who report similar perceptions. Dreams are fragmentary, illogical, private, unshared. This practical difference, even if we cannot prove metaphysically that waking experience corresponds to external reality, is sufficient to ground knowledge and guide action. This pragmatic approach, this willingness to acknowledge limits of certainty while still affirming the possibility of knowledge sufficient for human purposes, is characteristic of Locke's entire philosophy. We cannot prove we are not dreaming, cannot demonstrate with absolute certainty that matter exists, cannot be infallible in our judgments, but we can observe carefully, reason honestly, test our beliefs against experience, and build up a body of knowledge reliable enough to navigate the world and live well. This is intellectual modesty combined with practical confidence. We admit our limitations while still trusting our capacities. We acknowledge uncertainty while still making judgments. We remain open to correction while still committing to beliefs. This balance, this refusal of both dogmatic certainty and corrosive skepticism, is perhaps Locke's most valuable methodological contribution, and it applies not just to theoretical knowledge but to practical wisdom, to the art of living. We cannot know with certainty the best way to live, the perfect character to cultivate, the ideal society to build, but we can observe what tends to promote happiness and what tends to produce misery. We can experiment with different approaches, note the results, adjust our behavior accordingly. We can learn from the experience of others, from history, from diverse cultures and ways of life, extracting principles while remaining alert to context and variation. This experimental approach to ethics and politics, this willingness to treat human institutions not as sacred unchangeable structures, but as provisional arrangements subject to evaluation and reform, was radical in Locke's time and remains challenging today. It asks us to hold our convictions with what one modern philosopher called appropriate tentativeness, to be confident enough to act while remaining humble enough to learn. As the final veils of consciousness draw across awareness, as thought becomes dreamlike and dreamlike thought fades toward the darkness of deep sleep, carry with you this Lockean equanimity. You need not have all answers. You need not possess perfect certainty. You need not be finished becoming who you will be. It is enough to observe carefully, reflect honestly, choose consciously, and remain open to tomorrow's lessons. The self you are is not the self you will always be. The knowledge you possess is not all the knowledge available. The society you inhabit is not the only society possible. All is process, development, potential, possibility. The blank slate receives new writing daily. The architecture of the self rises higher, more complex, more beautiful, with each experience thoughtfully integrated, each choice consciously made, each habit deliberately cultivated. And in this process, you participate in something larger than yourself, the great human project of understanding and improvement that has continued across millennia and will continue long after you. Locke is one voice in this conversation. An important voice, a clarifying voice, but one among many. Others came before, building the foundations on which he stood. Others came after, developing his insights and correcting his errors. And still others will come, writing new chapters in the ongoing story of human self-understanding and self-creation. Your contribution to this story may seem small, private, insignificant. You are one person among billions, one consciousness among multitudes, one slate among countless others being written upon by experience. But Locke's philosophy suggests that each person matters, each consciousness is valuable, each bearer of natural rights has inherent dignity regardless of station or circumstance. In the leveling egalitarianism of the blank slate, in the universal accessibility of reason and experience, in the shared possession of natural rights, Locke found grounds for human equality that did not depend on pretending we are all the same or all equally developed. We are different in countless ways, shaped by different experiences, forming different associations, developing different characters. But we all began as blank slates. We all build knowledge from experience. We all possess the capacity for reason and reflection. We all have rights inherent to our humanity. We are all ends in ourselves, not merely means to others' purposes. This recognition of equal dignity combined with acknowledgement of actual differences remains politically and personally challenging. How do we honor both? How do we protect equal rights while also recognizing that people have different needs, different capacities, different contributions? How do we balance individual liberty with social responsibility? How do we preserve diversity while also maintaining shared commitments? Locke's answers to these questions were incomplete, as he acknowledged. He offered principles and methods rather than detailed blueprints. He trusted that rational people, observing carefully and reasoning honestly, would develop appropriate arrangements for their particular circumstances. What works in one context may not work in another. What serves one generation may need revision for the next. This trust in human reason and human learning, this confidence that we can improve our condition through thought and experiment, this refusal of fatalism and fixed hierarchies, all of this flows from the blank slate empiricism that Locke articulated. If we are shaped by experience, then we can be reshaped by new experience. If knowledge comes from observation, then new observations can yield new knowledge. If governments rest on consent, then they can be reformed when they lose that consent. This is the radical hope at the heart of Locke's philosophy, the conviction that human life can be better, that reason and freedom are real possibilities, that the future is not determined by the past, that each blank slate can be written upon with better experiences leading to better characters, creating better societies. As you finally release consciousness, as sleep claims you fully, let this hope be your last waking thought. Tomorrow brings new experiences, new choices, new opportunities. The slate that is you will receive new writing. The self that is you will continue its construction. The story that is your life will unfold new chapters. And in all of this, you carry forward the great human capacity for rational freedom that Locke so carefully described and so passionately defended. Rest now in this knowledge. Rest in the certainty that you matter, that your experiences are real, that your choices have meaning, that your self is genuine even as it develops. Rest in the freedom to become, the responsibility to choose, the possibility of growth. Rest in the community of rational beings, past and present and future, all engaged in the great work of understanding and improving the human condition. The consciousness that says, I will return tomorrow. Memory will bind the moments into continuity. The self will resume its ongoing construction. But for now, let go. Let sleep do its restorative work. Let dreams play their mysterious role. Let the mind rest from its labors of perception and reflection. And know that when you wake, you will be yourself, changed by sleep, yet continuous with what went before. a blank slate that has been written upon but never completely filled, a story that continues, a self that evolves, a consciousness that returns from its nightly sojourn, ready to receive new experiences and to continue the great work of being human. Thank you for joining this exploration of John Locke's philosophy, this journey through the architecture of the self, this meditation on consciousness and freedom, knowledge and rights, experience and identity. If you found peace in these reflections, please consider subscribing to support this channel, helping these gentle philosophical explorations reach others seeking wisdom in the quiet hours. And let me know in the comments where in the world you are resting tonight, adding your voice to this global community of nighttime philosophers. Until we meet again in the theatre of consciousness, until thought returns and reflection resumes, until tomorrow's blank slate awaits tomorrow's experiences, sleep well, knowing you are free, you are valuable, you are becoming, always becoming, moment by moment, experience by experience, choice by choice, in the ongoing adventure of creating yourself and contributing to the great human project of building a world where all can flourish in freedom, dignity, and mutual respect. Good night, fellow travelers. Good night, conscious beings. Good night, bearers of natural rights and rational capacities. Good night, blank slates being written upon by the infinite variety of human experience. May your sleep be deep, your dreams be gentle, and your waking be a joyful return to the precious gift of consciousness that makes you uniquely and wonderfully you. Good night. Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. What if I told you that one of history's greatest minds spent his final night sleeping peacefully, knowing he would die the next morning, not tossing and turning, not bargaining with the gods, not overcome with terror or regret, just sleeping. Sleeping so soundly, in fact, that his closest friend couldn't bear to wake him. This isn't fiction. This isn't mythology. This happened in Athens in the year 399 BCE, in a cold prison cell, where a 70-year-old man named Socrates lay waiting for his execution. His friend Crito arrived before dawn. He'd bribed the guards, as friends of condemned men often did, hoping to steal a few final moments together. But when Crito entered that cell, he found something that stopped him cold. Socrates was asleep, not the fitful sleep of the anxious, not the restless half-consciousness of someone awaiting death, but deep, peaceful, undisturbed sleep. The kind of sleep you might have after a satisfying day, with nothing weighing on your conscience, no worries about tomorrow. Crito sat there in the darkness, watching his dearest friend breathe. He couldn't understand it. In just hours, the sun would rise. The prison officials would arrive. The hemlock poison would be prepared, and Socrates would drink it and die. How could anyone sleep through their last night on earth? Later, when Socrates finally woke, Crito would remark on this. He said he had always thought Socrates had a happy disposition, but seeing him sleep so well made him believe it even more. Here was a man bearing what most would call the worst misfortune imaginable, and yet he slept as sweetly as a child. But here's what makes this story truly remarkable. Socrates wasn't just accepting death. He wasn't simply resigned to fate. He was, in a way we'll come to understand, actually looking forward to it. You see, Socrates had spent his entire life thinking about death, not in a morbid way, but as a philosopher thinks about anything, with relentless curiosity and rigorous questioning. And through all that thinking, he'd arrived at a conclusion that most of us would find utterly bizarre. He believed that death might actually be a good thing, perhaps even the best thing that could happen to a person. Now, before you think this is the story of a depressed man embracing oblivion, let me be clear. Socrates loved life. He loved conversation and ideas and the electric thrill of a good argument. He loved the city of Athens with its bustling markets and complicated politics. He loved his students, his friends, even his allegedly difficult wife Xantippe. This was not a man who had given up on living. So what did he know that we don't? What had he discovered through decades of philosophical inquiry that allowed him to face death not with fear, but with something approaching curiosity, maybe even hope? The answer lies in a radical idea, one that Socrates presented to the jury that condemned him. He told them that death was one of two things. Either it was a complete absence of consciousness, like a dreamless sleep, or it was a journey to another place where all the dead reside together. Think about that for a moment. Really think about it. When was the last time you had a truly deep, dreamless sleep? The kind where you close your eyes, and then suddenly it's morning, and it feels like no time has passed at all? The kind of sleep where you wake up refreshed, with no memory of dreams or worries, or the long hours passing. Socrates said that if death was like that, an eternal, peaceful, dreamless sleep, then it would actually be wonderful. A relief even. And if death wasn't annihilation, if consciousness continued, well then, Socrates reasoned, he would find himself in the company of all the great minds who had died before him. Homer, the legendary poet; Hesiod, who wrote of the gods; Odysseus, that clever hero; all the philosophers and wise ones who had puzzled over the same questions he spent his life exploring. And in that place, he imagined, he could do what he loved most: ask questions, seek truth, engage in endless philosophical dialogue. Except now, without the interruptions of hunger or tiredness, or the constant demands of maintaining a physical body. Either way, he concluded, death was nothing to fear. At worst, it was the best sleep you've ever had. At best, it was the ultimate education. But there's something else, something deeper in Socrates' attitude toward death that we need to understand. It wasn't just about what death might be, it was about what life had been. Socrates believed that a life well lived prepared you for death, that if you spent your time cultivating your mind, questioning assumptions, pursuing wisdom rather than pleasure or power or wealth, then when death came, you would greet it as an old friend. He had a phrase for this. He said that philosophy itself was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or life-denying, but because philosophy taught you to separate yourself from your body's endless demands. It taught you that your true self, your mind, your soul, whatever you want to call the thing that thinks and wonders and knows itself, was distinct from flesh and bone. The body needs constant maintenance. It gets hungry every few hours. It needs sleep. It gets sick, feels pain, grows old and weak. It's demanding and needy and, if we're being honest, kind of a nuisance when you're trying to think deep thoughts. Socrates joked about this. He said that the body was always interrupting philosophy with its needs. You're in the middle of contemplating the nature of justice, and suddenly you're hungry. You're on the verge of a breakthrough about the meaning of courage, and you need to use the bathroom. So death, which separated the mind from the body's tyranny, was something a philosopher might actually welcome. Not because life was bad, but because death promised something potentially better. Either oblivion, which meant no more suffering, no more physical pain, no more needs, or continuation in a realm of pure thought, where you could finally focus on what truly mattered without biological interruptions. This is why Socrates could sleep that final night. He had lived the kind of life that prepared him for this moment. He had examined everything, his beliefs, his actions, his values. He had questioned relentlessly, even when it made him unpopular, especially when it made him unpopular. He had pursued truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, virtue over victory. And now, as he lay in that prison cell with dawn approaching, he was at peace. Not because he was giving up, but because he was ready. He had done the work. He had lived the examined life, and death, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror for a man who had spent 7 decades preparing for it. When Crito finally woke him, Socrates greeted the day calmly. They would talk. One final philosophical conversation about duty and justice and whether Socrates should escape, even though he had the chance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That conversation comes later. For now, I want you to hold on to this image, an old man, condemned to death, sleeping peacefully through his final night. And I want you to ask yourself, what would it take for you to sleep like that? What kind of life would you need to live? What kind of wisdom would you need to possess? What fears would you need to release? Because that's what this story is really about. Not just how Socrates died, but how he lived. Not just his philosophy of death, but his philosophy of life, and how the two were inseparably intertwined. In ancient Athens, in the year 399 BCE, something extraordinary happened. A man faced death with the same calm he might bring to an afternoon walk. And in doing so, he left us with questions that still echo across 2,400 years. Questions about what matters, about what we should fear and what we shouldn't, about what it means to live well, and whether living well might actually be the secret to dying well. These are the questions we'll explore together tonight, and by the time we're done, you might find yourself thinking about death and life in ways you never have before. But first, we need to go back. Back before the trial, before the accusations, before the prison cell. Back to when Socrates was just a boy growing up in Athens, the son of a stonemason and a midwife, with no idea that he would become the most influential philosopher in Western history. We need to understand how he became the kind of man who could sleep peacefully before his execution. And that story begins, as so many great stories do, with a young person refusing to accept the answer he was given. It begins with a boy who questioned everything. Imagine Athens in the mid-5th century BCE. Not the ruins you might visit today, but a living, breathing city at the height of its power. The Parthenon is still being built, its marble gleaming white in the Mediterranean sun. The Agora, the great marketplace and public square, buzzes with merchants hawking olive oil and wine, politicians debating policy, artists selling their wares, and philosophers holding court on street corners. This is the world Socrates is born into, around 470 BCE. His father, Sophroniscus, is a stoneworker or sculptor. Sources differ, but we know he worked with his hands, shaping marble and limestone. His mother, Phaenarete, is a midwife. These are respectable professions, but not wealthy ones. Young Socrates grows up in a household that's comfortable enough, but far from the aristocratic circles that dominate Athenian politics and culture. And from what we can piece together, he was an odd child. Not odd in a way that worried his parents. At first, just curious, intense, always asking why, when other children accepted what they were told. While other boys played war games or practiced athletics, young Socrates seemed most content when he was thinking, or better yet, questioning. There's a story, and while we can't verify every detail, it captures something essential about who Socrates was even as a young person. His mother, Phaenarete, wanted him to have a better life than his parents had. She dreamed of him becoming a successful merchant. Maybe he could trade in olive oil or fine fabrics. Perhaps he could even own ships someday, importing goods from across the Mediterranean. It was a reasonable dream. Athens was a trading empire, and a clever young man could build a fortune if he applied himself. But Socrates showed no interest in commerce whatsoever. He was, to put it bluntly, terrible at the practical matters that would make him successful in business. He couldn't be bothered to think about profit margins or market trends. His mind was elsewhere, always elsewhere, grappling with questions that had no obvious practical value. One morning, according to the tale, his mother decided to teach him a lesson. She hired a teacher. Some accounts say it was a wise old man from the neighborhood to come and instruct young Socrates about the value of ambition and hard work. The teacher arrived and found the boy lounging in the courtyard, apparently lost in thought when he should have been studying or learning a trade. The teacher decided to use a parable, as teachers of that era often did. He told Socrates a simple story about two birds. One bird woke up early every morning and worked hard, catching the juiciest insects and feeding its young. The other bird slept in, and by the time it woke, all the good food was gone. It struggled to find anything to eat. The teacher finished his tale and looked at young Socrates expectantly. "Now, Socrates," he said, "what did you learn from this story?" The boy thought for a moment, and you can almost see the gears turning in his mind, even at that young age. Then he answered, "That the insects that wake up early get eaten by birds." The teacher blinked. Venarete sighed. Because there it was, the essence of Socratic thinking, even in childhood. He had taken the expected lesson, turned it sideways, and found a completely different conclusion. He had questioned the very framework of the parable. After all, from the insect's perspective, waking up early wasn't a virtue, it was a fatal mistake. Now we should be careful not to read too much into this story. It might be apocryphal, a legend that grew up around Socrates to illustrate his character. But true or not, it tells us something important. Even as a young person, Socrates had a mind that couldn't simply accept what it was told. He had to examine it from every angle. He had to question the assumptions behind the lesson. And this tendency only grew stronger as he matured. As a young man, Socrates did follow in his father's footsteps for a time, working as a stonecutter or sculptor. Some ancient sources claim he was quite good at it. There was supposedly a statue of the three Graces at the entrance to the Acropolis that Socrates carved, though this too is difficult to verify. What we do know is that he didn't stay in that profession. Something else was calling to him. He also served as a soldier, which surprises people who think of philosophers as weak or bookish. Athens was constantly at war during Socrates' lifetime, against Sparta, against Persia, against various allies who had become enemies. And Socrates fought in several campaigns. By all accounts, he was an excellent soldier, brave in battle, able to endure hardship, and notably tough. There's a famous story about him standing guard duty in the middle of winter, in freezing conditions, while other soldiers huddled together for warmth. Socrates stood there barefoot, apparently lost in thought, seemingly immune to the cold. But warfare, like stone-cutting, didn't hold his attention for long. The questions kept pulling at him. Questions about courage, about justice, about what made a life worth living. Questions that nobody seemed to have good answers to, even though everyone pretended they did. The turning point, the moment that changed everything, came when Socrates was in his 30s. One of his friends, a man named Chaerephon, made a pilgrimage to Delphi, to the famous oracle of Apollo. This was a common practice in ancient Greece. You would travel to Delphi, make an offering, and ask the oracle, a priestess who supposedly channeled the wisdom of the god Apollo, a question. Usually people asked about practical matters. Should I marry this person? Will my crops succeed? Should I start a new business venture? But Chaerephon, knowing his friend Socrates and his constant questioning and his obvious intelligence, asked the oracle something different. He asked, "Is anyone wiser than Socrates?" And the oracle gave an answer that would reverberate through a history. She said, "No one is wiser than Socrates." When Chaerephon returned to Athens and told Socrates what the oracle had said, Socrates was baffled, confused, even disturbed, because the one thing Socrates was absolutely certain of was that he wasn't wise. He didn't know the answers to the big questions. He didn't understand the nature of justice or courage or goodness. He was full of questions, not answers. But there was a problem. The oracle at Delphi was believed to speak divine truth. To dismiss the oracle's pronouncement would be impious, possibly even dangerous. So Socrates found himself in a paradox. The oracle said he was the wisest man in Athens, but he knew he wasn't wise. How could both things be true? This is when Socrates made a decision that would define the rest of his life. He decided to test the oracle's statement. He would go around Athens and find someone who was truly wise, someone who understood these deep questions about how to live and what was truly good. And when he found such a person, he would bring them to the oracle and prove that the oracle had been wrong, or at least unclear. So he started visiting people who had reputations for wisdom. First, he went to the politicians, the men who made decisions about war and peace, about law and justice. Surely they understood what justice really was. But when Socrates questioned them, really questioned them, their knowledge fell apart. They had opinions, certainly, strongly held opinions. But they couldn't defend those opinions under examination. They couldn't explain why they believed what they believed. They just believed it. Then he tried the poets and artists, thinking perhaps wisdom lived there. These were men who created beautiful works, who seemed to understand human nature in their tragedies and comedies. But again, when questioned, they couldn't explain the wisdom they seemed to embody in their art. They created by inspiration or instinct, but couldn't articulate the truths their work contained. Finally, he went to the craftsmen, the potters, the shipbuilders, the smiths. These men had real knowledge. They understood their crafts deeply. A shipbuilder could tell you exactly why a hull needed to be constructed in a certain way, could explain the principles behind what made a ship seaworthy. But then Socrates noticed something interesting. Because they were experts in their crafts, these men assumed they were experts in everything else too. The shipbuilder, who knew everything about ships, thought he therefore understood justice, courage, and the good life. But he didn't. He just thought he did. And suddenly, Socrates understood what the oracle meant. He was the wisest man in Athens, not because he knew more than everyone else, but because he knew that he didn't know. Everyone else walked around thinking they understood things they didn't actually understand. Socrates, at least, was aware of his ignorance. And that awareness, that honest acknowledgement of not knowing, was a kind of wisdom in itself. This realization transformed him. It became his mission. He would spend the rest of his life doing exactly what he'd been doing to test the oracle, going around Athens, questioning people who claimed to know things, helping them see that they didn't actually know what they thought. They knew. He saw himself as a kind of midwife, like his mother had been. But instead of helping women birth children, he helped people birth ideas. Or rather, he helped them realize when their ideas were malformed, when their certainties were built on sand. He developed a method, what we now call the Socratic method. He would approach someone, often someone with a reputation for wisdom or virtue, and ask them to define something. Define justice, he'd say, or courage, or piety. And the person would give a confident definition. Then Socrates would ask questions about that definition, looking for contradictions, exceptions, problems. And almost always, he would find them. The definition would collapse. The person would have to revise it, and then Socrates would question the revision, and that would collapse too. He never claimed to have the right answer himself. He was just showing that the answers people confidently held weren't as solid as they thought. And some people found this enlightening. Younger men especially flocked to Socrates, fascinated by watching him dismantle the pretensions of their teachers and elders. They started following him around the agora, watching him work, but many others found it infuriating. Imagine being a respected politician or teacher going about your day, and this odd-looking man, Socrates, was famously ugly by Athenian standards, with a snub nose and bulging eyes, stops you in the marketplace and starts asking you questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd. Imagine being forced to admit that you don't actually understand justice, even though you've been making laws about it for years. Socrates made enemies, powerful enemies, people who felt humiliated by his questioning, people who saw him as a threat to the social order, to respect for authority, to the very fabric of Athenian society. And these enemies would remember. They would wait for their opportunity. And years later, when Athens was vulnerable and frightened after losing a war, they would strike. But that comes later. For now, in his 30s and 40s, Socrates is in his element. He's found his calling. He spends his days in the agora, questioning anyone who will engage with him. He's not wealthy. Philosophy doesn't pay, and unlike other teachers of his era, the sophists, he refuses to charge money for his conversations. He thinks wisdom can't be bought and sold like olives or cloth. This means he lives modestly, sometimes relying on the generosity of his admirers for meals. His wife, Xanthippe, is reportedly not thrilled about this arrangement. Ancient writers portrayed her as nagging and difficult, though we might consider that she had good reason to be frustrated with a husband who spent all his time philosophizing instead of earning a decent living. But Socrates doesn't care about comfort or wealth. He's discovered something more valuable than gold. He's discovered a way of living that makes every day an adventure. Every conversation is an opportunity to learn, to question, to dig deeper. He's fascinated by how the human mind works, by how we form beliefs, by how we fool ourselves into thinking we understand things we don't, and he's beginning to form some convictions of his own. Not answers to the big questions, he still doesn't claim to have those, but convictions about how to live. He believes that virtue is the most important thing, that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, that the quality of your soul matters more than the condition of your body or the size of your bank account, that an examined life, a life where you constantly question yourself and your beliefs, is the only life worth living. These aren't just abstract philosophical positions for Socrates. He lives them. When he's offered bribes, he refuses them. When powerful people tell him to stop asking questions, he ignores them. When he sees injustice, he speaks up, even when it's dangerous to do so. He's not trying to be a martyr or a hero. He's just being consistent with what he believes. And that consistency, that absolute refusal to compromise his principles for comfort or safety, is what makes him both admired and dangerous. Because a man who cannot be bribed, cannot be intimidated, and cannot be silenced is a threat to anyone whose power depends on lies, corruption, or unquestioned authority. Young Socrates, the boy who questioned the parable of the early bird, has grown into a man who questions everything and everyone. He's become exactly what Athens needs and exactly what Athens' elite fears. He's become a philosopher in the truest sense. Not someone who knows all the answers, but someone who asks all the right questions. And in asking those questions, he's challenging his fellow citizens to examine their own lives, to question their own beliefs, to wake up from the comfortable sleep of unthinking habit. He doesn't know it yet, but this mission will cost him everything. The same sharp mind that won him devoted followers will eventually bring him powerful enemies. The same integrity that made young men admire him will make old men fear him. The same questions that illuminated truth will be twisted into charges of impiety and corruption. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, in the middle of his life, Socrates is at the peak of his powers. He's surrounded by brilliant, young minds who hang on his every word. He's engaged in the work he was born to do. He's living the examined life, and it feels right, feels true, feels like finally being the person he was always meant to be. And in living this way, he's developing a philosophy that will help him face his own death with courage and even joy. Because Socrates is learning something profound about what it means to be human, about what really matters, about how to separate the essential from the trivial. He's learning how to live. And in learning how to live, he's inadvertently learning how to die. But to understand that, we need to go deeper into his method, his madness, his peculiar genius. We need to walk with him through the agora, to hear him question and probe and dismantle the false certainties people cling to. We need to understand what it meant to be on the receiving end of Socratic examination. We need to experience the art of knowing nothing. Picture a typical morning in the agora of Athens. The sun hasn't yet reached its peak, so the marble colonnades still offer some shade from the Mediterranean heat. Vendors are setting up their stalls, pyramids of olives glistening with oil, fabric dyed in rich purples and reds, pottery both practical and decorative. The air smells of bread baking, of fish from the morning's catch, of incense from a nearby shrine. And there, near one of the columns, stands Socrates. He's in his 50s now, at the height of his powers. His appearance is distinctive, impossible to miss. While other philosophers of his era might dress in fine robes to signal their status, Socrates wears the same simple cloak year-round. His feet are bare. He's famous for going barefoot even in winter. His face, as we've mentioned, isn't conventionally handsome. Ancient sources describe him as looking somewhat like a satyr, those mythological creatures that were half man, half goat. But there's something magnetic about him anyway. When he speaks, people listen. A small crowd has already gathered around him. Some are his regular followers, young men from wealthy families who find traditional education boring, but find Socrates endlessly fascinating. Others are passers-by who've stopped out of curiosity. And approaching now is a man named Euthyphro, a religious expert who has a reputation for understanding the will of the gods. This is perfect for Socrates, because Euthyphro is on his way to the courthouse. He's prosecuting his own father for murder. It's a scandalous case that everyone in Athens is talking about. One of the father's workers killed a slave in a drunken rage, and the father bound the killer and threw him in a ditch while sending for religious guidance on what to do. The bound man died of exposure before the advice arrived. Now Euthyphro is charging his father with murder, claiming it's the pious thing to do. Socrates sees an opportunity. He approaches Euthyphro with what seems like genuine curiosity and respect. "Euthyphro, my friend," he says, "you must know a great deal about piety and impiety to be so confident in prosecuting your own father. Most men would worry about whether they were doing the right thing, but you clearly understand piety. Could you teach me? What exactly is piety?" You can imagine Euthyphro's reaction. He's flattered. Here's the famous Socrates asking for his wisdom. Of course he can explain piety. He's an expert after all, so he offers his first definition. Piety is doing what I'm doing now, prosecuting wrongdoers, whether they're your father or anyone else. It seems like a reasonable answer, but watch what Socrates does next. He doesn't disagree. He doesn't argue. He just asks another question. "That's an interesting example," he says. "But I asked you what piety is in itself. You've given me an example of a pious act. But what makes an act pious? What is the essential nature of piety that all pious acts share?" Euthyphro pauses. He revises his definition. Piety is what is loved by the gods. Better, Socrates agrees. That's more like a real definition. But then, and here's where the method gets interesting, he asks, "But which gods? Don't the gods disagree with each other? Zeus approves of some things that Hera despises. Ares loves war while Athena prefers wisdom. So if the gods disagree, how can we say something is pious simply because a god loves it?" Euthyphro sees the problem. He refines the definition again. Piety is what all the gods love. Now we're getting somewhere, Socrates says. But here comes the crucial question, the one that cuts to the heart of everything. Is something pious because the gods love it? Or do the gods love it because it is pious? Stop and think about that question for a moment. It sounds like word games, but it's not. It's asking something profound. Is piety just whatever the gods happen to approve of? In which case, piety is arbitrary, and if the gods change their minds, murder could become pious. Or is there something inherently pious about certain acts, something that exists independently of the gods' opinions, which the gods recognize and approve of? Euthyphro struggles with this. He tries several more definitions, each one sounding good at first, each one collapsing under Socrates' gentle questioning. And finally, frustrated, Euthyphro makes an excuse and hurries off to court, leaving Socrates with his crowd of onlookers, many of whom are now laughing or arguing among themselves about what piety really is. This is the Socratic method in action, and it's important to understand what just happened, because it's not what it might appear to be on the surface. Socrates didn't teach Euthyphro anything. He didn't provide a definition of piety. In fact, by the end of the conversation, Euthyphro is more confused than when he started. He came to the agora confident in his knowledge and left uncertain, even embarrassed. So what was the point? Was Socrates just being cruel? Was this intellectual bullying disguised as philosophy? No. This is where we need to understand something crucial about Socratic philosophy. Socrates believed that the first step toward wisdom was recognizing your own ignorance. Euthyphro thought he understood piety. He was so confident in that understanding that he was willing to prosecute his own father based on it. But he didn't actually understand it. He had opinions, strong ones, but they weren't built on solid ground. By questioning Euthyphro, Socrates wasn't trying to humiliate him. He was trying to help him, because as long as Euthyphro believed he understood piety when he really didn't, he would make decisions based on false knowledge. He might do terrible things, thinking they were pious. He would be dangerous to himself and others, precisely because of his unexamined certainty. But if Euthyphro could be brought to a state of aporia, that Greek word meaning at a loss, without a clear path forward, then something beautiful could happen. The certainty would crack open. Space would appear for real questioning, real learning. He would stop pretending to know and start genuinely seeking. This state of aporia, this experience of being at a loss, was essential to the Socratic method, and it wasn't comfortable. Imagine believing you understood something, building your life around that understanding, and then having someone show you through simple questions that you don't understand it at all. It's destabilizing, frightening even. This is why the young men loved Socrates. When you're young, you haven't yet built your entire life around certain beliefs. You're still flexible, still learning, still open to having your mind changed. Watching Socrates dismantle the certainties of your elders is thrilling. It's permission to question everything you've been told. It's liberation. But this is also why older men, established men, powerful men, hated him. They had reputations to protect. They had built careers on their supposed wisdom. They had made decisions, some of them life and death decisions, based on beliefs they now discovered were shaky at best. To admit uncertainty at that point in life felt like admitting their entire lives had been based on sand. Let me walk you through another example, because the pattern is so consistent, so revealing. One day, a famous general approaches Socrates. The man has won battles, led armies, received honors from the city. And Socrates asks him, "What is courage?" The general is confident. He knows courage. He's demonstrated it in battle. Courage, he says, is standing your ground in battle, not retreating even when the enemy advances. Socrates nods thoughtfully. That's interesting. But what about the Scythian warriors who use a different tactic? They retreat strategically, drawing the enemy into traps, and this leads to victory. Are they not courageous? The general sees the point. All right, courage is knowing when to stand and when to retreat in order to achieve victory. So courage is a kind of knowledge, Socrates asks. Knowledge of what's dangerous and what's safe. Yes, exactly, the general agrees. But then, Socrates continues, a doctor has knowledge of what's dangerous and safe for sick patients. Does that make the doctor courageous? Or a ship's captain knows what's dangerous at sea? Is he displaying courage simply by having that knowledge? The general pauses. No, that's different. Courage is specifically about dangers in war. But why only in war? Socrates presses. Can't someone be courageous in facing poverty, or in facing disease, or in facing temptation? Are there not many kinds of dangers that require courage? And so it goes. Every answer leads to more questions. Every definition reveals exceptions, contradictions, or problems. And the general, who began the conversation certain he understood courage, he who had demonstrated courage in battle, ends it uncertain, at a loss. Now here's what's fascinating. Socrates never claims to have the right definition himself. He never says, "You're wrong, here's what courage really is." He maintains throughout that he doesn't know. And this seems paradoxical, almost maddening. How can someone who doesn't know the answer still demonstrate that everyone else's answers are wrong? The answer lies in understanding the difference between knowing something and knowing about something. Socrates might not be able to define courage perfectly, but he knows enough about it to recognize when a definition fails. It's like how you might not be a chef, but you know when food tastes bad. You might not be able to compose a symphony, but you can tell when music is out of tune. Socrates had spent decades thinking about these concepts: justice, courage, piety, wisdom, goodness. He knew them intimately, even if he couldn't define them perfectly. He knew their contours, their complexities, their nuances. So when someone offered a simple, confident definition, he could immediately see its limitations. But there's something even deeper happening in the Socratic method. Socrates believed that the answers were already inside us, buried under layers of false certainty and unexamined assumptions. His questions weren't meant to fill an empty vessel with knowledge. They were meant to help you give birth to understanding. That was already there, waiting to be discovered. This is why he compared himself to a midwife, like his mother. A midwife doesn't create the baby. The baby already exists. The midwife just helps it come into the world. Similarly, Socrates believed that real knowledge was already in your soul, and his questions just helped you access it. There's a famous demonstration of this in one of Plato's dialogues. Socrates encounters an uneducated slave boy who has never studied mathematics, and through questions alone, never teaching, only asking, Socrates gets the boy to discover the Pythagorean theorem. The boy figures out the geometric proof himself, guided only by Socrates' questions. This, Socrates argued, proved that the knowledge was already there. It just needed to be drawn out. Whether you believe in Socrates' theory about knowledge being innate is less important than understanding what the method was trying to do. It was trying to wake people up, to shake them out of the comfortable sleep of unexamined opinion, to make them think for themselves rather than simply accepting what they'd been told. And it worked. At least it worked on people who were genuinely interested in truth. Those who came to Socrates with real curiosity, with humility, with openness to being wrong. They often had transformative experiences. They would leave conversations, feeling uncertain about things they'd been certain of. Yes, but also feeling more alive, more engaged, more aware. One of his students described it beautifully. He said that talking with Socrates was like being stung by a stingray. You'd be swimming along, confident and comfortable, and suddenly, zap, you're paralyzed, unable to move forward with your old certainties. But that paralysis was the beginning of real thought. The problem, of course, was that not everyone appreciated being stung. Some people came to Socrates wanting to show off their knowledge, expecting deference to their expertise. When Socrates questioned them and revealed the limits of that expertise, they didn't feel enlightened. They felt humiliated, and here's where things get dangerous. In a democratic society like Athens, reputation was everything. Your political power, your social standing, your ability to influence decisions, all of it rested on people respecting your wisdom and judgment. So when Socrates publicly demonstrated that you didn't actually understand what you claimed to understand, he wasn't just winning an argument. He was threatening your position in society. Imagine being a wealthy aristocrat who served on juries, advised the assembly, perhaps even led military campaigns. Your neighbors respect you. Young men ask your advice. You're invited to important symposia where decisions are made. And then this strange, ugly, barefoot philosopher stops you in the marketplace and starts asking questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd that includes your peers, your rivals, and young people who used to respect you. What do you do? Do you admit you don't know what you thought you knew? Do you embrace the aporia, the uncertainty, and start genuinely seeking wisdom? Some did. Those became Socrates' friends and followers. But others, perhaps most, did something else. They got angry. They dismissed Socrates as a sophist, a word twister, a corrupter of youth who taught young people to disrespect their elders. They began to see him not as a gadfly trying to wake Athens up, but as a threat to social order, to tradition, to everything that made Athens great. These men started gathering, started talking among themselves, started plotting. Because there's one thing powerful people hate more than being wrong. It's being publicly shown to be wrong. And Socrates had been publicly showing them to be wrong for decades. But Socrates didn't stop, couldn't stop. Because for him, the examined life was the only life worth living. To stop questioning, to accept easy answers, to let people walk around, confidently ignorant. That would be a betrayal of everything he'd learned from the oracle. He was the wisest man in Athens precisely because he kept asking questions, kept examining, kept pushing. He believed he was on a divine mission. The god, Apollo, had essentially told him, through the oracle, that his wisdom lay in recognizing his ignorance. And from that, Socrates had derived a calling. He was meant to go around Athens helping others recognize their ignorance too. He was meant to wake people up, even when it made him unpopular, even when it made him poor. He could have charged for his teaching like the sophists did, but he refused, believing wisdom couldn't be bought, even when it started making him enemies in high places, even when those enemies started becoming dangerous. Because here's what Socrates understood that most of us forget. Comfort is the enemy of truth. If you want to believe comfortable lies, you'll never face uncomfortable truths. If you want to keep your assumptions intact, you can't examine them too closely. If you want peace and prosperity and respect, you probably shouldn't spend your days challenging people's most deeply held beliefs. But Socrates had chosen truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, the examined life over the easy life. And that choice, that absolute commitment to questioning everything, was going to cost him everything. The powerful men he'd embarrassed were patient. They waited for the right moment, the right political climate, and it would come. Athens would suffer defeats, would become fearful and paranoid, would look for scapegoats, and when that moment came, they would strike. But we're not there yet. Right now, in the agora, Socrates is still free to question, still surrounded by devoted followers, still doing the work he was born to do. He's demonstrating day after day that wisdom begins with admitting you don't know. That the unexamined, life isn't worth living, that questions are more valuable than answers. He's teaching, though he would insist he's not teaching, only questioning, an entire generation about how to think. Not what to think, but how. How to examine your beliefs, how to question your assumptions, how to distinguish between opinion and knowledge, how to be intellectually honest, how to value truth over ego. And in doing this work, in living this examined life, he's preparing himself for something he doesn't yet know is coming. He's developing a kind of spiritual strength, a philosophical courage that will serve him when the worst happens. He's learning to care more about his soul than his body, more about virtue than reputation, more about truth than survival. He's becoming the kind of man who could sleep peacefully the night before his execution, the kind of man who could drink hemlock without fear, the kind of man who could face death as he faced everything else, with questions, with curiosity, with absolute integrity. But to understand how he got there, we need to go deeper still. We need to understand what Socrates believed about the soul, about virtue, about what makes life meaningful. We need to understand his philosophy of the examined life, not just as a method for questioning others, but as a way of being in the world. Because the Socratic method wasn't just a debating technique. It was a spiritual practice, a way of cultivating wisdom, a path toward becoming fully human. And that's where we're going next. There's a line that Socrates spoke at his trial that has echoed through 2,400 years of human history. It's probably the most famous thing he ever said, and it's become so familiar that we sometimes forget how radical it was, and still is. The full, unexamined life is not worth living, not difficult, not less fulfilling, not suboptimal, not worth living. That's an extreme statement. Socrates is saying that a human life lived without self-examination, without questioning, without constant reflection on how you're living and why, is essentially worthless. It would be better not to live at all than to live unthinkingly. That's a strong claim, strong enough that it's worth taking seriously. What did Socrates mean? And more importantly, what does it mean to examine your life? What does that actually look like in practice? Let's start with what Socrates didn't mean. He wasn't talking about neurotic self-analysis, endless navel-gazing, or paralyzing overthinking that prevents you from taking action. He wasn't suggesting you should spend every moment introspecting to the point of being unable to function in the world. Socrates lived a full life. He was a soldier, a citizen, a husband, a friend. He participated in Athenian society even as he questioned it. No, the examined life was something different. It was about intentionality, about consciousness, about refusing to live on autopilot, doing things simply because that's what everyone does, or because that's what you've always done, or because it's comfortable and familiar. The examined life meant constantly asking yourself, why am I doing this? Is this making me a better person? Does this align with what I believe is good and true? Am I living according to my values, or am I betraying them? Have I really thought through what I believe, or am I just repeating what I've been told? It meant being willing to admit when you were wrong, being willing to change your mind when presented with better arguments, being willing to acknowledge that you don't know something even when everyone expects you to know. And most importantly, it meant caring more about the quality of your soul than about anything else. This concept, the soul, is central to understanding Socrates, but we need to be careful here. When Socrates talked about the soul, he wasn't necessarily talking about something religious or supernatural, at least not in the way we might think. The Greek word is psyche, and it meant something like that which makes you alive, your consciousness, your mind, your capacity for thought and choice and character. For Socrates, the soul was the real you. Your body was just the vehicle, the temporary housing. Your soul was what persisted, what mattered, what you should cultivate and care for above all else. Think about how we typically live. We spend enormous amounts of time, energy, and money taking care of our bodies. We feed them, exercise them, rest them, dress them, groom them. We worry constantly about their health, their appearance, their comfort, and that's not wrong. Bodies need maintenance. But Socrates noticed that we almost never give the same attention to our souls. We don't feed our minds with the same care we feed our bodies. We don't exercise our capacity for wisdom and virtue. We don't examine whether our characters are healthy or diseased. We just assume that however we are is fine, that our beliefs and values and habits don't need the same kind of deliberate cultivation that our bodies do. And this, Socrates thought, was completely backwards, because your body is temporary. It's going to age, decay, and die no matter how well you take care of it. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, your virtue, that's what defines who you really are. That's what lasts. Whether you believe in an afterlife or not, your soul is what you contribute to the world, what you leave behind, what you really are when everything else is stripped away. So the examined life was fundamentally about tending to your soul, making sure that the person you were becoming was the person you wanted to be, ensuring that you were growing in wisdom, in virtue, in understanding, not just in wealth or power or reputation. But what does it mean to have a healthy soul? What does virtue actually look like? For Socrates, virtue wasn't about following rules or obeying commandments. It was about knowledge, real knowledge. He believed that if you truly understood what was good, you would naturally do it. Nobody does. Wrong willingly, he argued. People do wrong things because they're confused, because they mistake what's bad for what's good, because they don't really understand what they're doing. This might sound naive at first. Surely people sometimes knowingly do bad things. Don't we all have experiences of knowing something is wrong but doing it anyway? But Socrates would say, when you do something you know is wrong, it's because in that moment, you believe you're getting something good from it. You lie because you believe the benefit of the lie outweighs the cost. You cheat because you believe success gained through cheating is worth more than integrity. You're mistaking a lesser good, temporary pleasure, advantage, safety, for the greater good of having a virtuous soul. If you really understood, deeply understood, that harming your soul is the worst thing you can do to yourself, you wouldn't do it. If you viscerally felt the truth that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, you would never choose to be unjust, even when you could get away with it. This is why Socrates spent so much time trying to clarify what things like justice, courage and goodness really were. Because if people truly understood virtue, they would naturally pursue it. The problem wasn't that people were evil. The problem was that they were confused. Let me give you a concrete example of what this looked like in practice. There's a story about Socrates serving on a jury, one of the few times he held any official position in Athens. A group of generals had won a major naval battle, but a storm prevented them from recovering the bodies of fallen soldiers. This was considered a serious religious violation in ancient Athens. The bodies needed proper burial rites, or the souls would wander restlessly. The Field Assembly, in its anger and grief, wanted to try all 10 generals together and execute them all. This was illegal. Each man had the right to an individual trial. But the mob was furious. They wanted justice, or what they thought was justice. They wanted revenge. Socrates was the one member of the presiding committee who refused to allow the illegal vote. He stood alone against the entire angry assembly. People threatened him. They could have charged him with obstruction. They could have harmed him. But Socrates wouldn't budge, because he had examined what justice required, and he knew that violating the law in order to punish people for violating the law was incoherent. It was wrong, no matter how many people demanded it. This is the examined life in action. Socrates had thought deeply about justice. He had questioned his assumptions about it. He had refined his understanding through countless conversations. And because of that work, when the moment came, he knew what to do. His examination had prepared him for the test. Most people, most of the time, operate on unexamined principles. They believe things because their parents believe them, or their society believes them, or they've always believed them. And these unexamined beliefs work fine until they're tested, until you're asked to compromise them for safety or profit or acceptance. Then they crumble because they were never really yours. You never really thought about whether you believed them. You just inherited them. But Socrates had examined everything. He had tested his principles against every objection he could think of. He had refined them through dialogue and debate. So when the moment came to act on them, he had the strength to do it. The examined life had given him certainty, not the false certainty of unquestioned assumption, but the earned certainty of hard-won understanding. This is also why Socrates insisted that virtue was knowledge. If you really know what's right, if you've examined it and tested it and made it truly yours, you'll do it. You won't be swayed by threats or bribes or social pressure, because you'll understand in your bones that compromising your soul for any external reward is a terrible trade. Now you might be thinking, this sounds exhausting. Do I really need to question everything all the time? Can't I just live, make reasonable decisions, try to be a decent person? And the answer is, you can live that way. Most people do, but Socrates would ask you, is that really living? Or is that just existing on autopilot, letting circumstances and social pressure determine who you are? The examined life isn't about being perfect. It's not about never making mistakes. Socrates himself admitted constantly that he didn't have all the answers. The examined life is about being awake, being conscious, being intentional, making choices rather than just reacting to stimuli. It's about asking yourself regularly, am I living according to my values? What are my values? Why do I hold them? Am I becoming the person I want to become? If not, what needs to change? What am I assuming without questioning? Where am I lying to myself? Where am I choosing comfort over truth? These aren't comfortable questions. Examining your life means confronting things you'd rather not confront. It means admitting you've been wrong about things. It means changing behaviors you've grown comfortable with. It means acknowledging that you're not as good, as wise, as virtuous as you'd like to believe. But Socrates would say, isn't temporary discomfort worth it to actually become the person you should be? Isn't a moment of ego-bruising honesty better than a lifetime of self-deception? What's the point of being comfortable if you're comfortable with a lie? And here's where Socrates' philosophy connects directly to his view of death. Because if the quality of your soul is what really matters, If who you are is more important than what you have or how you appear, then death loses much of its power over you. Think about what we're usually afraid of when we fear death. We're afraid of losing our possessions, our status, our pleasures, our relationships, our experiences, all the things that make up our external life. But if you've spent your life cultivating your soul, if you've examined your life and found it good, if you know you've pursued wisdom and virtue to the best of your ability, then death is just a transition. If death is annihilation, you won't suffer. You'll simply cease to experience anything, like dreamless sleep. And if death is continuation, then you'll take your soul with you, and that's the only thing that really matters anyway. This is why Socrates could face death calmly, not because he was sure what death was. He admitted he didn't know, but because he had lived the examined life. He had tended to his soul. He had pursued virtue over pleasure, wisdom over wealth, truth over comfort. Whatever death turned out to be, he was ready for it. His soul was in good condition. Compare that to someone who has never examined their life, someone who has pursued wealth and power and pleasure, assuming those things made life meaningful. Someone who has built their identity on their body, their possessions, their social status. For such a person, death is terrifying, because death takes away everything they've spent their life accumulating, everything they've used to define themselves. But someone who has cultivated their soul, death can't touch what really matters to them. Their wealth might be taken away, but their wisdom remains. Their body might fail, but their character endures. Their reputation might be slandered, but they know who they really are. This is the practical benefit of the examined life. It's not just about being more thoughtful or philosophical. It's about building something that can't be taken from you. It's about knowing yourself so well that external circumstances can't shake you. It's about having a foundation of examined, tested, chosen principles that you can stand on when everything else is uncertain. Socrates believed that most people were prisoners without knowing it. They were enslaved to their appetites, their fears, their need for approval. They thought they were free because they could go where they wanted and do what they wanted, but they weren't really making free choices. They were just reacting to whatever stimulus was strongest at the moment. Hungry, eat, tired, sleep, afraid, run, angry, strike back. They were like animals, driven by impulse and instinct rather than reason and reflection. The examined life was liberation from that slavery. When you examined your life, you became conscious of your patterns. You saw how you were being controlled by unexamined desires and fears. And in seeing them, you could choose differently. You could decide deliberately what kind of person you wanted to be. You could cultivate some desires and starve others. You could face your fears and see which ones were rational and which were phantoms. This is why Socrates said that the examined life was the only life worth living for a human being, because examination was what made you fully human. Without it, you were just a clever animal. With it, you became something more, a rational being, capable of self-determination, able to choose virtue over vice, even when virtue was harder. And Socrates lived this philosophy. Every story we have about him shows a man who had examined his life and found clarity. He was offered bribes and refused them, because he had examined whether wealth mattered more than integrity, and found it didn't. He was threatened with death if he continued teaching, and he continued anyway, because he had examined whether life was worth living without the freedom to pursue wisdom, and found it wasn't. He was given the chance to escape prison, and he refused, because he had examined what justice required, and found that he couldn't violate the laws he had lived under all his life just to save himself. These weren't easy choices. Socrates wasn't superhuman. He felt fear, discomfort, attachment to life just like anyone else. But his examination had given him something stronger than those feelings. It had given him conviction. Not blind faith, but examined, tested, chosen. Conviction about what really mattered and what didn't. And this conviction gave him peace. The kind of peace that let him sleep soundly the night before his execution. The kind of peace that let him comfort his grieving friends rather than needing, comfort himself, the kind of peace that comes from knowing, really knowing, that you've lived well, that your soul is in good condition, that you've done what you could to become who you should be. This is what the examined life offers. Not easy answers, not comfortable, certainty, not a life free from difficulty or pain, but clarity, purpose, integrity, the knowledge that you're living deliberately, consciously, in accordance with principles you've chosen after real thought. And in Socrates' view, that was the only life worth living. Everything else, wealth, power, pleasure, even life itself, was secondary. The quality of your soul, the state of your character, the depth of your wisdom, that was what mattered. That was what you should examine, cultivate, protect. Because your soul is the only thing that's really yours. Everything else can be taken away. Your possessions can be stolen. Your reputation can be slandered. Your body can be imprisoned or killed. But your soul, who you really are, what you really believe, the wisdom you've gained, the virtue you've cultivated, that remains yours. That goes with you, wherever you go. That is you. And when you understand that, really understand it at a bone-deep level, then you're free in a way that most people never experience. Free from the fear of loss, because you can't lose what really matters. Free from the need for approval, because you know your own worth through examination, rather than through others' opinions. Free from the terror of death, because death can only take what was temporary anyway. This is what Socrates had achieved through his examined life. This is what allowed him to face his accusers with calm confidence. This is what let him sleep peacefully on his final night. But to understand how he got to that point, to really grasp the full story, we need to see how his examined life, his refusal to compromise, his insistence on questioning everything, eventually brought him into fatal conflict with Athens itself. We need to see what happens when the examined life collides with power, fear, and a city looking for someone to blame. We need to see the accusation. Athens in 404 BCE is not the Athens of Socrates' youth. The city that once led the Greek world, that built the Parthenon and pioneered democracy, that produced the great playwrights and thinkers, is broken. The Peloponnesian War, a brutal, decades-long conflict with Sparta, has finally ended, and Athens lost catastrophically. The long walls that protected the city from invasion have been torn down. The powerful navy that made Athens an empire has been reduced to a handful of ships. The democracy that Athenians were so proud of has been temporarily overthrown by a brutal oligarchy called the 30 Tyrants, sponsored by Sparta. The city is traumatized, defeated, humiliated, and deeply, deeply afraid. Fear makes people dangerous. Fear makes them look for enemies within. Fear makes them suspicious of anyone different, anyone questioning, anyone who doesn't fit neatly into the story the city tells itself. And there's one man in Athens who has spent his entire adult life questioning everything, who has made enemies among the powerful, who has an entire generation of young followers who learned from him to challenge authority. That man, of course, is Socrates, and his enemies have been waiting for this moment. Let's be clear about who these enemies were and why they hated him so much. There was Anytus, a wealthy leather merchant who had been prominent in the democratic resistance against the 30 Tyrants. He was a patriot by his own estimation, a defender of Athenian values, and his son had fallen under Socrates' influence, spending time with the philosopher instead of learning his father's business. Worse, the young man had apparently started questioning his father's beliefs, using Socratic methods to point out contradictions in Anytus's thinking. You can imagine how well that went over. Then there was Miletus, a poet, or someone who fancied himself one. Socrates had probably humiliated him in public at some point, as he had so many self-important artists who claimed their work came from divine inspiration, but couldn't explain what wisdom their poetry actually contained. Miletus wasn't particularly bright or influential, but he was angry and willing to be used as a tool. And there was Lycon, a rhetorician, representing a whole class of professional speakers and teachers whom Socrates had spent years demonstrating weren't as wise as they pretended to be. These men and others like them had been collecting grievances for years. Every time Socrates embarrassed someone in the agora, every time he made a politician look foolish, every time a young man questioned his father's authority after studying with Socrates, every time someone's reputation suffered because Socrates exposed their ignorance. All of it had been building, accumulating, like a debt that would eventually come due. But they needed the right moment. You couldn't just charge Socrates when Athens was confident and secure. He was too well known, too well liked by too many people, including powerful ones. His students included Plato from one of Athens' most distinguished families, and Xenophon, who would become a famous general and historian. Alcibiades, one of Athens' most brilliant but controversial leaders, had been associated with Socrates. Ah, Alcibiades. There's a name that matters. This is important for understanding what happens next. Alcibiades was extraordinarily talented, charismatic, intelligent, ambitious, and completely unscrupulous. He'd been a student of Socrates in his youth. Later, he'd betrayed Athens, defecting to Sparta during the war. Then, he'd betrayed Sparta too. He was brilliant and immoral, exactly the kind of person who learns Socratic questioning, but uses it for manipulation rather than wisdom. When Athens was looking for someone to blame for its defeat, for its loss of moral character, for its young, men becoming disrespectful and cynical, it was easy to point at Socrates and say, "Look at what he produced. Look at Alcibiades. Look at Critias," another former associate who became one of the most brutal of the 30 tyrants. See what happens. When you teach young men to question everything, they lose respect for tradition, for the gods, for authority. They become dangerous. It was a profoundly unfair argument. Socrates had tried to teach Alcibiades virtue, not vice. He tried to show him that wisdom was more valuable than power. It wasn't Socrates' fault that Alcibiades had learned to argue brilliantly, but had no interest in becoming good. But fair or not, the association was damaging. So, in 399 BCE, 5 years after the war ended, and 3 years after democracy had been restored, Socrates' enemies finally made their move. The city was still fragile, still paranoid, still looking for scapegoats. The timing was perfect. The charges were carefully crafted. 3 accusations, each one technically a capital offense. First, corrupting the youth of Athens. This was vague, enough to mean almost anything. It could refer to his questioning of authority, his influence on young men like Alcibiades, his encouragement of independent thinking. It played on every parent's fear that their children were being led astray. Second, not believing in the gods of the city. This was potentially the most dangerous charge. Athens took religion seriously. The gods weren't abstract theological concepts. They were thought to directly influence the city's welfare. If Socrates didn't believe in them properly, if he was impious, he could be bringing divine wrath down on Athens. This could explain why Athens had suffered such devastating defeat. The gods were angry because men like Socrates had corrupted the city's piety. Third, introducing new divinities. This charge was interesting because it contradicted the second one. How could he both not believe in the gods and also introduce new ones? But the accusers were referring to something Socrates often talked about. His daimonion, an inner voice or divine sign that warned him away from certain actions. To his enemies, this sounded like he was claiming to have a private connection to divinity that bypassed the official religious channels. It sounded arrogant, heretical, dangerous. The penalty proposed? Death. When Socrates received the summons to trial, he must have known how serious this was. At 70 years old, he'd lived through enough Athenian politics to recognize a politically motivated prosecution. He knew these men. He probably knew exactly which of his past humiliations they were avenging. But here's what's remarkable. He didn't run. Athens had no police force. It would have been relatively easy to slip away to another city-state, to live out his remaining years in comfortable exile. Many of his friends urged him to do exactly that. Why stay and face trial when the outcome was uncertain and the penalty was death? Socrates' answer was simple. He couldn't live a life inconsistent with his principles. He had spent 70 years arguing that a good person never willingly commits injustice, that it's better to suffer wrong than to do wrong, that you should obey the laws of your city even when it's inconvenient. How could he flee now? How could he save his body by corrupting his soul? So he stayed, and when the day of the trial came, he walked into that courtroom prepared to defend not just himself, but his entire way of life. The trial took place in a large public court. 500 Athenian citizens served as jurors, a huge number by our standards, but typical for Athens. The accusers spoke first, presenting their case. Then Socrates would have his chance to defend himself. There were no lawyers. You represented yourself, made your own arguments. At the end, the jury would vote by dropping a pebble into one of two urns, one for guilty, one for innocent. We don't know exactly what Meletus and Anytus said in their accusations, but we have Plato's account of Socrates' defense speech, which he titled The Apology, though apology here means defense, not sorry. And what's astonishing about this speech is that it barely defends Socrates at all, at least not in the way you'd expect. A normal defendant in an Athenian court would have pulled out all the stops. He would have brought his children to weep and beg for mercy. He would have reminded the jury of his military service, his contributions to the city. He would have flattered the jurors, appealed to their emotions, done everything possible to win sympathy. Socrates did almost none of this. Instead, he used the trial as an opportunity to explain, to justify his entire philosophical mission. In a way, he put Athens itself on trial. He began by addressing the charges, but not in the straightforward way the jury expected. He said that before he could answer the formal accusations of Meletus, he needed to address older, deeper prejudices that had built up over decades. He needed to clear away the misconceptions. There are people, he told the jury, who have been saying for years that Socrates is a busybody, someone who inquires into things beneath the earth and in the sky, who makes the weaker argument appear the stronger, and who teaches these things to others. He was referring to a comedy written decades earlier by Aristophanes, called The Clouds, which had portrayed Socrates as a ridiculous figure who ran a thinkery, where he taught young men to argue their way out of debts and obligations. It was satire, exaggerated for laughs, but it had shaped how many Athenians thought about Socrates. I have nothing to do with such investigations, Socrates told them. I don't claim to know about the physical world. I don't teach people to make the weaker arguments stronger. I don't run a school or charge fees like the sophists do. So, what did he do? Here Socrates told them about the oracle at Delphi, about his mission to test the oracle's claim that no one was wiser than he was. He explained how he'd gone to supposedly wise people and found they didn't actually know what they claimed to know. How he'd realized that his wisdom consisted in acknowledging his ignorance, while others claimed false knowledge. This is what I still do, he told them. I go around examining anyone who seems to be wise, and when I find they're not, I help the god by revealing this. This work keeps me busy. I'm so occupied with this mission that I've neglected my own affairs and live in poverty. Can you imagine how this sounded to the jury? He's on trial for his life, and instead of begging for mercy, he's explaining that he's on a divine mission to expose people's ignorance. He's essentially admitting to the very behavior his accusers found so offensive, but framing it as a service to the god. Then he addressed why the young men followed him around. They enjoy hearing people questioned who think they're wise but aren't. And they try to imitate me, examining others. And when they do, those who are exposed get angry, but not at themselves for being foolish. They get angry at Socrates for supposedly corrupting these young men. It's a brilliant rhetorical move. He's saying, you don't really think I'm corrupting the youth. You're just angry because I and my students have exposed your ignorance. But then he did something extraordinary, something that probably sealed his fate. He turned to Meletus directly and began to cross-examine him, right there in court, using the Socratic method on his accuser. "Meletus," he said, "you claim I corrupt the youth, but tell me, who improves them? Who makes them better?" Meletus, probably not expecting this approach, fumbled a bit and said, "The laws? No, I mean what person? Who has the knowledge to improve young people?" "The jurors," Meletus answered. "All of them?" "Yes." "What about the audience here, and the council members, and the assembly? Do they all improve the youth?" "Yes, all of them." "So, according to you," Socrates said, "every Athenian improves the youth except me, and I alone corrupt them. Is that really what you're saying?" You can almost hear the trap closing, because obviously it's absurd to claim that literally everyone improves young people, except one man. Socrates was demonstrating, right there in court, that Meletus hadn't thought through his accusations. He was revealing the prosecutor's ignorance the same way he'd done to countless people in the agora. Then Socrates pressed further. "Tell me, Meletus, is it better to live among good citizens or bad ones?" "Good ones, obviously. And does anyone want to be harmed by those around them?" "Of course not." "Then you're accusing me either of corrupting the youth unintentionally, or of corrupting them knowing that they'll harm me. The first means I shouldn't be punished. You should educate me. The second makes no sense. Why would I intentionally make my neighbors worse, knowing they'd harm me?" It was classic Socratic argumentation. He was showing that the charges were incoherent. But he wasn't making friends with the jury. He was doing to Meletus what he'd done to so many others, and the jury was watching someone they might know personally, someone who'd brought these charges, being made to look foolish. When Socrates addressed the religious charges about not believing in the gods, he was even more pointed. He got Meletus to contradict himself, first saying Socrates didn't believe in gods at all, then saying he introduced new ones. "You can't have it both ways, Meletus. Either I'm an atheist, or I believe in new gods. Which is it?" By the time Socrates was done with Meletus, he'd thoroughly demolished the logical consistency of the charges. He'd shown them to be poorly thought out, contradictory, probably motivated by personal grudges rather than genuine concern for Athens. But then, and this is crucial, instead of stopping there, instead of pivoting to sympathy and mercy, Socrates doubled down. He told the jury that even if they offered to acquit him on the condition that he stop philosophizing, he would refuse. "I cannot stop," he said. "The God has placed me here to question people and help them care for their souls. If you kill me, you won't find another like me easily. I'm like a gadfly on a noble but sluggish horse. I sting you awake. You might swat me away, but you'll regret it when you fall back into sleepy thoughtlessness." And then he said something that must have infuriated many in that courtroom. "I'm doing you a favor by being here. In fact, Athens should give me free meals for life in the Prytaneum, the highest honor the city could bestow, usually reserved for Olympic victors and great benefactors. Because no one cares more for your welfare than I do. Can you imagine? He's on trial for his life, and he's telling 500 jurors that they should be honoring him, not prosecuting him. That he's Athens' greatest asset. That they need him more than he needs them. It was defiant, proud, uncompromising. And it was completely in character, because Socrates had never compromised his principles for comfort or safety. Why would he start now? He did, toward the end of his speech, acknowledge his military service. He mentioned that he'd served with distinction at 3 major battles: Potidaea, Amphipolis, Delium. He'd held his post when others fled. He'd been brave in the face of death. "If I was willing to risk death in battle to serve Athens," he said, "how can I abandon the post the God has given me now, just because I'm afraid? That would be true impiety, disobeying the divine mission because I fear death." And he concluded with a statement that would echo through history. "I'm not afraid of death, gentlemen. I'm afraid of doing wrong. Death is nothing to fear. What I fear is standing before the gods someday and having to explain why I betrayed truth and virtue to save my life. When the speech ended, the jury voted. It was close, much closer than his accusers probably expected. Out of 500 jurors, about 280 voted guilty. About 220 voted to acquit. If just 30 people had voted differently, Socrates would have walked free, but they didn't. The verdict was guilty. Now came the penalty phase. In Athenian law, the prosecution proposed a penalty, and the defense could propose an alternative. The jury would then choose between them. The prosecution had proposed death. This was Socrates' chance. He could propose exile. He could propose a fine. The jury had voted guilty, but it was close enough that they might choose a gentler punishment if he gave them the option. Many jurors probably wanted to punish him somehow, but didn't want him dead. Instead, Socrates initially proposed that Athens give him free meals for life in the Prytaneum. He was serious, or at least he was making a philosophical point about what justice really required. But obviously, this wasn't going to fly with a jury that had just convicted him. His friends, watching in horror, finally convinced him to at least propose a fine. Socrates offered to pay 30 minae, a significant sum, guaranteed by wealthy friends like Plato. It was still less than might be expected, still somewhat insulting to the court's dignity. The jury voted again on the penalty. This time, more voted for death. The margin was larger. By trying to maintain his dignity, by refusing to grovel or compromise, Socrates had alienated jurors who might have shown mercy. His pride, or his integrity, depending on how you view it, had sealed his fate. The verdict was final: death by hemlock poison. And here's what's remarkable. Socrates' immediate reaction wasn't fear or anger or even sadness. It was philosophical speculation. He turned to the jurors and gave one final speech, separate from his defense about what this meant. To those who had voted to acquit him, he said, "Don't be upset for me. This might be a blessing. My daimonian, my inner warning voice, which has stopped me whenever I was about to do something wrong, it didn't stop me at all today. Not when I entered the court, not during my speech, not at any point. That suggests that what happened to me is good, not bad." And then he offered that analysis of death we've already touched on. Either death is like a dreamless sleep, in which case it's pleasant, a relief from life's troubles, or death is a journey to another place, where he'll meet the great thinkers and heroes of the past. Either way, nothing to fear. If I die now, having lived a good life, what loss is that? But if I'd compromised my principles to live longer, that would have been true death, the death of my soul. To the jurors who had voted for his death, he was less kind. "You think you've escaped being tested by condemning me, but I warn you, you'll have more critics now, younger ones, harsher ones. By killing me, you won't silence the questions. You'll just create more questioners." It was a prophecy, and it would prove true. Plato would write, Xenophon would write, others would remember. The death of Socrates would become more powerful than the life of Socrates. His enemies thought they were silencing a troublesome gadfly. They were creating a martyr for philosophy itself. As the court session ended and the guards prepared to take Socrates to prison, he turned to his friends with what might have been a slight smile. "Now it's time for us to go. I to death, and you to life. Which of us goes to the better fate, only the God knows." Even at that moment, sentenced to die, he was questioning. Still uncertain, still humble in the face of the ultimate mystery. But one thing he was certain of: he'd lived according to his principles. He'd maintained his integrity. He'd refused to compromise his soul to save his body. And that meant, in the deepest sense, he'd won. The jury might have condemned him to death, but they couldn't make him do wrong. They couldn't corrupt his virtue. They couldn't touch what really mattered. The examined life had prepared him for this moment, and he was ready. But between the sentencing and the execution, there would be weeks of waiting, weeks in prison, time for friends to visit, to argue, to plead, to plan escapes, time for Socrates to have conversations that would be remembered forever. Time for one particular dream, mysterious and symbolic, that would reveal something about what he was feeling beneath that philosophical calm. Time for temptation. Time for final tests. Time for goodbyes. And time, on that last night, for the deepest sleep a condemned man had ever slept. The prison is quiet now. It's early morning, that liminal time between night and dawn, when the world holds its breath. The stone walls are cold, the light still grey and uncertain. And in this silence, Socrates is asleep. His friend Crito sits, watching him, as we mentioned at the beginning of our story. But what we didn't tell you yet is what Socrates was dreaming. What vision came to him in that prison cell, in those weeks between his trial and his execution. Dreams fascinated the ancient Greeks in ways we might struggle to understand today. They weren't simply random firing of neurons, the brain processing daily events. Dreams were messages, prophecies, windows into a reality deeper than the waking world. The gods spoke through dreams. The dead visited in dreams. Your dreams could tell you the future, warn you of danger, reveal hidden truths. So when Socrates had a particular dream during his imprisonment, and when he chose to tell people about it, they paid attention. They tried to interpret it. And we should too, because this dream reveals something important about what Socrates was feeling beneath his philosophical composure. The dream was simple on the surface, but rich with symbolism. Socrates dreamed that a woman came to him. She was beautiful, dressed in white robes, and she spoke to him, quoting a line from Homer's Iliad. "On the third day, you will reach fertile Phthia." That's it. That's the whole dream. A beautiful woman, in white, a quote from Homer, a mention of Phthia and the third day. But let's unpack what this meant, because every element carries weight. First, the woman in white. White was associated with purity, with the divine, with death. White robes were what you wore for religious ceremonies, for funerals. So already, the imagery suggests something sacred, something connected to the boundary between life and death. Then there's the quote itself, from the Iliad. It's what Achilles says, or at least what Homer imagines Achilles thinking, when he's angry at Agamemnon and considering abandoning the Greek army at Troy. Achilles is furious because Agamemnon has dishonored him, taken his war prize, treated him unjustly. And Achilles thinks, why should I stay here and fight for these people? I could go home. I could reach Phthia, his homeland, in 3 days if I left now. Phthia, in the geography of Homer's world, was Achilles' home. It was where he came from, where he belonged. It represented safety, comfort, the place where he was loved and valued rather than dishonored and disrespected. And the third day in Socrates' dream, well, that had an obvious interpretation. Socrates told Crito about this dream, and he interpreted it himself. It meant he would die in 3 days. That was when the sacred ship would return from Delos, ending the religious period during which no executions could be carried out. The third day would bring his death. But here's what's interesting. What's revealing about what might have been happening in Socrates' psyche. Why did his dreaming mind choose this particular quote? Why Achilles and Phthia? Why this image of going home? Because Achilles' situation in that moment has parallels to Socrates' situation. Achilles has been dishonored by the very people he's been serving. He's been fighting for the Greek army, risking his life, demonstrating his excellence in battle. And how do they repay him? By treating him unjustly, by taking what's rightfully his, by disrespecting him in front of everyone. Sound familiar? Socrates had spent his life serving Athens, trying to make his fellow citizens better, stinging them awake to examine their lives. And how did Athens repay him? By putting him on trial, convicting him on false charges, sentencing him to death. In the Iliad, Achilles has a choice. He can stay and fight, achieving glory but dying young. Or he can go home to Phthia, living a long, comfortable life, but being forgotten by history. His mother, the goddess Thetis, has told him this explicitly. 2 fates await you. Choose. And Socrates, in his prison cell, faced a similar choice, didn't he? He could escape. His friends were offering him that option, and we'll hear more about that soon. He could flee to Thessaly, which was, coincidentally, the region where historical Phthia was located. He could go home, metaphorically speaking, return to safety and comfort, live out his remaining years in peace, or he could stay, face death, achieve the kind of immortality that comes from dying for your principles. So the dream reveals something. Beneath Socrates' philosophical calm, beneath his rational arguments about why death is nothing to fear, there was a human being who felt what had been done to him, who felt dishonored, like Achilles, who thought about escape, about going somewhere safe, about leaving this whole unjust situation behind. The woman in white, was she calling him home? Was she death itself, beautiful and pure, promising relief? Or was she a vision of escape, of the life he could still have if he chose it? And here's where the dream gets even more layered, even more psychologically fascinating, because Socrates told this dream to Crito, and he interpreted it as a prophecy of his death. But dreams are slippery things. They can mean multiple things at once. Yes, on one level, the dream is saying, in 3 days, you'll die. You'll reach your true home, whatever that is. Phthia might represent Hades, the afterlife, the final destination. But on another level, the dream might be expressing a wish, a desire, deep and probably inadmissible to Socrates' conscious mind, to escape, to go to Thessaly, to fertile Phthia, to live. The dream gives him permission to think about escape by disguising it as a prophecy of death. Think about the symbolism of fertility. Fertile Phthia. The Greek word is piothen, emphasizing richness, abundance, life-giving land. Is that really a metaphor for death? Or is it a metaphor for life, for escaping Athens and going somewhere you can grow old, have more conversations, see more sunrises? But Socrates, committed to his principles, interprets the dream in the way that allows him to stay on his chosen path. He reads it as a prophecy that closes off the possibility of escape rather than opening it up. The dream is clear, he tells Crito. I'll die in 3 days. Is the dream really that clear? Or is Socrates choosing the interpretation that fits with what he's already decided to do? We can't know for certain. Dream interpretation, even in our modern age with psychology and neuroscience, remains more art than science. In ancient Athens, it was even more ambiguous. The same dream could be read multiple ways, but what we can say is this. The dream reveals that Socrates was human, that he wasn't simply a rational thinking machine, calmly analyzing his situation without emotion. The dream shows us the conflict beneath the surface, the pull toward life, toward escape, toward fertile Phthia, where he could rest and be safe. And it shows us that he felt the parallel to Achilles, that he saw himself as having been dishonored by his city, just as Achilles was dishonored by Agamemnon, that he understood he was making a choice between two fates, escape and obscurity, or death and immortal fame. Achilles, in the end, chose glory over long life. He stayed at Troy. He fought. He died young. And he became the most famous hero in Greek mythology, his name remembered for thousands of years. Socrates would make the same choice. But unlike Achilles, whose choice was driven by pride and the desire for glory, Socrates' choice was driven by principle, by the belief that it's better to die justly than to live unjustly, by the conviction that escaping would corrupt his soul, more surely than hemlock could kill his body. Still, the dream shows us it was a choice, not an easy, automatic decision, but a genuine struggle. The human part of Socrates wanted to live, wanted to escape, wanted relief from this terrible situation. The philosophical part of Socrates knew what he had to do. And the dream, with its beautiful woman in white, with its promise of reaching home in 3 days, bridged both possibilities. It could be read as encouragement to escape, or as prophecy of death. It was ambiguous enough to hold both meanings. to let Socrates think about escape while still choosing to stay, there's another layer to consider. The woman in white, who was she? Socrates doesn't say in any account we have, but Crito, hearing the dream, might have thought of Thetis, Achilles' divine mother. Thetis appears to Achilles in the Iliad to warn him, to advise him, to comfort him. She's a liminal figure, divine, but also deeply maternal, connected to both the mortal world and the realm of the gods. Could the woman in Socrates' dream represent that same kind of figure? A divine messenger, yes, but also a maternal presence. Remember, Socrates compared himself to a midwife. He'd spent his life helping others give birth to ideas. His own mother had been a midwife, bringing physical life into the world. And now, facing death, he dreams of a woman who might be guiding him through that final birth, the birth of the soul from the body, as he understood death, the transition from this life to whatever comes next. The woman in white isn't threatening. She's beautiful. She quotes poetry. She promises arrival at a fertile homeland. Whether that homeland is death or escape, it's portrayed as something to move toward, not something to fear. This is consistent with everything Socrates had said about death. He wasn't afraid of it. He was curious about it, and his dream reflects that. Death appears not as a monster or an ending, but as a beautiful guide promising to take him home. But there's a melancholy to it too, isn't there? The dream admits something Socrates rarely admitted consciously. He was tired. Fertile Phthia is a place of rest. After all his years of questioning, of fighting, of standing alone against the ignorance and hostility of his fellow citizens, wouldn't it be nice to just stop, to rest, to go home, whether home meant Thessaly and continued life, or Hades and the afterlife, or simply the cessation of consciousness, dreamless sleep, as he described it. The dream suggests a longing for peace, for an end to struggle, and maybe that's part of why he could face death with such calm. Not just because of his philosophical arguments, but because he was, in a very human way, ready. Ready to stop fighting, ready to rest, ready to see if the beautiful woman in white was telling the truth about what waited for him. The ancient Greeks believed dreams could be prophetic, but they also believed they could be deceptive. There were true dreams sent by the gods through the gate of horn, and there were false dreams sent through the gate of ivory, designed to mislead or confuse. Was Socrates' dream true or false? Did it really foretell his death in 3 days? Or did it offer him an escape he chose not to take? Both, perhaps. The dream was true in that Socrates did die 3 days later, just as he predicted. But it might have been false in suggesting that death was the only way to reach fertile Phthia. There was another Phthia available, the physical place in Thessaly where Crito wanted to take him. But Socrates chose to read the dream as prophecy rather than invitation. He chose to see the woman in white as psychopomp, a guide to the underworld, rather than as a call to escape. And in choosing that interpretation, he made it true. This is the power of interpretation, of the stories we tell ourselves about what things mean. Socrates could have used the dream as justification to escape. The gods are telling me to go to Phthia, to Thessaly. He could have read it that way. Many might have. Instead, he used it as confirmation of his chosen path. The dream became evidence that he was right to stay, right to face death, right to trust that whatever came next would be his true homecoming. And when Crito woke him, when they talked about the dream, Socrates was at peace with his interpretation. The dream is clear, Crito. In 3 days, I'll reach fertile Phthia. I'll go home. But Crito wasn't ready to accept that interpretation. Crito heard the dream and thought, 3 days. We have 3 days to save him. 3 days to convince him, to escape. 3 days before we lose the best man we've ever known. Because Crito had a different dream. Not a sleeping dream, but a waking one. A dream of getting Socrates out of Athens, safely away to Thessaly, where they could sit together and talk philosophy for a few more years. Where Socrates could live out his days in peace, respected and honored, far from the fear and pettiness of defeated Athens, and Crito was going to try one last time to make that dream real. He was going to present Socrates with an offer of escape, with arguments for why it was right and good, and what Socrates should do. The beautiful woman in white had appeared in a dream, ambiguous and mysterious. But Crito was real, present, pleading, and the choice between Socrates' interpretation of the dream and Crito's hope would become the subject of one of the most moving conversations in all of philosophy. A conversation about duty and friendship, about justice and survival, about whether it's ever right to break the law to save your own life. A conversation that would test everything Socrates believed about the examined life, about virtue, about what really matters when death is 3 days away and escape is possible. The dream of the woman in white was mysterious and symbolic, open to interpretation, dwelling in the ambiguous realm between waking and sleeping, between prophecy and wish fulfillment. But the conversation with Crito would be concrete, real, immediate, and far more difficult to navigate than any dream. Because in dreams, you're alone with your subconscious, your wishes, your fears. But when you wake up, you're confronted with the people who love you, who want you to live, who think they know what's best for you, even when you've chosen differently. And that's a test no philosophy can fully prepare you for. When Socrates finally wakes from his dream, the first thing he sees is Crito's face. His old friend has been sitting there for some time, watching him sleep, wrestling with what he's about to do. Crito is a wealthy man, one of Socrates' oldest friends. They grew up together in Athens. They're roughly the same age, though Crito has lived a more conventional life, managing his estates, raising his family, participating in civic affairs without making waves. He's always admired Socrates, perhaps even been a bit in awe of him, but he's also worried about him, worried that Socrates' principles will get him killed. And now those fears have come true. The trial is over. The sentence has been passed. In just a few days, 3 days, as Socrates' dream suggested, the ship will return from Delos and the execution will be carried out. But Crito has a plan, and he's been waiting for Socrates to wake up so he can present it. Socrates, he begins, and there's urgency in his voice, desperation even. I have bad news. The ship has been sighted. It will arrive today or tomorrow. When it does, you must die. But it doesn't have to be that way. Socrates sits up, probably running his hand through his hair, that same gesture of his when he's thinking. He's calm. Tell me what you're thinking, Crito. And so Crito makes his case. It's a carefully constructed argument, and it reveals a lot about how a normal, decent person thinks. Someone who loves his friend and wants to save him, but who doesn't quite understand why Socrates is so committed to staying. First, Crito appeals to reputation, his own reputation. Socrates, if you die, people will think I could have saved you but didn't want to spend the money. They'll think I valued my wealth more than my friend's life. My reputation will be ruined. It's an understandable concern. In Athens, your reputation was everything, and Crito is essentially saying, don't make me look bad by dying when I could have saved you. But Crito senses that this argument might not work on Socrates, who has never cared much about reputation. So he tries another angle. Besides, why should we care what the majority thinks? The people who matter, the ones whose opinions are worth. Considering we'll know the truth, that you refused to escape, that I tried to save you. Socrates must have smiled at this. Crito is trying to use Socratic principles against him. You've always said we shouldn't care about popular opinion, only about what's actually right. So let the masses think what they want. But then Crito shifts to more practical concerns. You're worried that if you escape, your friends will get in trouble. Don't worry. We've arranged everything. I have money. Other friends have contributed. We can bribe the guards easily. They don't want much. We have contacts in Thessaly where you can live safely. You'll be welcomed there, protected. You can continue your philosophical work in peace. This is tempting, isn't it? The chance to live out your remaining years doing what you love. surrounded by friends, free from persecution. What principle could be more important than that? But Crito isn't done. Now he appeals to duty. Not duty to the law, but duty to the people Socrates will leave behind. Think of your sons, Socrates. You have 3 boys. If you die, you abandon them. You'll leave them without a father, without guidance. You've always taught that we should care for our children, raise them properly. How can you do that if you're dead? This is a low blow, and Crito probably knows it. He's using Socrates' own values against him. You care about education, about helping the young become virtuous. But you're abandoning your own sons. And then Crito delivers what he thinks is his strongest argument. Besides, Socrates, your enemies want you to die. They convicted you unjustly. Why should you cooperate with injustice? Why should you help your enemies achieve their unjust goals? By staying here and dying, you're making it easy for them. You're practically committing suicide, doing their work for them. Let that sink in. Crito is arguing that accepting an unjust death sentence is itself unjust, that Socrates has a duty to resist, to escape, to deny his enemies their victory. Please, Socrates, Crito concludes, and you can hear the emotion in his voice now, all the careful arguments giving way to simple human pleading. Please, don't choose death when you could choose life. Don't choose to orphan your sons. Don't abandon your friends. Don't give your enemies what they want. Save yourself. It's not too late. Imagine that moment, your oldest friend, a good man who loves you, begging you to save your own life, offering you an escape, a way out, a chance to continue doing what you love in safety and comfort. And all you have to do is walk out of this prison cell. What would you do? Socrates takes his time responding. This isn't a casual conversation in the agora with a stranger. This is his friend. These arguments deserve serious consideration. But as he begins to speak, it becomes clear that his mind is already made up. And what he's about to do is show Crito and us why principles matter more than life itself. Crito, my dear friend, he begins gently, your eagerness to help me is admirable, but we can't decide this based on emotion or fear. We have to examine it rationally. We have to think it through using the same principles we've always held. And then, Socrates does something remarkable. He examines the question of whether he should escape using the very method he's used his whole life. He questions, he probes, he looks for contradictions and principles. First, he says, you mentioned reputation. You're worried about what people, will think. But Crito, when have we ever cared about majority opinion? The majority can't make us wise or foolish. They can't make us good or bad. They can kill us, yes, but they can't touch what really matters, our souls. So why should their opinion influence this decision? Crito nods. He can't argue with this. It's what Socrates has always taught. So we should only care about the opinions of people who understand these matters, people who understand justice and right action. And what do those people say? They say we should never do wrong, never under any circumstances. Agreed? Agreed, Crito says. And we've always believed that doing wrong is bad for the person who does it, yes? That injustice harms the soul of the unjust person more than anything else. Yes, we've always said that. And we've also agreed that we should never return wrong for wrong, never commit injustice even in response to injustice. Even if someone hurts us unjustly, we shouldn't hurt them back, because that would be doing wrong ourselves, right? Crito hesitates. This is harder to accept. It goes against every instinct for revenge, for justice as retaliation. But it's what Socrates has always taught. Yes, that's what we've said. Good. Then we agree on our principles. Now let's see if escaping would violate them. And here's where Socrates' argument becomes brilliant and strange. He asks Crito to imagine that the laws of Athens themselves could speak. Imagine that as he's about to escape, the laws appear before him personified, and they ask him, Socrates, what are you doing? Are you trying to destroy us? It's a rhetorical device, a thought experiment, but it's powerful. Socrates is about to give voice to the laws, to let them make their case for why he should stay and die. The laws speak. Socrates, we brought you into the world. Through us, your parents married legally and had you. We educated you. We gave you the framework within which you lived your entire life. We protected you. We gave you the freedom to pursue philosophy. We never forced you to stay in Athens. You could have left at any time if you disagreed with us. But you stayed. For 70 years you lived under our protection, raised your family here, did your work here. Doesn't that imply an agreement, a covenant? Socrates is essentially arguing that by living in Athens his whole life, by participating in its civic life, by raising his children there, he entered into an implicit contract with the city's laws. And that contract binds him even. Now, the laws continue. If you escape now, Socrates, you'll be breaking that agreement. You'll be saying that the laws apply to everyone except you. You participated in the trial. You had your chance to defend yourself. The jury voted. And now, because you don't like the outcome, you want to ignore the law and escape. How is that different from what you've spent your life arguing against, people who think the rules don't apply to them? It's a powerful argument. Socrates has spent his life insisting that virtue matters, that we should care about justice, that we should examine our actions. How can he now act unjustly by breaking the law, even an unjust law? But the law is unjust, Crito might interject. You were wrongly convicted, and here's Socrates' response. Yes, the jury applied the law unjustly. The men who accused me acted unjustly. But the law itself is not unjust. The law that requires a fair trial, that's just. The men who violated it in spirit are unjust. But I can't fix that injustice by committing another injustice. I can't break the law to protest how the law was broken in my case. Think about what Socrates is saying. He's making a distinction between the law as a system and the particular application of that law by imperfect humans. The system is worth preserving, even when individuals within that system act badly. If he escapes, he's not just saving his own life, he's undermining the entire legal system. He's saying that anyone who disagrees with a verdict can simply ignore it. He's weakening the rule of law itself, the thing that makes Athens a civilization rather than an anarchy. The personified laws make this explicit. Socrates, if you escape, where will you go? To Thessaly, as Crito suggests. What will you say to the people there? Will you tell them you're a great teacher of virtue who ran away from justice when it became inconvenient? Will you teach their young men to respect laws and justice while being a living example of someone who didn't? And what about your own sons? You think you're abandoning them by dying. At least if you die here, legally, accepting your sentence, they'll have a father they can respect, a father who lived by his principles to the end. But if you escape, you make yourself a fugitive. You teach your sons that principles don't matter when your life is at stake. Is that really better for them? Crito is silent now. He can see where this is going, but he's hoping Socrates will find a way around it, some argument that allows him to live without compromising his integrity. But Socrates doesn't find that argument. Instead, he reinforces the original point. Crito, we agreed that we should never do wrong, that injustice harms our souls, that we shouldn't return wrong for wrong. Escaping would be doing wrong, breaking my covenant with the laws, undermining the legal system, acting as if the rules don't apply to me. But you'll die, Crito says, and now there's anguish in his voice, pure human grief at the thought of losing his friend. Yes, Socrates says quietly, I'll die, but I'll die with my soul intact. I'll die having lived according to my principles. Crito, what would be the point of a few more years of life if I lived them as a hypocrite? If I taught virtue for 70 years and then abandoned it to save my skin? There's a long silence. Crito has no answer to this. Besides, Socrates adds, and maybe there's a slight smile, we've talked about death. It might be the best sleep I've ever had, or it might be a journey to meet all the great thinkers of the past. Either way, it's nothing to fear. But Crito isn't comforted. You're thinking of yourself, of your principles. What about us? What about the people who love you? Don't we get a say? Don't our feelings matter? It's a fair question. Isn't there something selfish about Socrates' choice? He gets to die with his integrity intact, sure. But his friends have to live with the grief, the loss, the knowledge that they could have saved him, but he refused. Socrates softens. Crito, I know this is hard. I know you want me to live. And I love you for that. But you have to understand, if I escaped, I couldn't live with myself. Every day, I would know that I had betrayed everything I believed in. I would be a living lie. Would you really want me to survive that way? And then he offers one final image, one final argument. Crito, imagine we're about to escape, and the laws appear before us. They ask me, Socrates, after all we've done for you, after 70 years of protection and freedom, are you really going to betray us now? Are you going to destroy us by showing that anyone can ignore the law when it's inconvenient? What could I possibly say to justify that? How could I look at the laws and claim I'm acting virtuously? Crito has no response. He knows Socrates is right, at least according to Socrates' own principles. But that doesn't make it any easier to accept. The voice I hear, Socrates says finally, is like the sound of flutes in a religious ecstasy, drowning out all other arguments. I can't hear anything else, Crito. The laws are speaking to me, and I cannot disobey them. It's almost mystical, this language. Socrates, the great rationalist, the questioner of everything, is describing his moral certainty in religious terms. He hears voices, not his usual daimonian warning him away from wrong action, but the voice of the laws themselves, calling him to stay true to his covenant. And Crito, faced with this absolute conviction, this unshakable commitment to principle, can only surrender. If you say so, Socrates, then I have nothing more to say, but it breaks my heart. I know, dear friend,